Так, сейчас кое-что сделаю. Я на месте. Поэтому сегодня у нас 14:45-60 кадров трансляции. Опа. Что-то у них затихло. Что-то сейчас будет, наверное, уже. Наверное, подключили микрофон. Давайте, ребята, вы на 14 минут опаздываете. Где шоу? Где шоу, которого мы ждали, ну, можно сказать, с прошлого чемпионата мира? Потому что, если честно, что первый, что второй DreamHack, ну, ни о чем были. Опа. Это у меня или это у них? А ну давай-ка APG зайдем. Опа, что-то он переместился у меня. О, Шай подключил. Давай к Шаю сразу. Угу. 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 Цікаво. Опа. Опа. Окей, аналитика пошла от Алекса. Давай послушаем. Yeah, game's late. 16 minutes late already.
That's okay though. Not complaining. I'm open to ideas, chat. If you guys want to throw anything up on the broadcast, I know that we had the, what was it, Sledgehammer, Activision supporting the development of Halo Studios. And
Да. И такая новость тоже.
I'm sure there's other Halo Studios related, what, news updates that are worth talking about. Let's get some POVs up here. Last shot not watch partying today. Now there's Snakebite, right? Snakebite. Oh my god. Actually, they could be, right? Because they only play the one match, so they will actually be just watching until it's their turn. There's an EHL thing happening right now. European Halo League.
Там LVT Halo предлагали Шаю вместе с ним проводить трансляцию. Он не заметил, в чате там была всплывашка.
I'm doing good, Noble. Recovering from a night out last night. But
Ясно, я понял. Короче, не получится 2К, мне что-то предлагают постоянно видео.
Sunday morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Do I think that will
Давай
happen?
еще подождем, если будет.
I don't know.
Damn
good Halo. I know that. Welcome back, Don. Happy Sunday, brother. 14 months. Love to see you. We're starting the day out at 1301, just barely over 1300. Not complaining. That's incredible. Love to see it, Don. Thank you, man. I don't know. I honestly don't care too much whether or not Sledgehammer comes in and supports Halo, as long as the final product is something we're happy with, right? That's all. Like, I just want the development to speed up and progress to be made. Are Sledgehammer reputable enough to, you know, take the reins or support in the development of the next Halo? That question I can't really answer. Maybe chat knows. Like, what can you guys say about Sledgehammer as a game developer for COD? Like, are they well renowned for COD? Like, I don't know. I know Treyarch is generally considered favorable in comparison to Infinity Ward, right? Or am I wrong there? They're insane. They're good for comp. If they're good for comp, then I'm not complaining. We want a good competitive Halo. It is Call of Duty, though, you know? Sledgehammer made literally 3 of the best COD games of all time. Which ones? Grant with the burrito fund. The burrito game is weak. Sledgehammer? Good thing Sledgehammer not in the burrito business, man. Oh, we'd be in trouble. It's a good thing you are, though, Grant. Love to see you, man. Thank you so much. King of the Hill to start out,
все-таки Cloud9.
One of the only map game types they beat Shopify on. And then they get oddball before
Вот
we
это...
even get the game forward. Like, why?
Ой-ой-ой.
This was definitely a pick and ban type situation, okay? FaZe the higher seed, they had to have been involved in
Из
the
этого
selection.
просто Nine были. Видимо, наконец-то...
There's no doubt in my mind that FaZe were involved in the selection of the maps and game types. This is crazy. We go live fire origin, and then Streets game 5, recharge, live fire. This is a beautiful series. It's a beautiful series for FaZe. We might have to change our predictions, man. I don't know about 4-0s, but maybe it could be 4-0. BJ. Damn good Halo. 14 months, BJ, let's go, brother. Welcome back. How we doing, man? Happy Sunday morning. Looking forward to seeing these new ban rules they're implementing. Yeah, with this type of series layout, there's a clear indication that they're working together to decide the maps. Right? If this was something decided by like LVT, there would not be duplicates in this way, right? Live fire, origin back to back. It's looking like a Call of Duty series, right? A COD series where it's like Scar Hardpoint, Scar Overload, Scar S&D. That's the C9 roster. Yeah, Boo Boo King, Nick, Syrian, obviously you're a big question mark in this league. A lot of this league is a big question mark. King Wizard! My God, 16 months, welcome back. Love the energy out of chat this morning. Y'all are waking me up, thank you. They were going through map picks and bans. Just don't know the full details. Is this something that's being discussed right now? Hold on a second. I mean, they're just playing the same music that we are, just different song choice. Yeah, they're not talking about it, but yeah, it sounds like there's rules around it. I think Sirion's holding a grudge against Stellar and Bound. I don't think he holds a grudge against him. You think he holds a grudge? I don't know. Something to ask Sirio. 4-0 domination phase. If you truly love Halo, you wouldn't give COD Dev any input whatsoever on a new Halo. Stay clear of it.
Oh. Ладно.
They're kind of unhappy with the state of their own game at times. I got drops now? I probably don't have drops. There's probably a false alarm chat. There's some sort of special Twitch-wide drops, like promotion or something happening. I think it has to do with like Audible or something like that. I don't know if it's Halo-related drops. Unless we actually do have it. Who knows? What's the drama? Ooh. I wish I had drama for you, bro. Anybody got some hot guys? Some tea? Anything? Not big brother shy? Little brother? It's little, well, you're right. I guess it is little bro who ended up becoming successful while big bro Halo, you know, got partied a little bit too hard in his university years, and now he's got to play catch up in his 30s. You know, that's kind of the Halo scenario. So Audible thing, yeah. You're right. COD is the little brother of Halo who like was very diligent and like did his work and got fit at the gym, right? And now everybody loves, yeah, something like that, right? That's fair. That's fair.
Что он несет?
Halo had a little bit too much fun. They succeeded while very young, right? Like child celebrity status, and then crash and burn later. Maybe? I don't know. We were supposed to have started about 25 minutes ago. So we're flying blind at this point, chat. If you're coming in wondering what's going on, we are flying blind any minute now. Lucid is trying a new hair gel. What? A new hair gel. This is the last drama I heard. I heard that it's actually not a pomade. It's a pomade. Is it called?
Опа, всем привет.
See, I don't even know.
Всем привет, ребят.
Look, man, last time I used hair gel was high school, okay?
Вот-вот начинается.
But I think
Все, кто думал, что опоздали, это не так. Вы вовремя. Как оказалось. Если честно, это обидно, потому что чем позже они начнут, тем позже они закончат. Для кого это хорошо? Точно не для европейцев, потому что для нас и так все на 7 часов вперед. Если они вот начинают, у них это там 12 час дня, то у нас это 7, 8, там такого плана. 9 кого-то. Ну не очень. Lucid play, ага, тренинг.
Let's just watch some plays, right? Ryan Noob hit an insane insta-splode that you guys got to see if you haven't already seen it. It's bandit powder. Bandit powder, bro. He's tall, right? So he has to do something to counteract with the neurons and the speed that they travel to his thumbs, right? So it's all in the pomade or whatever it is. Thank you. Is it John? Jonah. Okay, Lucid POV here on Recharge hits a nasty overkill. Give us a look. Any minute in. He's like 6'1", 6 feet, 6'1", I think. I think we're jumping in the game.
О, начинается.
Okay, bad timing. This was nasty though. Hit the spray
Опа.
strafe, clamber cancel on the battery. And
А ну. Да, началось. Наконец-то. Уже сразу... А Луси, ничего себе. Ага, они уже со снайпой. Ну-ну. Уже экшен какой-то. Так, Cloud9, ну здесь у нас преимущественно американцы. Окей, американцы против американцев. Баунд пока что не взял ни одного убийства. Сирен уже с 6. При этом Cloud9 забирает... Неужели? Забирают первую гору? А, ну, сейчас на 2 секунды буквально зайти надо и все. Бубу попытался, что-то не вышло. Ага, что? Ой, что-то с контролем. У Стеллера что-то было либо с контроллером, либо с инетом. Ай-яй. Тут... Неужели Cloud9 не могут зайти? Просто зайти 2 секунды. 2 секунды подержать гору. Заходит. Бубу-дубу заходит. Сможет ли он... Нет, ай, он Стеллера не смог убить. Потеряли. Ничего себе старт. Ничего себе старт про лиги. Уже почти аутсайдеры почти взяли первую гору. Отличный был бы старт. Ну ничего, они еще могут отыграться. Впереди сейчас 4 минуты.
Doubt the MVP, do not doubt
Do
your
not
Frenchman
doubt the MVP.
in a legend who just stays alive long enough to keep
Да, у
that
нас
hill
ведь
Cloud9.
Legend
Not
MVP
be happy with that one, but they both have a setup early over
24.
toward the tower side. Now Renegade and the rest of FaZe have to break their way through, but through
А
the front door, it
Renegade,
looks like
MVP
Renegade and FaZe are going the
20-25.
final 2 players, and it's a double push
Последний
out of FaZe that
MVP.
absolutely obliterate one. And did he get the melee on Syrian? It looks like he did. Syrian is down to 1 shot, but not cleaned up yet. And as he gets his shields up, it's 3 down for FaZe. It's the 1v1 he was looking for, and he ends up winning
Размену,
it
что ли?
right.
О, ноускоп от Ника.
Jeez, King Nick.
Еще и со снайпой. Legacy. Halo 2. Halo 2, Halo 3.
Pushes back FaZe with that snipe shot, and now the time is really playing against FaZe. There is one player on this flank though, and already caught out. Avusi's got the damage, but it's Legend that stayed alive. Boo-boo, doo-boo with those cleanups, and look at what's happened in the meantime. No one has gotten close to King Nick until now. They're almost there on the capture, and they'll get it just before Bound can get the slay.
Забирают. 1-1. Cloud9 забрали гору.
FaZe do have a bit of an advantage, having Down with the sniper in his hand, see, aggressively pushes it through the bottom of the map. The no-scope connects, and the cleanup is there. FaZe immediately taking the setup over toward the A side, and they're not letting it go. Bound like a wrecking ball, putting damage onto everybody. Eventually sends Syrian back with the rebound.
Да, вот это, конечно, первая игра про лиги.
And Syrian, I mean, look, he's having a fantastic way to start this year. He's 12-6 thus far, and he's been involved in just about everything. And you know, yesterday there was a lot of talk going on in the Twitch streams about, oh, Sirion's gonna get humbled tonight, tomorrow. And right now, I mean, Sirion looks like he belongs. He has been on the front lines.
Да, Сирен выглядит уверенным. 12 убийств уже. Интересно, какой у него пинг? Я так понимаю, где-то 20-30 максимум. Как у Уайта, у Лэсшата, который играет в Shopify.
An incredible shot there to take down Boo Boo Doo Boo. That keeps not only the camo in play, but also the hill. Cloud9 once again is 99% the way there on a hill, but with how things are shaping, Legend could play spoiler. It's a 2v4 though that he needs to come out on top of. That might be too tall of a challenge for a camouflage.
Double push through Cloud9 and they're finishing out that hill. 2-1 lead now belong to Cloud9 as we switch gears over towards
Вторую гору. Охренеть. Что происходит? 1-2 в пользу Cloud9. Неужели они заберут первую карту? 3 минуты. 3 минуты. Посмотрим. Что-то мне подсказывает, что счет будет 3-3. А вот дальше уже тут не угадаешь. Это же Live Fire, это карта команды FaZe. Ну, ребят, как так? Неужели они не тренировались, не разогрелись перед турниром? Это же ShowMatch. Но все приходят именно на шоу-матчи. О, хорош. А, ну это снайп был. Снайп. Баунти просыпается. Это шоу-матч. Вот, решающий день. Все-таки у нас... Сколько там? 250, наверное, долларов. Если 4 команды, 1000. А, нет, 1000 на кону. 4 шоу-матча, то есть 4 сражения по 1000 долларов. То есть на кону 1000 долларов. По 200 или по 250, в зависимости от того, на кого деньги уходят. Просто если уходят, если в счет идут и как бы деньги на тренера, на коуч, тогда по 200. Если без коуч, без тренера, тогда по 250. Скорее всего, у Фейс точно, у Клауда, да, у них у всех по 200. Это борьба за 200 долларов для себя. Сирен зашел на гору, ай, ренегат, гадина, ай, какая крыса какая, ай. Сирен себя комфортно чувствовал на башне, но не тут-то было. Ренегат закидал гранатами, как нуб какой-то. Даже я такого себе не позволяю делать. Ага, так, 5-ю гору забирают. Но все равно очень компетитив, очень близко. Посмотрим, может сейчас действительно будет 3-3, как я и говорил. А там уже сам Бог знает. Сами пророки знают. Сам Посмотрим. 3 на 3 у нас сейчас было. 3 на 3. Стеллар забирает Сириана. В то время Бубу-Дубу втихую держит гору. Красавчик. Что-то произошло?
Absolute chaos, king of the hill, live fire. It's still my favorite game mode of map combination.
Что-то сейчас произошло или game crash? Ну понятно. У Стеллара вылетела игра. Да, такое бывает, но... Знаете, а может быть что-то Фейс подкручивает, что-то как-то в свою пользу. Давай посмотрим, что пишет в чате. Да, помню я, как это уже прикалываются с этого. Did Bound already unplug the entire internet? Ай, комедия. Year 5 crashes. Что-то мутненько как-то, если честно. Они как раз были на грани проигрыша. Так что не знаю. Может быть специально. Конечно, им сейчас будет очень удобно. С самого начала снайпа будет. Потом через 30 секунд кэмо. Да ты шо. Это они себе классно делают. Yeah. В смысле полный рестарт. Не полный. Не может быть полный. No, it can't be right. Что-то там путают, наверное.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but like not even just about the quantity of kills, but it feels like maybe the quality.
Не, полный рестарт точно не будет. Там был счет 3-3. Не знаю, почему в конце показывал 2-3, если было 3-3. Ну, по идее, сейчас только одну гору нужно взять. Да, как я и говорил, снайпа, кэмо вот появится. Очень удобно. Ну вот, сразу Фейс уже в преимуществе. Ой, какой ноускоп. Это очень грязная игра, я считаю. Ну, тут, ребята, так не делается. 5-й год киберспортивной составляющей Halo Infinite и до сих пор вот эти трюки проворачивает. Cloud9, спешите, спешите, вы уже потеряли почти половину горы. Давайте, ребят. Ай-яй-яй, ай, грязный ноускоп по 3 негада. Ой, опасно, ой, опасно, ой, опасно, нет. Чувствую, после этого рестарта здесь все было в пользу Фейс, к сожалению. И я не знаю, как они сейчас этот момент обыграют с тем, что было 3-3, надо было взять 4-ю гору. Ну, скорее всего, LVT скажут, ну все, как бы, 4 мертвы у Фейс. Cloud9, пользуйтесь моментом, ребята, бегом, заходите, обороняйтесь. Ой, красавчик Бубу, давай. Давай со снайпой. Ай, он сам. Ай, он сам там. Как же ж так-то, ну? 3 мертвы у Cloud9. Ай-яй-яй. Ого, ничего себе выкурили Легенда. Что сейчас будет? Legend, Ренегат заходит. Все-таки полностью решили. Видимо, да. Видимо, да, решили полностью. Я не понимаю, LVT выгодно за счет этого или как? Но это как получается? Они отыграли почти полностью матч? Как вот это вот? Ладно. Смотрим заново тогда. Что странно получается. Бубу что-то не заканчивает дело. Чуть было не падает за карту. Баунд каким-то образом не теряется в моменте. Забирает за собой Бубу. Тем временем Фейс лидирует. Сейчас еще будут брать вторую гору. Раз мы играем в такие грязные игры, то почему тогда Cloud9 так не поступит? А? Не, ну это омерзительно, ну как так можно? Что там? Какой-то момент там был интересный. Ноускоп был. Ну посмотрим потом на повторе, я сам не понял, кто это сделал. Так, 2 мертвы у Фейс. Cloud9 потихонечку заходит в гору. 4 мертвы у Фейс! Cloud9 чувствует себя уверенно. Еще и со снайпой 6 патронов. Оу, почти ноускоп был. Сирион, все равно неплохой выстрел, очень даже неплохо. Приятно видеть, когда команды играют на равных условиях. Да, мы не знаем, какие у них там настройки на ПК, насколько мощная ПК, какие у них контроллеры, но что я точно знаю, что как минимум уже успокаивает меня, это то, что у них всех одинаковый пинг. Ну или плюс-минус там разница в 10-20 миллисекунд, что вообще не ощутимо. Непонятно, правда, с Легендом. Он должен был приехать к Баунду в Америку. Но успел ли он это сделать до сегодняшнего шоу-матча, неизвестно. Будем разбираться уже на ходу. Может быть, Intel нам какой-то подкинут в комментариях. Непонятно.
His way to delay and slay is by pushing forward, by being aggressive and forcing the play. Cloud9, in this meantime, has really been struck by that aggressive play. They lose their positioning, and they might just lose a lot more if they're not able to stabilize here soon.
Да.
Right now, but Bound did have himself a sniper and a setup for phase. Cloud9 once again trying to push up. And them going 2 down, but Wadubu backing up just a bit here as FaZe started to win these 1v1s, and all this time now going for FaZe because Cloud9 were not able to break.
Борьба за Кэмо. Бубу-дубу близик. Да! Забирает Баунда. И дает возможность Сириону взять... Ай, Сирион погибает. Бежал в Кэмо. Не реализовал Бубу-дубу. Подбирает. Посмотрим, как он сейчас реализует Кэмо. Как минимум даунфул. Ник забирает Баунду. А, Стеллара забирает.
holding on to this hill.
Бубу забирает Ренегада и... Ай, почти Легенда даблкилл бы был.
Takes down two. Legend down to one shot. He will be chased down.
И это помешало Cloud9.
Kidding me? He's in a disadvantageous situation. Not
Legend
only did he kill
забирает.
Camo, he took down the next player while one shot.
Скорее всего,
He's
третий гору
dancing on the
забирают
grave of
Фейз.
Cloud9, and this hill is taken back. It's phases. Now the
Но
rotation
Cloud9
and next
догоняет.
forward on everyone's mind as Sniper comes up.
Ай, ничего со снайпой. Еще и для самого снайпера Стеллера. Но нет. Сирен дает ответочку. Забирает снайпу. Забирает. No scope. Сбивает щиты Ренегаду. Может ли он убить? Да, смог! Не прицеливаясь с Бендит. Дает инфу. No scope снимает броню Легенда. Помогает Нику. Супер. Супер Cloud9 чувствует себя уверенно. Размен Сирила на Легенда.
Clearly is locked into this match. 15 kills, 10 assists for his team, and right now we're seeing a clear
10 ассистов у Сирена. 15-10-12. 15-10-12. Пока что лучшая статистика.
FaZe Clan have come out on top time and time again. On the other side, though, Cloud9, it's like a connected web that's working together. Primarily, Sirion and Avusi getting into these frontline positions and buying time for Boo Dubu and King Nick to come in and be ready to clean up those fights. Look at the assist column between Cloud9 and FaZe. That's the difference.
17-12 у Сирена. Парень сегодня пришел заряженным на турнир.
Leads us to a tied game at 2 apiece. A minute 22 seconds on the clock right now, and Syrian almost had a ninja situation, but still, a very sneaky play can be made by Syrian. He can give his team tower control if he plays this right.
Зачем мне писать, что-то отвлекать в личку? Так, борьба за пятую гору.
In the hill, feet planted right now. Our Syrian trying to box out any member of
Ай, Сириан
trying to get in, and a trade honestly is not that
в защите был сам. Забирает с собой одного.
And a player does end up QTing right behind enemy lines over to the green side despite being weak. You know, this phase is still pushed forward, but Cloud9 can attack from all angles here. I'm not mad at Cloud9 right now. 1-1v1, and it could mean some more time.
Как-то напряженная борьба за пятую гору.
The next thing that could be a problem for Cloud9 is that sniper that's coming up in just a few seconds. Renegade's here and waiting. Cloud9, it looked like they were in a dominant spot before down, but as we get further into this hill, it's FaZe that are
Очень близко, очень близко. Но, к сожалению, у Ренегада снайпа. Ничего себе, его выкурили. Авуси. Авуси, кто это был? Сириан, наверное. Сириан с Авуси вместе выкуривают Ренегада. Забирают пятую гору. При этом двое мертвы у Фейс. Чума какая-то. Да ну.
As we look into this next rotation, that sniper going down and switching hands back to FaZe.
Не, ну это вот.
Have a lot of work ahead of them, despite having this lead. I think this is a hill that largely favors FaZe at the moment. There's the sniper.
You have a player jump in and you just hear that error sound. And Syria now, the sniper, not even catching the no scope, but the second shot is money. Bounce somehow getting a double kill, and there he is. Not only getting the double, ends up over towards green, scoring for Cloud9 and with a 1 bullet sniper.
Да, это конечно. Это, конечно, вкусно. Жесть. 48 секунд. 47. И это Фейс только предстоит взять для себя третью гору, чтобы сравнять счет. А дальше уже будет очень интересно, потому что, скорее всего, будет дополнительное время. 30 секунд остается. 30 секунд. 28. Фейс, Legend с телепортом. Готовится к атаке. Сможет ли он ее отбить? Нет, ему не удается. Сирион заходит. Сирион с Ником заходит. Помешают, неужели? Да ну! Неужели? Cloud9. Вот это старт. Вот это первая, ну технически даже уже вторая карта. Да ну! Лэшенда убирает. Нет, Стеллар заходит. И успеет ли Стеллар зайти? Его убивают. 0 секунд. Да ну! Офигеть! Офигеть!
The slaying story is
Офигеть!
heavily in favor of Cloud9, and it's Sirion that was leading the charge.
Sirion has been a dog this series, man. 26 kills, 15 assists, 14
вот это Jam with Halo.
of being the player that people talk about having a ton of potential or being next up. He says it's not next up. It's his time. Sirion wants the crown right now. He's going at some legendary names. We're talking about some Hall of Fame type names on the other side of things, and he's the one leading in damage. He's the one leading in slays. Remember Sirion's name. He's damn good.
Remember Sirion's name.
7,800 damage.
Индус на минуточку.
Sirion into this game, and I mean, look, he absolutely ripped the lobby. And when I think back at, just yesterday, I was actually tuning into Renegade stream, and Renegade and Sirion were having a little back and forth between the two of them. And Sirion, he's a young kid. He likes to go off the handle a little bit. He's saying some suspect things. Renegade had some keywords.
Да, чего такого я не ожидал. Даже коэффициенты, все было в пользу Фейс. Да ну.
You kind of could tell that in his gameplay. Think back to that live fire game where Sirion actually had Renegade one shot, and it was a situation with over toward the back dummy side. Actually, it ends up he was elbowing, ends up in back dummies, but plenty of time Renegade to back down. Sirion had the advantage. What does Renegade do? He goes in for a bit of an ego child there. Like he wanted to welcome the young man into the league, and Sirion.
Да, это...
And I felt like that was him almost trying to prove himself. He's like, hey, look, you're trying to humble me. He's like, I'm good. Worry about you. Sirion coming out hot in that one, but I'm not surprised that you mentioned that, because it almost felt like in that play, Renegade was trying to humble him with that ego chow. Good intel.
And now we look into the next map, and this is the thing that's shocking. Like, we go live fire. I think, hey, this is a map that should be, one of FaZe's better maps because that sniper's into play. But the reality of it is that Cloud9 must have been very confident on me. Obviously,
Бубу, давай.
Pick of the map, and
Топим за тебя.
their best. Now that we get to the end and we see how well they played it, there's a reason why that was their pick.
Опа, вот и вторая карта. Origin, Slayer. Ну, здесь, скорее всего, Фейс выиграет.
Origin, a map that traditionally FaZe has done well, but once again,
Вот,
this is
traditionally
actually
Фейс
a
done
map
well.
pick.
Ну вот, сам ведущий говорит.
With the catwalk and get yourself a huge advantage with that snipe. Origin Slayer. It ain't for the weak.
Начинают.
For both FaZe and Cloud9, ain't no weakness in this lobby.
Yeah, that sniper up. Still Cloud9 in a good position for this. This is FaZe Clan's map pick here in game 2. So this is the map that FaZe felt most confident in, but right now you can see why. The Rockets and Sniper early on should be heading FaZe's way, and so far there has not been a cleanup for Cloud9.
Уже 5-0, 5-0, 6-1 в пользу Фейс. Ну, и я говорил, и ведущий говорил, что эта карта, ну и просто резня, это же все для состава Фейс. Для действующего состава Фейс.
Easy
11-5. Двое мертвы у Cloud9. Ай-яй.
Legend might have been 3 down, but wasn't playing like it. Those were some huge plays being made that really give Face the advantage. Bound still with the sniper in hands. Chases
14-7. Вдвое лидирует Фейс. Cloud9 потихонечку догоняют.
The split spawn there might just lead the demise of Bound. He thought he had a clear lane to go in, but Cloud9 able to get that team shot established early on, and you can see how quickly a collapse can fall apart on the other side when early damage is unexpected. Bound going down early there has cost FaZe dearly in this last few kills, and you can see they have not recovered yet. It is kill after kill, and suddenly we're tied up in this game at 15 all. Cloud9 is on a hell of a run.
Cloud9 уже сравняли 16-16. Да ну. Под чем, ребята, сегодня? Неужели они выиграют и вторую карту? Вот. No way. 19-18.
And that push and pull from Cloud9 has been really effective against FaZe so far. We've seen a hyper-aggressive Sirion that is not afraid to get into these gunfights. But on the other side, Cloud9 does a great job of stunning the other side. King Nick and Dubu, especially, just are
это вообще 19-24, Бубу, давай! Давай, мой мальчик. Да ну! Ты шо, я лично ради... 20-26, я лично ради тебя приеду в Америку. Буду автографы у тебя брать. Буду там кричать: Бобо, давай! Там буду этот, типа, платок. Только у меня платок Макс Ферстаппен тут с нидерландским флагом. Я буду так: давай. Вот так вот буду. Пока вот так вот, к сожалению. Пока вот так вот. У нас, конечно, не Формула 1 или GT3, но пока вот так. Пока вот так будет. О, 23-32! Таймер 8,5 минут показывает. 23-33. 24-33. Сирен 13 убийств. Бубу 7-4. Сирен, под чем ты? Допинг какой-то или что? Как такое вообще может быть? Что в прошлой катке, что в этой? Какой у него там пинг? Какой у него FPS там? Слышь, когда он проводил трансляцию, у него было там что-то в районе 120 или 180, и то он играл на низких. То есть у него не такой уж и мощный комп. То есть у него комп слабее Series X, если я так подумал. Что на Series X 120 кадров, но там высокие настройки. Ну, окей, средние, но там высокое разрешение. И там не используется никакой апскейлер типа FSR. Вот, кстати, почему бы нет? Могли бы уже ввести. Вместо этого они зачем-то ввели трассировку лучей. Ну, типа, окей, сюжетка красивее за счет этого, но не знаю. Все-таки в Infinite играют в основном ради мультиплеера. 42-32, неужели? Все коэффициенты, все было в пользу Фейс. Там коэффициент был на игру в среднем 1,1. 1,1 в пользу Фейс. Я еще думаю, может быть, поставить 1000 гривен такой, ну сотку заработать. Он думает: да нет, это неинтересно. Еще и опасно. Это они первую игру, в смысле, первую карту проиграли. 44-35. Что это такое вообще? Что происходит в наших глазах? 46-36, да. Вот это мы и хотим видеть. Да, вот это мы и хотим видеть. 39-46. Incredible game. Incredible performance from guys today. Let's hope they can keep this up. Потому что здесь best of 7, надо тогда 4. 4 карты выиграть надо будет команде. 48. 42, 48. Legend просыпается под конец. Но не поздно ли уже? 49. 42, 49. Кто же будет последним, кто умрет у Фейс? Кто же будет последним, интересно? Я не думаю, что здесь Фейс могут оправиться. MVP performances from Serum. That's for sure. Bound! Да, нет, Legend. Legend. 0-2. 0-2 в пользу Cloud9. Это как вообще? Да, это невозможно. Ну как?
And, you know, the rise of Sirion has been a new development in Halo. Like, when we think about the history of Halo Infinite, Sirion didn't really come onto the radar until the very end of the HCS cycle. And right now, it feels like he's taking his leap from, you know, a new pro player to suddenly becoming one of the mainstays in the league. That is incredible work from Sirion, and right now he is putting the team on his back, and that's what you expect. This reminds me of, you know, an early splice when in Halo 5 when you had like a Renegade that was coming in, or like straight rip-in from Halo 5, where Renegade would just come in and take over a game. That's what Sirion's doing right now. He is not failing to live up to the task. He's not failing to get in this game and make it mixy. 4,400 damage. He's in those front lines, causing chaos. The first priority right now for FaZe is starting to call Z out by name. Don't let him get away with this. Я не знаю, как это вообще. Как это? Ну это же вообще... Это там коэффициенты были на Cloud9. Да, если, чтобы не соврать, сколько там было? Наверное, 2 или 2 с чем-то. Все для... Бубу мою дубу, да. Карта перша переможець 5.61. Карта 2 переможець 5.61. Переможець в целом 10.33. Интересно, какие сейчас были коэффициенты? К сожалению, они не перевели в лайв. Ага, у нас вновь лайффайр, но в этот раз отбол. Отбол, мой любимый, нелюбимый режим. Да. Вот это да, вот это да. Вот это, конечно, damn good Halo. Вот это damn good Halo. Ради такого стоит приходить. Дальше тут правда. Вот так вот. О, это просто... Gifted subs. Подарил подписки кислообщина. Мне не выпало, поэтому не важно. Что такое? Что происходит? Подожди, что-то я пропустил. Кто? Четверо, трое мертвы, Легенда показывают. А Вуси в то время держит мяч, спокойно сочувствует. Кошмар. Просто. Так, я не понял. Почему мне не скрывается чат? А вот тут. Почему кнопки не было? Капец. Капец просто. Просто как такое может быть? Ну в голове не укладывается. Коэффициент 5 на карту был. Вот кто-то поставил на Cloud9, на Бубу, на Ника, на Сириона, на Авуси. Ну Сириона, ладно, он мне понравился еще в начале сезона. Когда он начинал со Стелларом, с Баундом и с Ико. И они тогда должны были быть фейс. Но Стеллар был против. Что теперь? Стеллар фейс. Но вместо Сириона и вместо Ико у нас Legend и Ренегат. И что мы видим? God Squad проигрывает, ну, в лучшем случае команде среднего пелотона. Как такое вообще может быть? on all of their setups. They're quick to identify when they need to drop. when they need
С
to,
карабина
focus in on
Алимова
the
Авуси,
next.
ну, конечно, с,
There's just not a lot to
благодаря
exploit.
помощи напарника, но все же.
They're finding weak points.
И
That's their
продолжать
strength,
держать
right?
мяч.
You have all this great individual
Клауден
talent
уверенно
and
себя
energy
чувствует, уже
they're
50
gonna
секунд
exploit
держит.
it. Right now, Cloud9
50 секунд, 51 секунда против 6.
Cloud9 knocking on the door, trying to take
Ведущий,
down his face plant roster.
как его, я забыл. Имя в Хейло. Говорит, halfway to victory для команды Cloud9. Сказал, сейчас попытается взять снайпу. Ага, Вуси его задавил. Тут и Боба пришел. Боба забирает снайпу. А, попытался Ренегат за ноускоп, не вышло, ничего. Отступи, перезарядись. Воссоединись с командой. Кстати, забавно получилось. Я вот думал тоже, за кого болеть. Естественно, SSG. Помни? Естественно, For the Kind, это следующий матч будет. For the Kind против, я не помню, Mercenaries, кажется. И... Ну, последний шоу-матч, я думаю, никому не будет интересен, там, понятное дело, Shopify выиграет. А вот этот матч, я думаю, ну, скорее всего, Фейс выиграет. Трое мертвы были у Фейс сейчас. Как такое вообще может быть? Но я думаю, ну, все-таки в Cloud9 Бубу, мой любимчик. С другой стороны, Bound Face. У меня как бы ни туда, ни сюда. Но все-таки я одел синюю футболку. То есть как бы, ну, я так просто, потому что она достаточно таки хорошо сочетается с моим креслом и не сильно с фоном, то есть он выделяется. Плюс здесь есть желтые надписи, да, типа, ну, как бы, ну, если тут не написано Space Station, но считайте, что тут что-то связанное с SSG. Такая фигня тоже есть. Короче, какая-то типа спортивная, ну, на самом деле, это действительно спортивная футболка, это Team Rock, Скалы Джонсона. Мерч совместно с Under Armour. Ну, вообще, это тренировочная футболка, но... В данном случае я ее использую для того, чтобы наблюдать за, в каком-то смысле, тренировкой. Ну, на самом деле, тут уже как бы шоу-матч. Уже все тренировки позади, уже именно надо действовать, что-то делать, что-то кому-то доказывать, но... У меня тут про спорт, а у нас киберспорт, в общем, что-то как-то сочетается. И сините. В душе я знал, вот кто должен получить славу, да? Кто заслуживает ее. Конечно же, Сирион, которого обделили, потому что он должен был быть в составе Фейс, как я уже говорил, вместо либо Ренегада, либо Legend. Точно, скорее всего, вместо Legend, потому что Ренегат вообще не должен быть в Halo. Он на трансляциях так и говорит, сейчас off-season в CAD, Call of Duty, и я играю в Halo, и еще и представляю другую организацию, это типа временно все. То есть непонятно, он будет участвовать, будет ли он принимать участие на Halo Fest, на LAN турнире $150 000. Непонятно пока. То есть, возможно, у нас еще будет Rostermania перед Halo Fest после Про-лиги, потому что на Про-лигу уже можно менять, можно заменить одного игрока, одного участника в команде только из перечня тех игроков, которые заранее сказали о том, что они как бы саб, то есть они FA, Free Agent, они не нашли себе команду, и они в любой момент, если надо, будут готовы выйти вместо кого-то. Тогда, да, можно провести замену. То есть в теории, если что, если Ренегат уйдет, Фейс придется выбрать кого-то из тех игроков, которые предупредили о том, что они готовы выйти вместо кого-то. Так, тем временем 75-64, Фейс лидирует. Все-таки. Наверстали упущенное. 80-20 секунд остается для них. Они заберут первый раунд. И еще и под контролем у них снайпер. Возможно, да, действительно, сейчас этот раунд они забирают. Но впереди еще второй надо выиграть. Не все так просто.
Can they find the clean wipes and then get themselves set up for the next rotation? Looks so far so good, but they need to hold this for 30 seconds at minimum to tie up this game. And there's only 45 seconds of neutral clock to work with. I think FaZe Clan has dual win mandates right now.
Cloud9 thinking in their heads, all they need to weather the storm just a bit here, and that might have been the opening they were looking for.
60, 70, 91, 70.
They get the slays that they need.
Cloud9 разворачивает игру.
And he might be able to combine it with a camouflage phase 1 and 2. And oh my gosh, Boo Boo on a killing spree.
Didn't need to even hit the head, but does it nonetheless. Only 2 players alive, and the clock is running
90.
out.
Сравняли. 93-91. Да ну, еще и Кэма усилена. Ну все, в сухую. 1-0 в пользу Cloud9. Шок. Показывает повтор. Ноускоп у Бубу был, помогал напарнику. Отличная командная работа. Ничего больше не добавишь. Ага, интересно, значит, трое из Фейс пошли на снайперку, и Legend в то время втихую решил обходить через B. А все равно, несмотря на это, Cloud9 контролирует мяч. Как им это удается? Я не знаю, у них только надо учиться. Как они друг друга понимают? В то время у Бубу уже 18-10. Статистика показывает. Максимум. Максимум. Это у Ренегада. Оу, 2 даблкилл со снайперки. Ай-яй-яй, злой. Злой Ренегад. Ячей Кэма забирает. 19-5 у Ренегада. Против 18-10 у Бубу-Дубу. Сири он догоняет 16-6, Стеллар 16-11.
Turn sniper into a camo combination, ball off the bat. 23 seconds already here for FaZe, and he want to turn it into a whole lot more. Ball being rotated away.
Usually routine shots from Renegade do not go his way.
Что-то Ренегад, если честно, дурить какую-то выдал, но со снайперки. Но трипл... О, трипл килл! Это такие были. Добивал. Ай, Бубу попытался в спину, не получилось. На месте Cloud9 я бы перегруппировал. О, Сирион, трипл килл! Ничего себе, трое мертвых Фейс.
So often in Halo, we have ripple effects, right? Plays that happen 20 seconds prior or 10 seconds prior that lead to something much bigger early on. That's right. That's Boo Boo in that spot. Boo getting behind all 4 players, identifying a Renegade, getting that kill, and then doing a little extra damage opens up a door for Sirion to get the triple kill, right? And that's what's been really hurting FaZe Clan throughout this is they're letting Cloud9 create too much.
Отходит на точку B. Перевели игру Cloud9 в свою пользу. Выкидывают мяч. Он возобновился. Подбирают Фейс. Ренегад почти с двойным убийством. Стеллар, Ренегад, конечно, ребята злые. Как это? Гад Сквад проигрывает 0-2. 0-2 аутсайдеров. Шок. Так, преимущество сейчас у Фейс. И Кэмо, и снайпа у Ренегада. В конце концов, просто гранаты. Что тяжко ему это далось. Никак он не реализовал ни снайпу, ни Кэмо. Не реализовал. Все, забирают. Бубу опасно. Инфу дай. Ай-яй-яй. Защищал мяч как мог. Ни туда, ни сюда. Оу, 2-0 убийство от Ренегада. Немножко начал теряться. Отступает.
Gets away with a 2-bullet sniper over toward the back elbow side. Those nades are going to keep him out of that angle, out of the fight, and right into the hands of the flanking Boo Boo once again.
Бубу, давай. Ну, с прицела снимает щит Баунду. Своему когда-то, еще в прошлом, напарнику. Минуточку.
Damn near every one of those 14 deaths might be the responsibility of Boo Boo Doo, and he is keeping his team in the lead.
Бубу, давай. Интересно, кто у них лидер в команде? Бубу? Или Кинник? Бубу неплохо подержал мяч. Знаю, что есть риск отдать цель, отдать мяч врагам. Выбрасывает мяч за карту. А, Ренегат тем временем опять со своим Кэмом. Но Сирион его задавил. Не тут-то было. Кэма не реализовано. Кэма не реализовано, но в то время Бубу-Дубу с напарником переводят цель теперь на точку. Это у нас что? Эй, вроде бы. На точку Эй. Ну не, ну это вообще. Неужели? 15 секунд остается Cloud9, они будут уже 3-0 лидировать. Как такое может быть? У Ренегада 32-10-16. 32-10, 33-10-17. И все равно этого недостаточно. Статистика ни о чем не говорит, ребят. Статистика ни о чем не говорит, потому что здесь, в этом режиме, не важно убийство, а важна цель. Cloud9 выигрывает третью карту подряд против God Squad. Против God Squad. Фейс, God Squad, как такое может быть? Мне даже страшно читать комментарии, там, наверное, вообще все с ума сходят. Defeat on GG, goddamn, nice, wow. Boo Boo hands.
Dueling efforts from him and Sirion in two dramatically different ways. Sirion staying on that high, aggressive frontline push. Boo Boo Doo entering that empty space on those flanks and finding critical kills in those junctions. Create a situation for Cloud9 that's perfect. A 2-0 lead and now a 3-0 in their series. This is a massive game for Cloud9. We gotta remember, top 6 qualify for the LAN. They're coming out the gate, not only guaranteeing 3 map wins here, that's gonna help them down the road if it comes down to map count, but they can take an early win against, you know, one of the league's favorites, FaZe Clan.
With a big 8k damage in a minute worth of ball time. What are we talking about here? And let me tell you something, Tools. I was told throughout the week that there would be a 4-0 sweep in this matchup, but they were telling me that it was going to be FaZe. Well, you may see the sweep, but it may be going the opposite way. It may not be red as you thought. It may be the boys in blue, Cloud9.
Boys in blue. Today we are rooting for boys in blue. Boys in blue.
Against what arguably many had as your favorites to make a grand finals. Origin. We end up back on this map. This time, capture the flag. Cloud9 looking for just.
Так, что у нас вновь Origin, но теперь у нас Capture the Flag, причем не 3, а 5 флагов.
Cloud9 going into this, they had banned Empyrean from the map rotation. Cloud9 decides to pick Origin as their next, and you know, although this is Cloud9's map pick, I think this is one where FaZe is pretty happy to have for their do or die series here. This is one of their more comfortable maps.
Renegade. Making his presence known almost immediately, grabbing hold of those rockets and almost turns into a double kill. King Nick with a huge hit on the other side of things. Lucy somehow survives, thrives, and gets the weakest dollar.
Double kill это выше.
We've been talking about his teammates a little too much, starting to put respect on my name. Of Vusi, a critical shot, and you start to see the pressure from Cloud9. 2 players getting into the elbow. They have them trapped at the cave. There's nowhere for them to go, but this might be
Троймер through face.
No one's grabbed the flag until now. This might be a little bit too late on the flag grab. It's just Boo Boo Doo that's alive, and the players of FaZe start to swarm in, and although, you know, on paper, everything went right there for Cloud9. They had them trapped. They're getting kill after kill. It shows you how important efficiency is in the game. You can't afford to waste a couple seconds to pull out a flag to get a couple more slays. Oftentimes, it's going to bite you in the back.
Despite the 5-0 start by the former Rainbow Six player in Abusi, we're on board with FaZe right now. That means not only to get the stop, but also starting to convert that defense into a bit of offense here, looking for the counter opportunity. Renegade taking damage from 2 different angles, somehow finds the third, the exit, and the nade onto Boo Boo Dubu. Now wants to line up Syrian, who has no idea he's being stalked by the ultimate hunter. Takes one down, turns it into 2 extra damage onto King Nick. That's just what Renegade does.
I mean, Renegade has clearly come to life in this game. 9 kills
Опа.
early on.
Слушай, да
in
там
this
летает.
game. He had a great performance in game.
No scope от Бубу-Дубу.
I mean, it feels like he's trying to find the spark for his team. The question is, can the rest of his team find that same flame? Because so far, Cloud9 have been on the front foot, and this time,
Авуси, ну как так-то, ну? Нес что-то, потерял флаг. Давай, приятель, соберись. Сейчас налегке возьмут и выиграют 4-0 против FaZe. Фантастика, уже первый флаг. Как такое может быть?
They know where Renegade's at as well, trying their best to take care of him. Ooh, but Renegade's gonna say, I'm gonna come instead, and
Что там, какая-то
honestly,
собака тявкает?
I felt like that might have been a spot where Renegade gives a
Тяу.
freely there. We'll see if Cloud9's able to punish that. 3 that go down for FaZe. Despite Sniper coming up, Cloud9 controls.
Triple kill от Авуси.
Might just find themselves another flag capture.
Lucy over toward this elbow side here.
Да ну, это как вообще?
Want to push up and get any kind of control. They know they have to impress and respect Avusi's position. He has himself a carbine as well, which I'm sure he's gonna love for those long-range fights. Does he know there could be a close-range one in his sights here? No, they deal with them. Avusi on the pole here.
Второй флаг несут. Трое мертвых FaZe.
The spawns for FaZe should be out on the elbow, but
А,
it's gonna be
чуми.
enough. You see the angle's good to stop the flag, but unfortunately, it's just
Ай,
too
no
little too
scope
late.
от Сириона.
Shots like that.
Убивает
Three
MVP в
Cloud9
который
though.
раз.
Sirion, can he stop them from getting to this flag? It looks like it's likely to happen. This should be the second flag that comes
Что,
in.
второй
Cloud9,
флаг уже.
man, the efforts from Cloud9 have been rewarded time and time again in this series. Oh, JW. The overkill.
Неужели
Is that
FaZe
just a counter?
в коем-то веке, просыпаются? Хоть что-то сейчас будет от них. Доносят первый флаг. Да, Renegade Legend, вот к чему приводят посиделки в Call of Duty. Да, особенно это касается Ренегада, который последние полгода колду играл.
The way they've been playing is it's forcing FaZe to play side to side, where they're having to take space early on to try to counteract aggressive plays from Cloud9. It's largely because Sirion and Abusi have been very consistent on their overextends. If they can start to shut down those overextends and keep Cloud9 in their back base and make them play for the 50-yard line a little bit more, that's where FaZe can have some success. And I think you're seeing that success right now. Cloud9 struggling on getting out of their base, taking a lot of damage here. Leads them to going 3 down. Renegade last alive, but he'll be able to reset the
Трое
front
мертвых
line here
Cloud9,
for
трое
his
были
team.
мертвых FaZe.
See Renegade do this time and time again on some of those teams during those lower bracket runs when his team looks like they're in a bad situation. That's when he just
King Nick каким-то образом перестрелял Ренегада.
18 kills out of him. His energy's being matched.
Трое мертвых FaZe, трое мертвых Cloud9.
King Nick with
Стеллар в попытке украсть флаг ему не удается.
side of Cloud9 to match his energy.
A couple key wins there, though, from King Nick and Sirion, stopping that flag opportunity for FaZe. And look how aggressive Cloud9 is on trying to get into the base of FaZe. If they're given an opportunity, they are sprinting to the other side.
Почти третий.
Down for FaZe here. Flag
Так, интересно, теряют Cloud9 флаг. Вернули. Ага. Ну ладно.
Yeah, I like it, right? That sniper's really not going to make much of an impact with where he was. Instead, he needed to get that bandit into the fight. And he knew that his team was eventually going to spawn up behind him and come take that sniper. I like the idea of just trying to stay on that front line, right? Let one of your players coming off the spawn get the power weapon. That way you can keep the attack forward. And give your team another
Третий
chance at a
флаг
flag
доносит.
opportunity, which they
Трое.
capitalized on.
Трое.
If he makes the greedy play,
3 флага против одного.
had this cap right, may have got that stop beautifully done right now as Avusi able to get a hold of that sniper and King Nick and Avusi now want to try to work together here to clear out things and maybe go for a 4th flag cap.
Ну,
He's giving up a lot
это...
of space to keep the sniper up into play. I mean, Cloud9 in a great position with 5 minutes left on the clock here. This is a prime time to sit in and listen with Cloud9 on how they're trying to close this game.
О, нам дают послушать Cloud9. Вот это больше похоже на God Squad, чем Face.
One shot basement, one shot basement. I'm dying to someone else. Or maze.
I got him. Rockets. Rockets, cause...
Yo, Legend sitting our bottom elbow.
One's their window, sailor.
They're maze. I killed maze.
Flag.
Sniper.
Going in, one shot.
Анна, послушаем.
I can't see him. I'm trying to live.
On Julian's head.
There's silver. Our silver shot at
Our elbow chasing me, Z. Chasing.
I can't see it.
Sniper kills. Nice, you live, Jesse.
I'm down.
They're running.
I got this. Top rockets and flag. He's rockets.
Their window. He's absolutely right shot. Right shot. One shot. Two shot. Two shot bottom elbow.
One shot couch, legend.
We might sell for a second.
That's 2, Stellar. They're gonna drop from you guys. Nice. Stellar.
Stellar.
Off sniper. He's alright.
Their couch. They're both at snipe. One's our pyramid now. Our silver. Stellar. One shot major.
Our sneaky bound. Watch our sneaky bound. Down our sniper gets back.
Two rockets shoot.
Here's the...
Top rocks, one shot.
Rockets, 2 shots.
Both top rockets.
Both weak, they both
Legend. One shot elbow. Dead.
John. Is there scattering?
I'm in there window. The other window.
I'm heading up on
Top rockets.
Up the top rocket, John.
He's absolutely in. One shot bottom mid.
Drag it. Blow you.
Hey, one top rockets above you. Like, above you right now. Get a drop.
I'm going to side.
Rebel bound.
Go for side.
He's bottom mid, going elbow bound.
Sniper's coming.
Yeah, bound to elbow.
He's
Guys,
shooting
play their side. Kill
I died.
They're BR in their flag. They're BR back. One shot flag. Dude, no.
We're good. Let's see.
They're maze. One shot their maze.
Extra bound.
Absolute, they're found.
I got shooting.
Absolute, one shot bottom mid. Like 3 one shots. They have a sniper though.
On the flag, we go.
One shot, John.
One shot. I got one. Another guy got me bottom. mid.
And one top cat sniping B.
Chase me a little.
Our maze. 2 shot our maze.
On me, a rocket silver.
Despite the times of it getting chaotic, somehow I was still able to easily understand all of the comms that were coming in from Cloud9. Like
Вернули. 2-3, они вернули. Фейс могли сравнять 3-3, но Cloud9... Нет. Nah.
Things might get a little lost in the weeds. I like the comms of Cloud9, and so far it's working good in this series.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's a bit concerning for Cloud9 in those comms is that we saw them clearly start becoming very reactionary to the plays of FaZe. And I don't think it's necessarily that Cloud9 is doing anything wrong. I think FaZe has just come to life and they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive. And this is the
Авуси со спенкером. Все-таки донесли третий.
Have brought this game back, and thanks to it being a 5 flag capture, right? This is the first time we're really seeing 5 CTF on Origin, and you're seeing that it's
Какой-то
bringing a
нелепый
second
был
life for FaZe
выстрел от
here, where this
Stellara.
game's not over yet.
Посмотрим, может быть даже Фейс в каком-то веке раздупляться?
Sniper and 2
Или нет?
Legend from the bottom
Непонятно.
side of things now really wants to turn that into some elbow side
Авуси 25-8.
punch here, but so still
Кинник 31-9.
with Cloud9 not an advantage
Renegade
anymore.
30-11.
Marching into their base.
wanted to get right up into the front lines again, but I think not waiting for shields to come back there.
Самовуси 2 донес.
Big opportunity to
Сириан
get that kill and
1.
make this a little bit more mixy.
Ренегат 2, Баунд 1.
The back ranks of Cloud9 all game long.
Ну,
And,
он в
although it
попытке
hasn't been
донести
successful each
4.
time, he is clearly
Кого-нибудь
creating
не
a
спешит.
situation
Тем временем
where
Фейс
Cloud9
теряют
is
флаг.
this flagpole and
Ну,
Legend in
это
the
уже
back ranks.
слишком.
Tubu gets a ton
Ага,
of
Стиллер на
damage
защите.
down. Is that enough to keep this flag alive?
We could potentially be looking into an overtime situation here, but if you pull a flag out at the time going down, we could see sudden death.
Баунд не хочет играть. а.
Wanted to be that guy, put some good
17 убийств, 26 смертей.
take down the king, but it looks like that's exactly what FaZe do.
Yeah, you know, but to Phoenix credit, very
10 секунд
rarely
остается.
are you forcing FaZe Clan to play backwards. And that's exactly what they did.
Слушай,
I mean,
это
obviously,
пойти время.
a lot of respect for these plays that Cloud9 have been making. There's a couple seconds left, but it doesn't look like we're going to get extra time here. Instead, we'll be heading to an overtime. Sniper, rockets up for grabs right away. It was FaZe Clan that had a lot of success the first time around. Can they
Rockets and
replicate that
Sniper
in
right
this
away.
overtime start?
Based on the old Origin settings, so this game would have been done already, but we get more Halo action, and I'll never be mad at that. Going to overtime, it's next cap will win.
Опасный
Right
фаул.
now, Legend is
Ха!
and
Legend
the
не
advantage
успел
has the sniper,
реализовать,
but
не успел
Cloud9,
даже выстрелить.
they have the Syrian.
It's Carbine versus Sniper,
Привет.
and it's
Да,
the
конечно,
first
помним. Помним и играем. Больше скажу, я в процессе получения 100% на Xbox. Скоро буду проходить с дружбаном в коопе. Там надо будет в любом случае выбивать достижения. Ну и пройдем, наверное, на Лессо. Но со Скорпион Ган. Оу, Cloud9! Забирают флаг. А ну-ка, получится ли донести? Короче, да, там когда добавили кооп, то появилось много достижений, и больше G можно заработать. Но в любом случае, как бы 100% стало сложнее получить. Но, да, как бы надо. Что у меня? Halo Campaign Evolved уже 100%. Перед этим еще Shredder, Campaign Evolved. Потом Shredders последняя у меня была, но вот сейчас посмотрим. Вышло же еще графическое обновление для ремейка Мафии первой. Вот это тоже хотелось бы перепройти, во-первых. Во-вторых, впервые пройти на классической сложности. А кто будет хорошо стрелять, тот получит путевку... Ай-яй-яй, Фейс все-таки донесли. В коем-то веке. Неужели? Наконец-то они раздуплились. Нет, такое не надо. Киев, ну... Не-не-не, я украинец, так что да. Давай без вот такого. 200. Киев 200 не надо. Так, сейчас я напишу в телеграм-канале. Фейс. В коем-то веке. И раздуплились и забрали первую. Не, просто первую.
38 kills, just 21 deaths. He is trying to will his team forward.
And I feel like we've seen him do this before. We've seen this playbook out of Renegade when his team gets dropped down into a lower
Так, посмотрим по статистике. Два захвата лба. А, Баунд последний донес, да? Все равно он уже играет не так, как раньше. Все-таки правду говорили, что его затянули. Просто вот заставили, сказали, нет, вот ты будешь с нами играть.
Going into Streets Slayer. This Slayer is the map pick for FaZe as we go into this game, and right now FaZe are trying to make the reverse sweep.
Trying, это вообще смешно. FaZe пытаются, они не делают стейтмент, заявление, да? Они не заявляют, они просто страдает, пытается как-то подняться. Гад сквад на минуточку. Как это в голове такое не укладывается? Stalker, teammates, and he slays, and looks like just waiting for the action to come to him. He gets the info. He wants Bound. Despite Bound having camo, has the eyes.
I'll say, even into the shot into the shroud screen, he was very close to hitting that shot. Boo tried his best, and Bound only getting 1 kill from that camouflage. So I'll say, I think that damage from Boo might have done enough to at least limit his opportunities to cater down the road.
Game advantage here for FaZe. Stalker rifle getting value here for Boo. He's somehow still alive and doing his thing. Wants to repost himself over towards the
8-7.
was just short and ends up getting caught out in no man's land.
А в Уси Баунд в размен уходит. 10-10. Трое мертвы у FaZe. Да ну.
Identified him versus Avusi, and Avusi with the perfect shots to get themselves B-side control. And what's concerning here is you see the 2-man push coming into the cafe side. Renegade seemingly aware of this, but there's a lot of players to take care of.
Не спешат, ни та, ни другая команда не спешат. Потихонечку, одно убийство за другим.
Against Renegade over toward the back A side. We switch gears over onto King Nick. You might find some players rotating in from the arcade. Not only did you get those slays on the back A, but it looks like you found the spawners, and that's gonna be good for C9.
И да, кто там хотел ставить, на GGBet сейчас есть ставки. Но, к сожалению, они не в режиме лайв, поэтому надо как бы с прогнозом сразу как бы ставить. Сразу типа догадаться, кто выиграет. На карту, не знаю, это опасно ставить. Если бы оно было в реальном времени, они обновляли, тогда да, еще был бы смысл ставить на карты. А так, нет, наверное, только на результат. Уже по идее, а ну-ка, это сейчас... А, еще есть 3. Еще 25 минут есть, ну типа, по-хорошему, для... вот этого шоу-матча, для этой схватки, еще 25 минут. Потом уже они как бы будут не успевать, не будут вписываться в заранее прописанное расписание. 12-24. Cloud9 лидирует. Что происходит? Стелла, в чем дело? 3 убийства всего лишь, 7 смертей. Кошмар. Да это же вообще никуда не годится. Legend, Nick в размен уходит.
That looked like a great collapse from Cloud9. They're hitting out the lanes, but with Legend getting that first drop, he's able to open up the map for his team. They get a couple crucial kills, and now things start to be going more and more in favor of FaZe as Stellar stays alive. 27 all, and they know where the last spawners are.
27-27 сравняли все-таки FaZe. 29-28. Так, двое мертвых Cloud9. 10 убийств у Ренегада.
Able to at least get some good info for his team, but it's the slays that keep trading out. And right now, if Renegade has a great
Неужели обогнали 32-31?
But Cloud9 have not been giving away free damage. You see them tucked away into these corners so often, trying to force FaZe into making the play. And
какая-то каша. Бубу сам себя подрывал, но при этом он забрал с собой Ренегата Стеллера. Подбирает отбрасыватель Ренегат плазму. Запасается экипировкой.
Some good damage goes down. Off a screen, Syrian does
Какая же у него яркая охотничья винтовка.
The Syrian and Cloud9, things can't get any worse.
Какая-то кислотная
Renegades here.
яркая.
At least they got camo off the
Зелёная яркая.
Consistent at being the
Среди
top man right
37.
now for FaZe all series.
Бубу, 12 убийств. Ренегат, 13. Кто кого перебил?
All series long, 13 and 6, double positive in this game thus far, and this is the first time we've seen him with a power weapon in his hands.
40-37.
37 is the advantage right now. FaZe moving into their end game, and that's where Renegade shines here. Brings them within single digits, now just 2 squad wipes, so what FaZe are looking for.
That's just 2 players alive for Cloud9. Remember this situation again, they're stuck in the cafe. Legend gets first contact, and with it is doing a ton of damage. Trade outs do come in for Cloud9, but they don't have a lot more time to allow these trade outs. It's a 4-kill deficit they need to make up before FaZe gets 5 kills.
Still has some good positioning here, and Cloud9 don't know it. They don't know it. Gets the clean kill.
Но мы все поняли, что
with the arcade side, and just like that, it was the first
пятую
domino
карту
that
забирают
turned into
из
much
8-42.
with a huge kill, but it will not
49-43.
a stick. Ends up
Бубу
hitting
с липучкой.
FaZe just
Легенду.
one more.
А, вы сейчас умрет, либо Ник.
Who will be the final kill
Кто-то
is
из
the
них.
question for FaZe.
Или нет, или
Cloud9
Стелла.
very tight. They need to make sure they have
Интересно,
the
что-то
help.
происходит.
When you play tight like this, you're leaving open
Задай.
space.
Ага,
Down
Ник умер.
takes advantage
Это
of
было
it.
ожидаемо.
He won't
Это
find
было
the final
ожидаемо.
kill, but it would have been if he just given one more second. FaZe get their second of the series, and the reverse sweep still on the table.
Cloud9 started
Okay.
this series off right, 3-0
Okay.
in their favor, and then FaZe with the bounce back. And Origin captured the flag, felt tight, it felt clutch, but it felt like maybe Cloud9 can end it right here, right now. And honestly, it almost felt like they needed to. Letting FaZe in the door is not the game plan of Cloud9. Now all of that momentum that you built up has been flipped on its head. FaZe have that momentum. They have the advantage, and it feels like we may just see a game 7 on the horizon.
Who may just be, who we may just see himself.
That's one thing to know about this FaZe clan is
Ну, может быть,
we have players that have
если
been
сейчас
away
FaZe еще
from
раз
the game. You know,
выиграют.
Bound hasn't really been playing.
And both, honestly, I mean, when's the last time we talked about the Vooz?
Опа.
I want to see even better and even cleaner gameplay from both FaZe and even Cloud9.
As we wait for this next game, yesterday we had Renegade live streaming to the world, and he had Sirion in his chat. Let's take a look at this clip real fast. And
Опа,
and see
какой-то
what
клип
these two
покажут,
have to
давай
say for
посмотрим.
each other.
I was especially staring at my chat right now, and he saw what Sirion said, and he's like, "Ha, alright, bet." Like, when we, like, he's like checking the calendar, he's like, "When do we play C9?" Alright, bet. And he drops a 1 point fucking, he drops a 2.0 on Sirion's for it. That's what I hope for.
See, Renegade and Sirion, they were having
Ну
a
ладно.
jabber back and forth. And, you know, Sirion, he goes into these Twitch chats. He's a little, you know, he can be abrasive. He's coming out. He's a young kid. But they had this big conversation happening. And, you know, obviously Renegade was out there saying, hey, look, Sirion. He went on a little bit later on in that Twitch stream to say, look, I am ready for tomorrow. You're going to be humble. And with
be
that,
humble.
you know, he's come back, and Renegade is
Ха.
trying his best
Так,
to pull
ладно.
this team
Я
back
отойду на 2
into
минуты
this
буквально.
series.
Сейчас
Like,
нужно
he has
что-то
had an unbelievable
вкусненькое.
performance thus far. Honestly, it's surprising to think that he hasn't been playing as much as he has, because it's like he's right back on the World Championship stage.
Some, and a little bit of ball knowledge, a little bit of respect also showing to Suspector, you know, say, hey, you want to talk trash, you want to go throw jabs here, like, hey, Suspector's that dude. And in fact, even during the qualifiers, I think there was a stat that went out, courtesy of I think HS Fantasy, Notorious put it out, that I think Suspector actually might have had like the highest KD on everybody in the actual qualifiers. So a little bit of respect also being shown for Suspector, saying that he's the one that will drop a crazy 1.5 and 2 point on your head, but also Renegade will do it too.
And just to give you guys a reference point into this series, obviously the series started 3-0 Cloud9. When we look at the KDs, you know, an update to our series, right now the highest KD in this series has been Renegade with a 1.52. He's had a 1.52, and they're losing in this series. Just to give you a frame of reference, he has a 2.21 KAD. The next closest in this series has actually been Sirion, sitting at a 1.15 KD. Just show you, I mean, these two are going to war, but it feels like Renegade's engine has just started to rev.
We're still FaZe that suppose they're playing on their back foot. They're the ones that are down in the series right now. Need one more game here just to force out the game 7. Meanwhile, Cloud9 can end the series right here, right now. Can Cloud9 go back to their winning ways, or will we see a Golden State Warriors like we want to lead being low?
That's a huge start for Cloud9. Not only did they get 4 down, Camouflage is going to get away for free. This allows them to be on the attack early on, and that's one thing where FaZe, they can sometimes struggle when they're on the back foot. So often they want to be the ones that's forming the initial contact. It's going to be all Cloud9 early on, and then Lucy's doing a fantastic job of not committing too much early into the fight, but letting those players come to him and getting a massive double kill for his team.
17-0 was the run here, Boo Dooble with the snipe, but right now it's FaZe that are scoring, and Cloud9 looking to put an end to that. Immediately hopping over towards C, looking for the convert. Boo Dooble wins another one with the shock and anticipating the
Так, шаг райфл у Бубу. Пока что лидирует по времени.
I love this from Boo Dooble, charging into the front lines. He knows he has help coming from the back ranks. He didn't want those shields to come back. If he's maybe 0.3 seconds faster there, he gets a clean kill.
Окей, две зоны у Cloud9.
Idea there from Boo Dooble. Despite not the cleanest
Пусть так и
execution,
остается.
he still gets the kill, and it's still kept FaZe Clan largely on this back foot.
Alpha and Bravo currently belong to Cloud9 here. Renegade puts himself in a more central position with this shock, and now looking for where the attack is going to start. And actually, it's Cloud9 the ones that are on the attack over toward the Charlie side. They are able to take down Boo Dooble, and numbers that go the way of FaZe, and that's when they get aggressive. Not able to find the headshot on Kane. That's the second shot definitely does, and the rest of FaZe collapse immediately. 3 down, and about to be the 4th for Cloud9.
I see them able to get back into this hill for the first time. FaZe really stopping this bleed from Cloud9 as they have early rotations. They should be switching here, and you start to see them spread out. So Cloud9, this is the first time where we haven't seen them in control. How do they approach this break is my big question, and right now we're seeing a lot of resources being thrown at the tower from Cloud9 when Legend, despite there being like 3 players there, just charges in.
Walks his way down through the tower.
Догоняют потихонечку FaZe. Еще и третью зону берут. А Вуси тем временем выхватывает Кэмо. И все. Все, моментум FaZe теряют. 3 мертвы. 2 зоны отбирают Cloud9. На 180 переворачивают игру. В попытке взять третью зону. Эй. Отошли. Отошли. Они взяли Си вместо... А, они еще и Эй берут. Контролируют 3 зоны. Ёлки-палки. Стабильность, ребята, стабильность. 117. 125 уже.
Great job shutting down the players with that shock rifle. And finally, the trip cap's broken, but FaZe still has a lot of work ahead of them to find this break. It looks like C is going to be the priority, and it looks like Cloud9 is realizing that. A couple players hitting this rotation. It's a big fight at C.
Once again gets the shock in his hands, and we saw what he could do last time, and this time all it needs is his bandit in order to clear things out.
Ну, это,
At the
конечно,
same
жестко.
time, FaZe aren't able to convert Charlie, but already having Bravo and so Syrian not only wins the fight, but attacks B at the exact same time. Cloud9 back to scoring with over 100-point lead.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of just having a numbers advantage by getting these first bloods and keeping FaZe on their back foot. Another thing that we've noticed a lot from Cloud9 is backfilling space, right? Although they've been aggressive throughout this game, they are very cautious about giving up initial spawns on some of these hills that they have. So good job on these backtracks. They have a massive lead thus far in this game. And FaZe, for the first time, we haven't seen Renegade leading that charge. You can see how different this team looks when Renegade's not up there on the top of the slate.
3 зоны. Да ну.
Another
Всё.
cap coming in from Cloud9 here. We switch gears over towards Renegades.
Все, сдулись FaZe, не успев подняться. Не, ну а как это еще получается?
Now he finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Nade lands right at his feet, converts Bravo, but gets up his life in order to do so. Boo was able to get away with camo. So although Charlie might convert, it
200
looks like
очков уже.
Cloud9 get the resources they want.
Boo is just
Ну,
reading
FaZe
this map
ни
so
туда, ни
he's gonna go
сюда.
back to reset C because he knows no one's there to capitalize on it. Instead, his resources are better put forward on the
Ренегат.
map.
4
Being chaotic
убийства и
with his
все.
camouflage, and he's in a 1v2 buying time for his team to come up and try to win this fight at A. Despite being caught out, he did buy enough time for at least a fight to go down before this break comes in.
Да, ни о чем у ребят вообще.
42 before FaZe can finally get this break. Talk about your back being against the wall. You do not have a lot of opportunity to give up much more.
Numbers advantage here for Cloud9.
221 против 49. Это как?
Guardy might have had easy access to Bravo. Nothing
Это
easy
как
for
вообще?
Stellars on the map. It's a 7th kill here, and it continues to rain down bullets on the rest of the Cloud9 fighting members here. Renegade gets a call out. There's a player over toward the whirlpool. There was a player there. Renegade gets his hands on him. Syrian immediate on the cleanup. 233 points here for Cloud9, looking to close this series out.
That was a good sign for FaZe there in those last few gunfights. That was 3 gunfights in a row. Make it 4.
235.
That
235, 49. О, какой же. Это humiliation. Ну это же вообще.
they're able to keep Cloud9 separated from each
Такое в
other.
голове не
Force
укладывается.
1v1 gunfights. That's their path forward into this game.
Almost 240 here. Boo once again had the shock rifle, but this time goes down quickly with it. Numbers advantage once again down here for FaZe. A triple out of Stellar. Absolutely lights out. Clears out gold and the opposite side of the map.
Что-то вообще мимо. Не
Не
успевают напарники приходить, не вовремя приходят. Они теряют момент постоянно. О, они уже 3 зоны держат. Не, я думаю, что уже поздно. 93 против 200. 238.
They will not have a lot of time to find this break. They finally get through to C. Cloud9, they stem the bleed pretty quickly there, but that was a win condition for FaZe, was getting that trip cap in. I'm honestly surprised that Cloud9 was able to find the break so early, Toad.
That's right now. It is FaZe that is scoring at the moment here, but it doesn't like could be for long. 3 down go FaZe. Boo now with the cross map shots. As of right now, Cloud9 look like they're on fire here. All they have to do is convert one base, and FaZe are back on their back foot.
And Boo getting this camouflage.
Офигеть.
Double kill.
Бубу, даблкил. Все, 3. Все.
Trip cap. FaZe is running out of time. They don't have the opportunity for the stop. Cloud9 is going to take the series 4-2.
They pull off the upset here. Started off 3-0. FaZe bounced back with 2 in a row.
Коэффициент 10 был. 10 против них.
7 in your first pro league
10.
match. Cloud9 put an end to that. FaZe
Просто вот
always
так вот.
starting your pro league off 0-1, and you know Cloud9 are happy with that one.
You gotta give a big tip to Sirion.
Офигеть.
You know, we've known Sirion's been a fantastic player for a long time now, but there's always been the question of when is he gonna show up. This is I'm thinking of the high-profile matches that he's played. I think this is the first time where we've seen him be this consistent in a series, where he's actually taken over the way that he did. Sirion Abusi leading the charge in that game 4 with 21 kills apiece, combining for 42, and wow, this Cloud9 team is looking fantastic. There really wasn't a lot of weak points for teams to exploit. And even at the
Просто,
end,
ну это вообще...
Cloud9 got away with every single camouflage in that game. Heads up awareness.
Ну никто бы не предсказал. Я думал, да, это что-то по-быстрому там будет 4-0, пойдем дальше. Да, 4-0.
With 5,900 damage in the game. Boo-boo, doo-boo. He's always this unsung hero that's coming in and creating so many plays.
Да, Бубу, unsung
What a
hero.
fantastic performance from Cloud9.
The man put up over 8K damage. I think last game maybe last one, excuse me, and then almost 6K damage in that one. And we talked about it then. Like Boo Boo Doo was one of the players that will strive themselves on being that player that makes the plays that don't always show up on the stat sheet, which is so important to be that guy. But when he's also doing that, and then also happen to be dropping the 8K damage, the 6K damage, the 16 assists on top of the 16 kills, you know you're getting crazy value on this player. And this Cloud9 roster is real and put the whole world on it. They will not be bullied. And in fact, no matter who they go up against,
Фантастика. Они даже успели уложиться со временем.
They can beat anyone in our league.
And with that, FaZe gonna go 0-1 to start this league, right? It's a round robin format, so every team is gonna play each other in the league. There's not a second opportunity for Cloud9 and FaZe that play until the championship that happens in November. So Cloud9 gonna have a little bit of a little bit of a bragging rights here for the next few months.
That they will, and ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Well, that's gonna be at least for me and Tools. We still got way more action on the way. We're gonna actually bring in old man Mikowski and Eli to cast our next matchup. FaZe and Cloud9 is done and dusted, but we still got some more action for you guys. Tools, you have any final words for the people at home here in your Pro League opener?
I'm just excited for all these matches to happen. Let's get this next series up and ready. Get these guys locked in. So much more Pro League action to happen today.
А ну давай зайдем к Шаю, посмотрим, что они там говорят. Это же вообще просто невероятно. Они там все говорят бу-бу-ду, наверное.
W.
W это точно.
Craig.
А, подарки не забрали.
Chat, it's just one series. We got 4 best of 7s today, right? So our second match coming up shortly. Smoke Breaker with 5. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ну пусть задаривают.
I wish I could dance. I got no moves whatsoever, man. I'm the guy at the club that sits on the sidelines. I don't even go to the club, honestly. We avoid it entirely. Thank you, Smoke. You're a go, man. Thank you for the 5. Loving the hype in here. Freestyle. Let me work on some in silence for a little bit and come at you with preparation. Attacker with 5. Stunner for...
Опа.
From the bottom, now we hear it. Attacker with 5. Thank you, brother.
Что-то Алекса не хочет показывать сегодня. Я, в принципе, не против. Давай лучше IPG посмотрим. Я устал от этого Алекса, его что-то задаривают. Он ничего не делает, ему там по $100 дарят постоянно. Ни о чем вообще.
FaZe was not getting a lot of kills they should have been. I'm just being
Да
honest,
FaZe
okay?
вообще
'Cause I love
что-то...
the FaZe members, but I gotta keep it real.
Цирк.
There was a lot of fights that they should not have lost in that
No,
in this
they
series.
should not have,
Thing
but
is,
they
they
did.
play contingent on 1v1 wins or pivs, okay? A lot of pivs.
Facts
like, from their
speak
point
for
of view, not
themselves,
really trying
you
to
know?
take 2v1s or
3v1s and whatnot, and that was getting them fucked up because if you're playing by yourself, and that, like the island player, or you're trying to make plays on the perimeter, and you lose that battle, that's opening up the rest of the team to just be in a free pinch for the enemy team. But they just be blitzing the blitz, bro. They just pushing the push. What was the point of pushing at the end there? That just really perturbed me. That perturbed me because I do not expect players of FaZe level to be making that play. Okay, they should not have made that play. That was a great series, Tools. That's the thing, Tools. That's what I've been saying. They're just moving around too much. Nobody is trying to anchor, and they're also pushing without information. So they're just flying towards the middle of the map, and there's somebody on the outskirts that's going to be able to get damage on them, and they're just flying in, taking damage, and then the rest of the C9 is going to be right there for the cleanups. Even if C9 lost a battle or they lost the side of the map, somebody was there to get the cleanups and get the trades. There's just too much. Everybody's moving too much. Everybody's moving too much. They have Renegade going +20 on this map and losing damn near +20, and they still lost. They're not getting power-ups because they're moving around so freely and dying before they come up, okay? They're like I said, I think every camo that last game went in the hands of C9. Every single one. Making sure that they have to look back at him. He's breaking their setups because FaZe is moving around too much that they don't have anybody watching the flank, and Boob was right there to take advantage of that. So I think that's exactly what Boob was role is on this team. That's why I like Eco for FaZe, not Renegade. I think that they're just different players. They're different players and they have different qualities. Like you pair Eco with Renegade or Eco with Bound, and that's when they all excel. But on this roster, they just haven't been playing up to full potential. And this is a star power roster. This is our star-studded roster, capable of a lot. They have a lot of firepower, but they're not even kind of playing into that firepower right now, which is why I say they got to get more reps. It's early. It's very early in the team's lifespan, but you only get a few matches in the Pro League to take down these teams. You know, like what happens if FaZe plays like Shopify and they lose, or they lose like 3 more matches. Then they got to win the rest of the matches, depending on the rest of the league, but they got to win the rest of the matches. Hold on, my mom just texted me. Hold on, let me on back. Okay, all right. That's my mom back. Let's be honest though, if this game was in 3 weeks, now FaZe with 409, they just need more scrims. But that's the thing. That's the thing, Woody. But it's not. It's not. It's not. And even this was that week after the qualifiers, and FaZe has not been getting in that practice. So we can't speak in hypotheticals, because if they aren't performing now, then they only got a week to prepare for the next match, and the next match is against Mercenaries. Now I think that they have lost to Mercenaries in the qualifier, but they did beat them in the first series. But that's going to be a battle of attrition, because I think that Mercenaries plays very similar to FaZe, where they're just always flying around. I think that Shopify has that playstyle down to a T, because they are still anchoring, they're still taking their time, they're still having the max survivability. People got to take after Shopify in this meta right now. But I understand what you're saying, but we can't speak in hypotheticals, because in 3 weeks, who knows if FaZe is going to be improving too much, which I know they will be, but that's what we always say about teams. So we got to give them more, we got to give C9 more credit. We got to give C9 more credit, because it's not like there hasn't been a week since the qualifier where they could not have improved, but they just have not been putting in the work as a team just now. And Verb, you were calling Eli out. You were calling Eli out, and Eli was right. He was right. It wasn't no Skip Bayless take. C9 did win. But there are 2 orgs who have shown they understand this game better than everyone else. C9 and Rebellion. I wouldn't say that, Crappy. I wouldn't say that 100%. I wouldn't say that. But I would say that it's going to take FaZe a little bit to get more acclimated.
И поймал комара гада.
Can't say that. It's just the entire team, because Bound wasn't the only person losing 1v1s. The only person that didn't lose that many 1v1s is Renegade, but he was still losing a few. Renegade, you gotta get, like, he was doing his best. He was doing his best individually, but the rest of the team was not performing up to par, in my opinion. Oh, here we go. Now they're showing it. Shout out to Moon. Shout out to Moon. Now they're showing it. But they're doing them live. They're doing them live.
In the map pick ban process.
We will take Team A.
Okay, so Team A will be in charge of map 1 for the game mode choice. Which game mode would you like to play for map 1?
Oddball.
Oddball. Okay, for that, Druck, you get one ban.
We ban
of the
recharge.
oddball maps. So no recharge?
We're gonna play on live fire.
Okay, live fire oddball game 1. Druck, what side, Eagle or Cobra?
Cobra.
Okay, Cobra for game 1. We go into game 3 now. Team B, Druck. This is going to be your guys' mode choice.
All right. We choose King.
Choose what?
King of the Hill.
Oh, King of the Hill. Okay, King of the Hill. Trippy, what's your guys' map ban?
We're gonna ban live fire.
Live fire is banned into King of the Hill. Map pick for your team, Druck.
We choose recharge.
Okay, recharge for game 3. What side would you guys like for game 3 here?
We're gonna be Eagle game 3.
Eagle game 3. Okay, game 4. This is gonna be your guys' choice, Trippy, for game mode.
Capture the flag.
Okay, capture the flag. What's your map pick, ban?
We ban Pit.
No Pit. What's your choice here, Trippy?
We're gonna do Origin.
Okay, Origin for map 4. That means game 6 is going to be Strongholds. For Strongholds, it's going to come down to a recharge for Strongholds today. As there's only 2 maps, there's no map ban pick process for that. We go now back into the Slayers. For the Slayers, it's going to be 5 maps on the table. We're going to do a ban of each map. So we're going to do 1 ban for each side, and then you guys will pick from the remaining pool. Team A gets first ban. That's going to be you guys, Trippy.
For Slayer?
Yep.
We're going to ban live fire.
Okay, no live fire for Slayer. Now your team, Druck.
We ban Origin.
No Origin for Slayer. Game 2, this is going to be for Mercenaries. What Slayer do you want to play for game 2, Druck?
Trippy?
No, it's for you.
That's
yours, Druck. Yours.
Plaza.
Okay, so Plaza is going to be game 2. Game 5 is going to be your choice, Trippy.
We'll play Solitude.
Okay, so we have Solitude. Now
Oh, that's Plaza twice.
Wait, so yeah, we probably can't do that again, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can.
Unless we can. We can?
Yeah. Are you saying between?
We'll switch it up.
Okay. Okay.
We'll do recharge game 5.
Okay, so recharge game 5. It just puts recharge twice. You know that, right? Because 5, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, you want recharge game 5, and then game 7 will be Solitude.
Actually, game 5. Let's do Origin game 5 Slayer.
Origin game.
We
5.
banned it.
Oh, you guys did ban it.
Origin
You're
is
right.
banned.
My bad.
Yeah, there's only 2. It's only 2 options left. So you want Solitude game 7, and
Let's do
recharge game 5.
Yeah, we'll just do recharge game 5.
Okay.
Okay. We're picked. Let you guys go into your voice channels, get yourself into this lobby, get yourself ready as fast as we can. We're going to go on a quick break here. When we come back, our series will have started.
Там звуки Discord, ветки будут. Ой, хорошо. Вторник показывают. Ладно, пока можно, в принципе, вернуться. О, Люси там сейчас уже тренятся, я так понимаю.
Because it's a good thing. Like it's good. It adds into the the content and just the variety. But the issue about picks and bans is that we could see the same exact thing every single series, and we might not even see a whole game type the entire day. So I think that's the issue. There's no bracket, Zerkery. It's just going to be Mercenaries with 4 of a kind. It's going to be the 2nd series today, and then the 3rd series is going to be SSG versus Vitality, or series Shopify versus Setting Baseline. There's no bracket. It's just going to be like this. I just want to say, brother, you were amazing. It was amazing talking to you yesterday. Nicest people I came across. Happy belated birthday again. Thanks for inviting me to your stream. I hope you don't have any issues anymore. Thank you, Zenny. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. That's so kind. Thank you so much, homie. Thank you very, very much. I try to just be genuine. So thank you so much, homie. Thank you very much for the kind comment. That type of positive reinforcement keeps going or keeps me going. Thank you very much, homie. Thank you very, very much. I've had some issues earlier today, but I think we're doing okay. Knock on wood 3 times thus far. I don't think we've had any other issues. And I had the internet people out here this morning. I had them out here like 20 minutes ago, but I told them like, hey, you can't come in and disconnect anything. I'm in the midst of working, so you guys gonna have to come back later. And they's like, well, we can't do anything unless we disconnected. I'm like, well, I told them that on the phone, but I'm trying to get it figured out on your end. But we're doing better now. We're doing better today. The vibes are good. The vibes are great. Doing much better, much better. Regain composure. Regained a lot of composure. A lot better. It's 3 infinite MVPs and bound. Let me see what Verb said. That Case on just won COD champs and he made an effort to create a FaZe Halo team again. He's fine. I mean, FaZe has always been in the scene. They've always been in. They've always been in like the Halo ecosystem. They're one of the partner teams along with Shopify, SSG, and C9. So those teams are going to be 100% getting an invite to Halo Fest, and the other 4 are just going to be invite only. But they've been waiting until they found a team that was up to standard and up to par, and now they found FaZe, and that's why FaZe is now back in the Pro League. But they was trying to field a team for the beginning of the season as well. Lucid and Bound couldn't figure it out, and we'll have to see him on this team. And Bound is as bad as people think. Well, that was going to be the team, Angel. It was going to be Bound, Collect, Renegade, Lucid. Bound, Collect, Renegade, Lucid. And then when Renegade came back and then the team change happened between Stellar and Legend on SSG, that's when they made this team. But that was going to be a team. But they never played or anything like that. They didn't play. Let's see what Verb said. It's good to see Irion icing up with the boys. Sirion was shitting, bro. MVP of that series without a doubt. By far MVP. And I got you, Ashwoody. Where's Aqua Slayer? Aqua Slayer, I don't think it's in, Ashwoody. I don't think it's in anymore. I think they took it out. So the LVT League has got different game types than the actual like HCS League and whatnot. Stellar, you guys want to know something funny? Stellar just posted for a scrim. Stellar's trying to scrim right now. FaZe is trying to scrim right now. FaZe is trying to scrim right now. They're literally trying to scrim right now. They just posted in the scrim group chat in the like Discord, and they said they're trying to scrim right now. So FaZe is trying to get some reps in. They try to get some reps in, but I do think they're not going to get that many reps in today unless there's teams that are playing later on and they can get a scrim beforehand. So I think that's possible, but they're trying to scrim right now. He said any scrims right now. So that you guys a little info for you guys. Explain what this Pro League is and the roadmap. I got you, Strings. So the Pro League, let me see if I can bring up the graphics. So this is it right here. So the Pro League is, they had 2 qualifiers. Top 4 teams in the first qualifier are the top 4 seeds. Second qualifier for the bottom 4 seeds. SSG made a team change after the first qualifier, and so they had to requalify in the second qualifier, and they had a show match between the top 6 teams in the first week, which was Ascending Baseline and Legion. Ascending Baseline won that, so they had the 4th seed. C9 got bumped up to 3rd. And so in the Pro League, there's going to be 7 days of matches. Everybody plays each other one time, and then the top 6 in standings at the end of that, at the end of the Pro League on October 11th, they will get invited to LA at the Shopify headquarters, and they'll be playing in the 16 finals, and that will be on November 13th through 15th. So that is the basic info of the Pro League. So there's also picks and bans like vetoes and whatnot that they've been doing before every series, which I think was brand new to all of us that are spectating. We did not know they were going to do that until now. So it's going to take a little bit for the matches to get started up until they get those picks and bans done. I don't think I like it too much because I would rather just set game types and everybody has to perform on those game types and get better on them. Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you for that 3 months in the prime, homie. Thank you. Much love. Very appreciate it as always. Welcome back, homie. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very, very appreciated. Welcome back, homie, to APG Bill. Thank you. And I got you, Strings. Any questions, always feel free to ask. It does help me, you guys, if you guys put at APG in the chat when you guys are asking questions. Not necessary. It just helps me see it a little bit faster because it highlights. That way I can see everything that you guys are saying. Let me see what Verb said. He said he trained. He's still the 2024 bound. It's not even son. Spending for dropping the same numbers. He was finished then. I knew it. That's not true, Verb, because TJ won a tournament in 2022. You just be hating. And Bound, yes, Bound does have to play better. Let's look at this. Let's look at the Halo data I have actually. Let's look at Halo data I have. Look at Halo data I have in that series. That's a good point. Verb. Let's look at it. Let's look at it while we got this coming up. Let's look. We'll look at it here. Thank you again, Ashwini. Thank you. I think FaZe is going to be fine. It's just they're having a rough start right now, and a rougher start than everybody's expecting. We're definitely expecting them to be doing much better than they're currently doing. I will say that. We're not expecting them to be at the full potential, but we're expecting them to at least be more competitive against C9. It's not even just like, it's just what the plays I'm seeing. It's the plays I'm seeing them make. They just need more reps and understanding that they have to slow it down. They can't just be in 5th gear consistently against these other teams because they have been grinding. They've been playing up to the same meta or playing in the same meta for a while now, or like for the past year. So these other teams that have been grinding for the past 8 months or so, 7 months to 8 months, they're going to have the upper advantage on FaZe that is just coming back and kind of getting reacclimated with their team. So yes, they are going to get better, but it's just they are not getting the kills they should. They're not setting up the way they should. It's very apparent when you're watching. Like that last play on Recharge is a prime example. Of them just blitzing for no reason. I'm taking that from you, Jonesy. Taking that. That's good ass terminology. Good verbiage. No verb maker. But that's the issue. Look in the series. Down had a 0.7. 90 and 120. Legend 0.9. Let's see. Bound did have most assists. He did have most assists. Renegade was clearly doing the best. We saw that throughout the series. We saw that Renegade was popping the fuck off, especially that live fire ball game, and they still did not win that. So if you have somebody that's going plus 19 or plus 20 damn near, and they're not able to capitalize on that, that is a result on the team not playing around the slaying or the slays that they're getting correctly. And they have somebody that's always being able to get through, which that series was Boo Boo.
Anything's possible, man. Let's see it. 3-stream streak. Let's go, Mini Berserker. Welcome, bro.
Ё-мо, они уже начали. Вот, блин, IPG, вот этот балабол. Ай-яй.
I know Suppress has been wanting to team with the likes of the Druk and Soulsnipe for quite some time, so this team definitely makes sense here as Druk doesn't get away with helping his teammate clear out the A corner, but it looks like Four of a Kind now know where Camo is and knowledge is power.
Trying their best to stay alive in the situation. Will be able to do so, although ball time's going to Four of a Kind. Druk winning that right side of the map is going to make it a lot more difficult for Four of a Kind to hold on to this tower. They have pressure coming in from both sides. You see them start to fall. Mercenary should have a great position here for the ball pickup and to make the next play.
Sad with the cleanup here. Ball now rotating back over towards tower. Meanwhile, Druk chasing down that player. Big time kill here for Mercenaries, keeping Four of a Kind a bit staggered and scoring, taking the lead.
You see right now, Four of a Kind doesn't really have a solidified position to attack from. Two players going to try to make the most out of the mid-map and Nest, and they both went huge gunfights. Talik able to work the Nest side, and I thought Four of a Kind didn't really have the necessary numbers to make their play in, but with both those players winning crucial gunfights, they just break the setup like it's nothing.
For a very long time, Talik has teamed with Druk and Soulsnipe as best friends for so long, and finally find himself on different squads and going up against each other right now as Druk does end up getting it made onto Trippy, clearing out towers. Some great shots across the map now, but didn't account for Snake by being the slippery snake that he is. Drops the nade, tries to get the double from the grave, but Sab ends up getting a double of his own.
That's Sab gonna be able to take tower. He's trying to clear everything. We saw how effective it was in the last game. A player getting into the back ranks can create all sorts of chaos. You see Sab being so cautious of what could be coming from behind that he ensures that everything is cleared before he moves up on the map.
27 to 21 right now is the scoreline. A very close matchup here in Oddball Live Fire right now. Truck for now the second camouflage in a row, I believe, this game here. There's a play right under him. He's not Troll. Somehow finds the kill there. That could have been devastating for Truck with camo.
He gets those shields back. We'll be able to take out Talik. It's just Snakebite that's alive on the other side for Four of a Kind, and he is so far away. This should be a great position for Mercenaries to spread, gather space, and be ready for this next attack. On the other side, Four of a Kind was able to get the sniper off of spawn, so they'll have some fireworks to work with to get in here, but it should be a great position for Mercenaries to trap players in.
We see Snakebite attacking the sandbag side, Trippy over toward the low. They both collapse together, and although Trippy does go down, eventually Snakebite gets himself that kill and a sniper as well. Ball, meantime, has actually been rotated through green here, so you see Four of a Kind still having to get back on the offense to clear things out, but all reset. Mercenaries, 44 points.
Still a lot of sniper ammo for Snakebite to work with. He hasn't been forced into any gunfights really as of yet. And, he's in the back rank. Sab had no idea.
Там на фоне пеликан летит, его подсвечивает красным для сервера. Оу. Толик, давай. Аккуратненько там
With
держи.
Snakebite getting that kill, it could be an aggressive play for Four of a Kind to split and stagger the
Precision,
spawners of Mercenaries.
телепорт берет, Трупи убили.
Mess with the
Оу.
snake and you get the fangs. Killing spree. Being dropped by Snakebite. He's not done, wants to add one more to it. And there's a player hiding over toward the back camo side. They don't do it, but Snakebite is striking and hunting down members of Mercenaries, keeping them staggered one at a time here. A one-man army right now is Snakebite, 11-6 in the early game.
It's more surprising if he misses a snipe shot at the moment. He has one last bullet to work within the sniper, but this is almost max value from this weapon.
One away from Frenzy stopped. Is Snakebite over towards the mid side there, but clearly the damage has been done. 80 points and counting here for Four of a Kind. But mind your precision, not able to win the 1v1 against Suppressed, and that's going to slow them down quite a bit. Suppressed trying to get his shields up as another fight is on the horizon, and Trippy just crouching his way in that fight.
Camo coming up. Snakebite is able to stay alive, and Snakebite has just found so much value for his team in this game. Even when he goes down, he's opening up opportunities for Talik there to get another big kill. And Mercenaries, they've done a great job when they had the ball to maximize their time, to get their play balls. But on the other side, Four of a Kind is just winning the slays. And they've had dominant positions in this map to maximize their ball time. So that doesn't seem to be changing either. Another 3 down, as Mercenaries will have one last chance.
92 points here for Four of a Kind. Mercenaries have to get the ball in their hands as quickly as possible, but with Talik and the rest of the crew dropping killing sprees and nobody able to touch that ball carrier until the last second, some way, somehow, Mercenaries make one last stand.
This is not necessarily over, but this is going to be one of the most challenging climbs you can have to make a comeback. And Mercenaries can't even necessarily afford to play the ball too often here. Slays are what's necessary. With 3 going down, it just looks like that's it. There's just no way Sab's getting out of that situation. And Four of a Kind with I think a relatively dominant performance. Mercenaries got a good chunk of time, but it really felt that Four of a Kind controlled the game, and it was all Snakebite that caused it. I mean, so many sniper shots connecting in that single snipe.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, was it a dominant performance by Four of a Kind? Or if you take Snakebite's crazy, almost killing frenzy out of it, it kind of felt a little more even to me. I mean, maybe I'm a little off on that one, but that one almost killing frenzy by Snakebite, I think just put Mercenaries just out of it, man.
It definitely felt like the early game favored Mercenaries. It was definitely the tides had turned when that sniper had rotated hands, and this time around, Druck and Mercenaries trying their best to keep that sniper away, but it just keeps being drawn back to Four of a Kind. This time, Precision having his chance with the weapon.
Sniping hands here. And it looks like Talik is able to clear out Suppressed, and what a name keeping Precision out. And I'm pretty sure he didn't even know Precision was there, but precision, high IQ, swaps the sniper. In the meantime, gets into the hands of Talik, who actually already has the camouflage. He rips one's head off almost immediately and lines up the rest right now as Talik knows mercenaries are staggered. Four of a kind should be grabbing ball time here, especially because of shots like that.
At this point, mercenaries has to think about, hey, if the sniper comes up, maybe we gotta waste the ammo, because anything that's left over has been maximized in value for Talik and the rest of Four of a Kind. This sniper has been the biggest pain in mercenary side.
Snakebite and the crew could have done that back in the past. I'm sure anybody could do it to them, especially when you know when your former teammate in Talik goes on runs like this. That's a triple. He wants the over. He's playing with them, but Druk refuses to go down easily.
But think about the situation. That was 3 down, a triple kill. Druk was last alive, but at the end result, it's actually mercenaries that's getting ball time and has a decent setup here. Four of a Kind, that should have been, you know, an opportunity for them to really stretch out a lead here. Instead, it's been the exact opposite. They're having to play a very mixy game, and Sab will be able to get the play ball before Four of a Kind can get the break. So honestly shocked at the scoreline, at being only 14 to 11.
I'm also shocked that Trippy's still alive right now. That was a crazy double kill seemingly out of nowhere. Clears out tower and clears out a path for his teammates to now rotate that ball too. And now to set up locked in here from Four of a Kind. Trippy having Druk right in his sights. A very uncomfortable position here for Druk. He wants to get shots on the weakened ball carrier. He knows Trippy is really close by. Eventually finds him. His teammate finds the ball carrier. And just like that, 3 down with Four of a Kind and no play ball.
Oftentimes, the most important thing you can do for a team is holding space. Druk does that fantastically over at green. His responsibility isn't necessarily to get the kill on the ball, but it's to do damage and buy time for his team to get in position. Once they do, the break is easy, and they're able to set up this ball in a decent spot to have playability and to keep the team, their opponents in front of them. I think a fantastic play from them, but this might be a better play from Talik. Wow, the camo, the snipers, they are making all the difference in this game.
Ball drop. Despite potentially the round-winning, almost killing friends of himself from Snakebite, it's actually Talik leading the ball right now, 23-10, as does end up going down for the 10th time. But this Trippy, the one who has that snipe in hands, and he's the one that can make the plays that do matter. Sab goes down, and the same result for Soul Snipe. He gets his Soul Snipe. Druk is chased away, and before you know it, every mercenary is wiped off of the face of live fire.
That suppress is gonna come off a spawn, try to lead mercenaries forward into the front lines, and he is there early, but Trippy has the knowledge, gets the call outs, and now the sniper starting to hit. Only 1 bullet left, but a big lead that's opened up here for Four of a Kind. Oh, 4 down.
Trippy on the push, taking space as you mentioned earlier, but ends up in a 1v1 against Soul Snipe. I mean, Trippy does die on their side of the map, so he'll probably spawn up and have another chance to fight. Meanwhile, Soul Snipe now trying to navigate his way closer to the ball and his teammates.
That nice job by Soul Snipe to get that kill, but he's the last player alive. It's Snakebite and Trippy that he's got to deal with. And he's at tower trying to do his best, but I think it's just too much to ask of one player. Honestly, the fact that he's still alive is impressive in its own right. Oh my god, how did Soul Snipe get away with that?
Soul Snipe had a bit of a tough start here. I think he was like 3 and 14 at one point, really starting to catch up to his KD and really starting to catch his footing. You can kind of tell the gameplay. Nice little back smack out of him, unselfishly going right after the ball, having most ball time, but eventually taken down. Sab will replace him as the ball carrier. You gotta recognize Four of a Kind are still coming. You gotta deal with them.
Camouflage is up for the grabs, but Four of a Kind have been so consistent on their camo and sniper this game, and it looks like that might not change. Precision gets it, but there's 3 players staring at him. He's not going to be able to get away. Instead, it's a triple kill for Sab. And time for mercenaries. Look, Four of a Kind is at the final stretch, but mercenaries still have plenty of time to work with to get this comeback and to steal round 2.
I love that move, but I love that play by Sam Mercenaries. The moment one player is down to 1 shot, give him the ball. If he can't be effective on the map, give him the ball and let the rest of your players try to get damage. Eventually, doesn't work for Mercenaries the way they wanted to, but I love that. I wish my matchmaking teammates would do that more. Swapping out that ball is huge.
20-second lead now for Four of a Kind. And Trippy is going right into the front lines. That's the kind of dominance that four of a kind has been able to establish from time to time, is having the 3-4 downs at the right opportunity where they can pressure spawners in that way. It's now just a 12-second hold for four of a kind to win this game. Mercenaries, they're out of second chances.
Had the ball, had him 3 down, and now need damn near perfect Halo. Drunk, really taking crazy amount of space, and now looking for the split players. Off the split spawns. Finds one, nice no scope, turns into a 2-tap. Ball now being pushed out, and they need the security skills. They guarantee it. 3 down, go four of a kind, and one more hold like that, and we're talking about a potential comeback in round number 2.
That was a really good quantum translocator from Druk. He's able to block off the dummy, spawn 2 players over, win the fights, and then quantum translocate back to finish the fight there. And at the same time, manipulating what the initial spawns are going to be for the team. This is a decent spot for Mercenaries, but it's just how much can you give up? Four of a kind, they're not going to just roll over. They're a hard team to take down, and especially with their slaying power.
89 points here for four of a kind, as right now Mercenaries have the closer position to this ball, and I love this play to rotate this ball back towards your teammates who spawn on the opposite side of the map here. You're not that far away, our Mercenaries, as we switch gears over towards Precision and four of a kind looking to break.
Precision able to come out on top. The help of Talik was there, doing max damage to the next. This is going to force a play situation for Mercenaries. The ball's reset, and Druk thinks he might have the timing to get away with this. Is it true, though? Where is four of a kind? They're trying to hunt him down in the hall, but he's not able to get away. It comes down to this fight.
1v1 Sav does take him down, but ends up getting replaced almost immediately. Precision on the cleanup. Four of a kind back on the ball here. They're staggered as they're pushing and trying to get this ball out of their hands, but it's easier said than done. Four of a kind have built up the defense, and although they just need 3 more seconds, Druk's nade is not going to be enough, and four of a kind are going to take that round number 2 and ultimately game 1.
I think Mercenaries have great moments, but it doesn't seem like it was a possibility for them to chain them together the way that four of a kind did. You think about round 1, the sniper plays from Snakebite, how dominant that round became from them. Mercenaries, I think, do a great job at getting in, making things mixy, making things difficult for the other side, but they weren't quite able to establish a dominant control. And I think the difference between these two teams comes down to that slaying column. The slays heavily in favor of four of a kind, and if that doesn't change, the series could be over quickly.
Not only is Talik a super talented player as far as the ways he would stack up slays. I mean, a 16.7 KDA, had a respectable amount of ball time as well, but also I really feel like knowledge is power, and people might think I'm a little faded for this, but I think all that time that he has spent teaming with Druk, teaming with Soul Snipe, you know, playing Money 8s with suppressing them, if you understand your opponent's tendencies, you understand their game style, what they want to do in a lot of situations, and I think that knowledge is going to work extremely well for him. On top of all of the talent and the firepower that he brings, knowing thy opponent is huge for Talik.
9,400 damage from Trippy. The output is insane. And, it's been this career that Trippy's had in Halo, and it's been such a fun one to watch because of how he's transitioned from his playstyle. He is now a main slayer, max damage dealer, where in the beginning of his career, he wasn't really that style of player for his team. And honestly, I feel like it's unlocked his best potential, but I think this was the moment that changed the game dramatically. The Snakebite sniper, I just felt like he couldn't miss with the weapon in his hands.
It's funny when we talk about every member of four of a kind. You know, Talik's crazy stat line in the things, Trippy's incredible damage, Snakebite's run that really kind of gave him that head start in this entire game, and of course, you know, Precision holding it down as well. Everybody from four of a kind really doing their job in game 1, and now we look on the side of Mercenaries. Like, how do you answer back with that? Because necessarily, I don't actually think Mercenaries played bad. I talked about in that round number 1. 1. If you take Snakebite's 9-kill run out of it, to me, that was a very even game. And in fact, maybe even in one that you had a slight advantage over. I don't think Mercenaries necessarily played bad. I just think Four of a Kind played better.
Now we go into game two on Solitude. This is a map that Mercenaries clearly comfortable with. It was their map pick going into this series, and one that I feel like they're gonna need. They need some sort of response here to slow down to slow down Four of a Kind. Mercenaries, this should be their map. Let's see how they handle it.
Going right after the camouflage immediately. Does Soul Snipe here. Be down, go Four of a Kind. So now when you start off with a 3-0, you get yourself some resources, all the goodies, and things are looking good. I said all the goodies, but there is one person who survived with the shock, and that was Talik, who eventually gets taken down himself.
There we see Soul Snipe going back onto his hunt into the mid-map. A great start for Mercenaries. It could become even better if Soul Snipe's able to sneak his way out of these gunfights. I love the slow, methodical pace from him. Able to find a couple more of those kills. Finally, Four of a Kind's on the board, but it's only a trade out that gets them their kill. They are struggling to find space on the map.
Mercenaries clearly picked this map and game mode for a reason here. They wanted it, and so far looking to be on. And Talik does open things up with a nice little double kill. Back-to-back kills goes their way, but Drug shuts that down immediately. He checks him just a bit. Snakebite down, walks him down, but Snakebite had one with him. That's precision on the back smack. And of course, looks like Drug had one with him. That's Sab on the cleanups.
Cherby trying to get himself way into his team's angle. Great job getting there to help. And right now, Four of a Kind need to establish a little bit more map control. Mercenaries are largely trapped into this back spawn. This is the opportunity that Four of a Kind can move up onto the map and take some more space.
A lot of damage being taken here by Soul Snipe. He does try to put some out as well, but Talik, the final player alive from Four of a Kind, takes him down. 17-9 advantage here. Still for Mercenaries, but it's Talik the one that attacks the perimeter, runs into a couple grenades while doing it. Throws one of his own, but it's not enough. Truck with the win. Now 2 down the side of both teams.
Just precision and Snakebite alive for Four of a Kind. On the other side of the map, they're gonna flip this away. And right now, Precision's an important player. He's left in isolation on the right side of the map. It's his responsibility to stay alive and try to help his team get forward on the map. You can see that starting to happen on the right side, and once that engagement goes through, that's his cue that, hey, I can go in and start to make some havoc happen. Great plays by Precision, but unfortunately for him, the rest of his team is not quite able to stay alive. That's going to be a camouflage for Mercenaries, and with Shock Rifle coming up in 20 seconds, this could be back-breaking for Four of a Kind.
Camouflage and Carbine in the hands of Drug. Seeing players rotating away from the blue side over toward Yard. Nobody wants to spawn in blue, and you definitely don't want to attack towards the blue truck side. Mercenaries obviously know what's up. They block that line of sight immediately, get a couple kills that go their way, willing to trade out their lives. They have a double-digit lead.
Drug's been having a struggle on trying to find a player available to take down, and by the time he does, it's 2 that instantly spot him and find a neutralizing kill. So that Mercenaries, I mean, they have a decent lead here, but on Solitude, no lead is safe. It's so easy to be able to find spawn traps on this map. There's 3 very heavily weighted primary spawns that are very easy to trap players into. Right now, Four of a Kind getting these kills without trade outs are building to that win condition of finding that spawn trap. It's going to be up to Mercenaries to get it behind enemy lines or to find a way forward to take space without being spotted by these players looking at spawns.
A few kills now start to chain the way of Four of a Kind here. You're bringing it out of the double-digit realm, and now within just 6 kills, which clearly is doable. Like you said, no leads are safe, and in fact, just like that, you were up by 11 what feels like moments ago, where Mercenaries now just a 4-kill game, make it 3 as Four of a Kind continue to just get these kills, move in rhythm. Soul Snipe, it's up to him to slow him down. He's already found 1. Can he find more?
Crucial kill by Soul Snipe. It does 2 things, right? Allows his team to start getting forward, but it also pulled back 2 members of Four of a Kind. That's going to gain some spacing for Mercenaries to allow them to try to win in the neutral map. And you see he's starting to look a little bit different until Tala gets a crazy shot in the 1v2. Sab cleans up the triple kill, and Mercenaries are back in control.
All it takes is one play and Sab shows it to you. 3 down, immediately go 4 of a kind. And just like that, Mercenaries had the momentum that they were looking for. It is a cleanup that goes in. That first kill now belongs to 4 of a kind. Looking to turn into much more. And Rusto from Solstice breaking ankles right there. 5 in his former teammate. That was disgusting.
That cool little technique from him on these Forge maps. There's a lot of these ghost ledges they can use to hit curb slides. When you go through that doorway, if you hit it right, you can get yourself a little bit of a speed boost. He's trying to break ankles with it, but not able to stay alive for much longer. We're seeing a very chaotic mid-map right now. Players trading out with life after life. All these trade outs, though, are just benefiting Mercenaries. Soul Snipe and Sab leading the charge with 28 of their team's kills. Right now, 4 of a kind, you are on your last leg. There really cannot be any more trade outs for the rest of this game.
Solstice on the screen right now didn't have the best game number 1, but this game number 2 really feels like his. He is just moving with confidence right now. Eventually does get caught out on no man's land, but look at how his teammates are still able to just get his back and avenge most of it immediately. Now, just looking for 3 more kills are the Mercenaries, and Druk is just finding every weakened player on the map.
That's exciting. Look at the sniper too. Just 2 more kills left to go. The question is who, not if, at this point for Mercenaries, and it'll be Soul Snipe ending the game with 18. His shock rifle proving to be deadly in this series.
After just 2 games, we are already tied up in the series right now. Mercenaries with a big bounce back on Solitude Slayer. Again, they picked that map in game mode for a reason. As we move on to game number 3, is going to be King of the Hill on Recharge. I found it kind of interesting that Trippy picked Live Fire immediately for game number 1, and then immediately banned it for game number 3 and the next one. So only wanted to see Oddball Live Fire, did not want to see it here in King of the Hill.
Yeah, it's an interesting rotation that's been built out here. We're going to go to Recharge King of the Hill instead. This is going to be the map pick from Trippy's team, 4 of a kind. So, right now we've seen the map picks be successful for both teams. We'll see if that rings true as we go into game 3. I'll say Mercenaries, that's a hell of a bounce back, but Solitude Slayer is, I think, one of the better game types for players like Soul Snipe, Drug Suppress. Clearly very comfortable on that map. They like the high, fast, aggressive maps like Solitude where you can force simplified game states. Recharge King of the Hill can get very murky. It's hard to get those clean, simplified game states.
Just remind you guys while we're all here, mind you, $128,000 Halo Pro League co-presented by Shopify Rebellion. We've had 2 qualifiers to actually find our 8 teams that made it into the league here, but now we're going to find out who makes it to land. So we're going to have multiple weeks, multiple Sundays where every team in the league is going to hopefully play each other in that round robin format to eventually bring us down to 6 of the best teams that we have in the world, and they'll be competing on land. So every matchup, and honestly, Tools, maybe to speak about this, every game should matter when it comes to the final standings.
Yeah, remember, folks, if you have a tie for that qualifying spot, it's going to come down to your map record win percentage. Yeah, there's a lot that can come into play here. So every single map matters, especially with the top 6 getting in. Those final 2 spots could be an absolute bloodbath to see who comes out on top.
Camo in the hands of Trippy here. And obviously he and 4 of a kind want their spot to play to compete on land. Shroud gets dropped, and I wonder if he's gonna use it against Mercenaries. Pops in and out of that Shroud, gets himself a kill, gives them the advantage, and 4 of a kind are scoring.
Lasered him from across the map. Trippy coming out with a hot start. 5 kills. No deaths thus far on that killing spree. And I love that he has the noob combo in his back pocket. So often you see players leaving weapons on the rack. Not Trippy. He's going to try to maximize the value out of whatever is ahead of him. And oh my! Oh, the noob combo. He's shredding from across the map. That's a double now.
wants to close out this hill here. Trippy just about does it despite being one shot, still scoring, and it looks like hill number 1 will go to 4 of a kind. Mercenaries come off a spawn and immediately attack the next hill here. Truck in a great position to try to bait it out, but somehow he still goes down, and Precision precisely dissects the remaining members of Mercenaries with the shock here. All 3 down. Go Mercenaries.
Kept Trippy alive too. The killing frenzy still on the table. He gets the number 9. Trippy has been impossible for Mercenaries to take out. And with his shock rifle, he can find himself the killing frenzy.
Suppressed on the rotation. Anticipates as he goes down the orange pipes that he may just pop up over toward the bat ledge, but nobody home just yet. Taking a lot of damage though, and not able to get the trade. Suppressed with the kill shot out of his hands, but work not quite done here for Mercenaries. A lot of time here for 4 of a kind, and Mercenaries ultimately dying 1 at a time here. Sab has to make a play here toward the back blue. Can he win this 1v1?
So far, I think Mercenaries did a great job of finding the isolated players into those gunfights, are able to get a temporary break, but it's still 4 of a kind that seem to have the favorable spawns here, and they will get right back into the hill. It's Trippy, the player that went down first, actually comes back to punish Mercenaries by getting the camouflage, and seemingly will find the remaining bit of time to give themselves a 2-0 lead.
Doesn't get the frenzy, but does end up getting camouflage, gets himself a kill, and ultimately a 2-0 lead here for 4 of a kind. And Mercenaries not even starting off this next hill on the right foot. In fact, they were 3 down, now suppressed, staggered once again here as he keeps finding kill after kill, all of this damage. It's too much. Mercenaries 3 down again.
They got the map in front of them too. 4 of a kind just know that Mercenaries don't have a lot of different opportunities to attack from. Soul Snipe able to get in, but quick trade outs are going to give 4 of a kind the numbers advantage once again. This is a really tough position for Mercenaries to fight out of. Even when they get the break, if they don't have those A spawns flipped, the war of attrition will always favor 4 of a kind.
And what's crazy to me is that this is such a dominant performance here by 4 of a kind. Tala just put his 4th kill on the board. Before that double, he was 2 and 3, and he's normally the high man for this roster when it comes to KD. If Mercenaries are getting treated like this, and their best Slayer is having an off game, what does that mean for the rest of the series? It's 3-0. 4 of a kind have complete and dominant map control.
It's an interesting spot because it's one of the few times where you see a stat line like that, you're like, oh, you know, maybe Tolic's not having the best game, but it's actually more indicative of the inverse, where Tolic just hasn't had to do a lot. His position's been largely back in the map, trying to anchor out spawns. The reality is that the front lines have just been won so consistently by Trippy and Precision, and there hasn't been a lot of need for Tolic to get into these gunfights, and his focus has largely been blocking out the correct spawns. And that's why it's been so tough for Mercenaries, is they're not getting gifted anything on this map. They're not getting a favorable spawn. They're not getting, you know, a lucky chance here and there. It's been all grit, and so far 4 of a kind, when it comes down to crucial one-on-ones, have largely come out on top. Though luck might just change. This is the first time in the game that we're seeing Mercenaries get away with the camouflage.
Drugs able to get his hands here, ends up jumping right into the middle of the map, and then even tried to find the exit and finds himself a Precision. The trade doesn't him going down here, but Camo now is off the map. Sam, meanwhile, wanted to deal with, if not 2, it looks like now 3 members of 4 of a kind are pushing up. He's one shot. He wants to help Soul Snipe. He just doesn't have the skills to do so.
See every nade hit the doorway, but Trippy able to bounce his way back, finds that kill, and with this right now, shock rifle coming up in just 10 seconds. 4 of a kind have 2 ways to win this game, right? They can capture this hill, or they can play a very long game of Slayer. The great position for them, though, is that they're not forced to do either necessarily. They have a little bit of time to feel this out and decide how they want to approach this game.
Mercenaries are able to clean up the player that's over towards tower, which is going to be some good time here for Mercenaries as 4 of a kind find himself on the wrong side of the map. I say that though, in the first pick it does belong to Trippy and Four of a Kind, but Druck and his active listening, finding the weakened players time and time again, and continue to try to put down max damage. However, he goes down. Four of a Kind find that hill, and they only need just one more.
Yeah, the problem is they give up the shock rifle again, and this has been so punishing each time. The shock rifle continues to connect as Talik looks for Sav. He's going to be able to get that one, and he might call game if he finds the next as well. This is a position where Four of a Kind want these spawns at backseat. Talik will be the first in, and oh, the shock rifle will secure the favorable spawns for Four of a Kind.
30 seconds worth of losing time. Four of a Kind have proven time and time again they want to close it out in this one, and with Mercenaries now nowhere near this hill, this is way time that ultimately Mercenaries can't afford, and just when a player gets close enough to try to strike, it's Talik that puts them down and gives his team a 2-1 advantage.
No, the shock rifle has clearly been an important gun throughout the history of Halo Infinite, but rarely do you see games where it has that big of an effect. It felt like anytime Four of a Kind had a player with shock rifle in their hands, they were guaranteeing 2-3 kills with the weapon in quick succession. Just incredible work from Four of a Kind. The camouflages, the shock rifle is playing a huge impact in this game.
Going into our next game, and quite the advantage for Four of a Kind. Obviously, just a 1-game lead in the series, but we talk about momentum. After a dominant performance like that, that can be mentally demoralizing for the opposite team. Trippy, 13.7 KDA, 4K damage. On the other side of things, at Precision and Talik both dropping damn near 5K damage themselves on the map. And when all that damage, all those kills are going down your way, it's no wonder why Mercenaries couldn't get anything going for them. Going into our next match, they're going to have to dig deep once again and try to tie up the series.
Look at the accuracy from Precision, hitting 71% that game. It's him and Last Shot that have had the highest accuracies throughout the history of Halo Infinite, and for good reason. Some absolutely gross players there. And we go into Origin. This is Mercenaries map pick here. It's one where I would be interested to see the strategies from both sides. I'd expect a lot of presence to be on this elbow for both teams, but I'd be in particular interested in how Mercenaries is going to approach. I think there's usually 2 strategies where you try to push up as a team, get the clean kills, get there. There's also the other way where you have a large focus on overextends, trying to take as much space as possible while doing minimal effort. I think that's the strategy that Mercenaries is going to try to put in here. They're a team that likes to play very fast and aggressive. In particular, I'd be keeping my eye on Druck and how he wants to manipulate this map to his whims. I'd expect to see him charging into a lot of the map, trying to buy and build his team space.
And it's funny because this was, you said it before, this is Four of a Kind's pick here, but I'm kind of worried about this, because I feel like when I listened to the pick and ban, you heard something very specific. The moment that it went to Druck, you didn't even get to finish your question saying what map ban. Druck immediately said Imperium.
Yeah.
And then when Trippy answered, he like hesitated a bit, because it very much felt like clearly Druck did his homework and knew that Four of a Kind are an amazing Imperium team. And it almost caught Trippy off guard with how quick Druck answered that. And then even when Trippy went for his, like, he seemed almost hesitant. I'm actually worried a little bit for Four of a Kind when it comes to this map, especially on the other side of things, Mercenaries. This has been known as their playground back in the Halo 5 days. They were an incredible Coliseum squad, and one that really kind of like created and redefined the meta on this map.
Jeez, Talik with that sniper in. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting between these 2 sides to see how they try to play forward on the map. So far, what we've seen is Four of a Kind being a little bit more patient with their plays, trying to get that sniper to be the decider of how they play forward. And I mean, so far, I think it's been somewhat successful for them. We haven't seen Mercenaries really create any sort of chaos right now. That sniper keeps hitting shots like that. Snakebite has been on a tear with this weapon.
Snakebite was known back in the Halo 5 days for burning big snipe ammo against some of the best in the world. He's like, no, we're not burning it this time. We're using it, and got some crazy amount of value there. Eventually, that flag is stopped, and you have to imagine being returned soon here, but not easily. Soul Sniper is being attacked, and in fact, four of a kind ain't giving up on this flag. They want to relay it through the bottom of the map.
And just keeping it alive and buying time for your team to have second chances is big from Precision. They get the 3 down, and you see the last spawner is nowhere near that flag. So that's going to be the first one in for four of a kind, and they're still dealing with pressure that's coming into their base.
One lead here for four of a kind. Another flag on the move, but almost immediately stopped there. Sad. Now trying to battle his way through a couple of different members of four of a kind. That should be a 3 down. That should have been a clean 3 down, but a trade.
The should is a big emphasis there. There is just nothing that is guaranteed at the moment for Mercenaries. Four of a kind have done such an effective job of staying alive and getting second chances on some of these plays because the spawners come up and are able to get involved in the fight. I love this positioning from Snake, but you don't need to force a flag at the moment. What you want to be is ready for a flagpole if you do find these kills. And he gets that first. He's going to see if he can pull some players back. This might be an opportunity. Despite, Snakebite getting this flagpole, Mercenaries do have some good positioning here to try to find an opportunity.
Down on the low side of the map, and no shields to work with, but no shields, no problem, says Druck. Goes right through Trippy and finds himself over on the elbow side of the map here, making his presence known by putting damage onto multiple different members of four of a kind, drawing a lot of attention here on the elbow side towards himself, and now there's a teammate with them. Looks like that's the point when they want to attack. Take down one, brings another down to half shields. The follow-up not quite there. And eventually, Mercenaries do end up going 3 down.
Yeah, Drug was trying to be aggressive to buy time for his team on the snipe side to get away with that sniper, but unfortunately, they lost those gunfights. It goes Precision's way, and Mercenaries, their best chance seems to just go away in a flash.
Sam is stuck over toward that elbow. A couple go down here for Mercenaries, and it could be a lot more than that. Eventually, 3 and the 4th will fall. Flagpole not quite there just yet. Looks like another maybe half a round, if not a full round of slays might be needed once again here for four of a kind. But as they set up here, they understand the situation. And right now, Mercenaries, the one in trouble. They get the 2 round of slays in a row, and now they are heavily influencing those spawns towards the back base and continue to apply pressure.
That's almost perfect there from four of a kind to get this flag back home. Just really not much that you can complain about. They blocked both the elbow and the cave side. Were very deliberate on making sure no one was looking at that back base, giving them that terrible spawn at the back base, allowing them to get an easy flag capture.
2-0 lead here for four of a kind. Snakebite over on this elbow side of things. Now has a carbine in his hands. These long range angles. He's going to love every last bit of it. That's what the carbine does. Max damage being dropped. So do 2 members of Mercenaries. Players over toward the low hand side. And target prioritization is on point here for Snakebite as Mercenaries continue to get punished. Already 2-0 in this game to 5 on Origin.
Max damage is the name of the game right now for Snakebite. Just not really focused that much on what the flag needs to do, but more just staying alive and getting damage for his teammates to get up on the map. Don't need to worry about that flag until you know you have a good opportunity to have a 3 down or a 4 down to try to get the run. You see four of a kind been very deliberate about when they try to go for that flagpole. Even now, right? They don't feel like they have the timing to necessarily pull out that flag. Instead, they focus on those slays, and this time around, not going to be successful. I don't necessarily mind not pulling the flag there, but I do question on whether I don't think they didn't believe they had the timing. I think they might have actually had a pretty good timing window for a flagpole there. We'll see if Mercenaries is able to find some sort of answer on the other side, because four of a kind is winning the slay up battle by a hefty margin right now.
See a sniper onto the battlefield here. This time, Brock is not coming up at the same time. Flag was started, but quickly stopped over toward the back base here. Precision immediately trying to angle that out. Trippy has the responsibility of defending this snipe side here against every member of Mercenaries. They're rotate through, cuts off the timing delay from the animations and just rush through here. And that's going to work out perfect. He finds himself right on time to get this flagpole before the return. A little bit of fumble, but it looks like that flag's still moving.
So far, Four of a Kind have done a fantastic job of showing you why the most important maps on most important parts of the map on Origin is going to be the rocket side and silvers. That's how they've facilitated all their attacks thus far, is by having the combination of those two players up and ready to cause action. And we'll see, you know, Mercenaries right now trying to find a response. Their way was trying to break out the rocket side. Successful at that, but it's coming at a hefty cost. A lot of trade outs happening. It's up to Talik to get on the overextend to try to stop this flag from Mercenaries.
Almost like every member of Mercenaries knows exactly what Talik is at right now here. Damage is going to keep him away, but it looks like his teammates are finding the slays that truly matter. That activates Talik to try to push through the base. Some great shots from Soul Sniper will keep him at bay. Sab with the hunt down, takes him down, and Flag still over in that base. Isn't going to go through.
Ooh, nice nade though. Gets that kill. He finds a sniper as his reward down below. Four of a Kind don't have a lot of map control here. Just one player on the high ground, and Sab gonna take care of that. Looks like a player from Four of a Kind got through the back ranks. I don't know when they got there, but they're on the return, and they will get the return. That's the third flag on board.
Big time sneaky return goes in. 3 flags so far in a row, and now looking for 2 more, or just play the time against them right now. Mercenaries in a really tough spot. A big kill by Four of a Kind as they continue to punish the Mercenaries.
Now look, this is 5 flag capture compared to 3 from previous iterations of this map. So there's still time to figure this out for Mercenaries, but so far Four of a Kind of slaying has just made a huge difference in this game. And they have 2 players that are essentially plus 10, 25 and 11 from Talik thus far, 22 and 12 from Snakebite.
Talik maybe the MVP in this game here with the 25 and 13 assist performance, but Mama LVT is the MVP in the chat. I think that's 20 gifted subs they dropped it. My gosh. Thank you so much for the support as Four of a Kind look to close this game out against Mercenaries. Mercenaries obviously still having a chance, still time on the board. Definitely not going to say it's impossible, but I think improbable might be the word right now with the way Four of a Kind are playing.
Press is too trapped here. Eventually the help comes, but it's way too late into that engagement cycle. Ends up costing the life of 2 players, and that might have been one where they should have said, hey, Suppress, you overextended a little bit too quickly there. We got to cut you loose and try to reset ourselves. Because they've given an opening now to Four of a Kind to get the next sniper and to have their own push ready.
Not able to find Precision just yet here, or Precision find his kill against Soul Step, I should say, just there. Teammate goes down. Precision may have his shields back. Now he's surrounded by multiple members of Mercenaries. Druck does deal with them, and Snipe does find his hands here. Not able to get that no-scope, but this third one does connect, and so does the 2-tap. Druck will survive with the Sniper.
Have they dealt with Talik yet, though? Talik has just been consistently extending into the base, finding kills, and being the greatest nuisance possible to this Four of a Kind, to this Mercenaries roster. I mean, look, Druck's getting kills with the sniper, but the reality is they haven't found Talik yet. He's still just causing mayhem. And now he's got that carbine in the elbow from the opposite side, raining absolute damage on anyone that comes towards him.
That carbine side position hold, but Mercenaries dedicate 2 players to push and force him out of that elbow side. Druck also finding a Lincoln player for his killing spree here, and now with Snakebite having a whole lot of responsibility on his hands, cuts right through the window side, but everybody on Mercenaries are able to anticipate it. Flag now on the move. Four of a Kind spawning just 1 step behind him. That's a 3 down. Precision, the final player, gets a double kill, but even that's not enough to stop this flag.
It's not enough to stop the flag, but it might have been enough to save this game. I mean, that was a dominant position for Mercenaries. They could have gone back-to-back with flag captures there, but Precision wins a pure 1v2, and now it's Four of a Kind that are being able to push up on the map and keep Mercenaries in front of them. They were in a really difficult spot to fight out of, and Precision just didn't miss a shot.
25 seconds worth of time on the board here for the kind. At this point, their win condition is just simply playing Slayer, making sure they keep mercenaries out of the base for just that much time. And in fact, Talik says, you know what? Forget that. I'm going to pull this flag off. If there's a sudden death opportunity, it doesn't mean anything. He has flag out. As of right now, 4 of a kind are getting aggressive despite the shot clock.
The reality is mercenaries just have left way too many gaps that Talik has taken advantage of. So often he's just been able to run past on the rocket side, find his spacing towards the elbow. There has been no effort from mercenaries to stop him from getting forward on the map, and because of it, it comes to haunt them. A 3-1 victory for 4 of a kind, thanks to Talik's 33 and 15 performance.
Wow, Talik has been having quite the series here, and again, to remind you guys, I mean, Talik was a long time a part of that trio with his best friends in Druk and Soul Snipe. Eventually, a lot of them ended up going their separate ways at different times, and Talik finds himself on a phenomenal 4 of a kind roster. But you know, it must be emotion here. Going up against your best friends like this in a matchup, like even when you win, it feels it must not feel all that great.
I think the stat line might make up for a little bit of the hurt there, you know? Yeah, he's got to feel himself a little bit. 33, 15 deaths, 16 assists to go alongside it. You see his KDA shines above the rest with a 23.3. I think the reality of that game was mercenaries just leaving the entire rocket side open for so often. I was hoping maybe we'd see Druk be a little bit more aggressive towards the elbow side, but what largely happened throughout that game was players embedding themselves into the opposite elbow and being able to decide whether they want to play for the objective or try to do max damage. And well, you see Talik, he did just that, 8,800 damage. Just for reference, the next closest on the other side is at 6,700 damage. He did 2k more damage than the next highest player on mercenaries.
His damage level is over 9,000. My gosh. Beautifully played by Talik and hitting almost 9k damage. And now we go into Recharge Slayer. And potentially the final time that we're going to see mercenaries in this series, unless they awaken something similar to what they did in game number 2, the last time we saw a Slayer in this series. Recharge coming up next. And I will say, Recharge and Solitude, those are 2 completely different maps.
Yeah, I mean, you do look at the Slayer, and Mercenaries was pretty dominant in that Slayer. The objectives have been clearly in favor of 4 of a kind, but it's not like Mercenaries is without a chance to battle back here. I think Recharge Slayer is a perfect opportunity for them to reset and get themselves back into this series and search for an answer in these objective game types, because they clearly need one.
Last time we actually saw this very mercenaries squad on a Slayer, I believe the leading man was Soul Snipe, if I can remember correctly. I want to say he actually might have dropped like 18 and 9 in that Slayer game after maybe having a slower start in that game number 1. So I feel like if we're going to look at any player here, we're going to have to look at Soul Snipe, maybe have another similar game to that. And actually, I just checked the Halo data hive, and it was actually 18 and 8. 5 assists and almost 4,000 damage in that Slayer. So if there is a player to look out for, it's going to be Soul Snipe. He was the leading man once before in the Slayer, and they're going to need him to do just that again.
The teams are finally set on the correct sides. Looks like we're going to get into this one as fast as we can. But for those that are curious about the schedules and how things can go, lvthalo.com, you can check everything out there. But you're wanting a weekly email blast, you don't want to do any effort. You just want us to tell you. We can deliver you guys a hand-delivered email every single week with what matches you can expect by joining the newsletter now. !newsletter in chat. We'll send you guys out an email that gives you the schedule, the drops, everything to expect with the LVT Halo Pro League this year.
If you want to know what's going down, make sure you guys get on top of that newsletter. Links already in the chat right now as we get back to our feature match here for the kind. Going up against the mercenaries. Already up 3-1 in the series right now. We talked about mercenaries clearly having a path to redemption here in the series. Game number 2 didn't go their way on Solitude behind a 18 and 8 performance by Soul Snipe. That's what we're starting on board with right now. Can he have a similar performance on Recharge?
Camo been largely left out in the open. Both teams trying to work their long range fights before they try to make the commitment. First blood goes to four of a kind, but Mercenaries not giving up this cross onto the camo just yet.
Tied up in the early game here, Camouflage not wrapped up. Right now being used as bait by both of these teams at the moment here. Soul Snipe does enough damage for the cleanup to go down, earning him an assist. However, Precision right through the middle of the map goes after one, and Mercenaries clear things out. Mercenaries do eventually win the opening break and earn themselves a camouflage.
Yeah, in order to do so, though, they had to give up the high side of the map. That's going to give Shock Rifle over to four of a kind. We'll have to see which one becomes more valuable at the end. I think I'd rather have the camouflage here, but with the way the snipe shots have been hitting for four of a kind, I don't know if it's necessarily guaranteed that's the right play.
It's going to be up to Snakebite here to maybe make some plays with this Shock Rifle, just barely missing out on the perfect headshot on the player over on the low tower side. Looks like one player breaks out over towards Whirlpool. Suppressed trying to be sneaky, but he ends up actually getting caught, and meanwhile Sab jumps right over the head of Snakebite with this camouflage. 7 to 6 in the advantage for Mercenaries, but as camo runs out, Shock Rifle does not.
Ooh, Snakebite hits the shot, putting them one step closer to tying this game up, and eventually is when Precision hits that. Trade outs left and right, and Snakebite still has plenty of Shock Rifle to work with. A three-man push, and oh, Snakebite shutting it down.
One kill advantage here for four of a kind at the moment. Trippy anticipating a push, throwing a bit of a denial grenade through the gold door. Eventually goes in and challenges Soul Snipe, who will not be messed with. Suppressed ends up getting the cleanup, seemingly out of nowhere here. But it's like players are flying. Drunk is in there, and Talik says thank you for the triple.
Clean up city for Talik there, and look at him able to get up into that window. I love how aggressive he's being here. He knows he has a ton of damage onto these players, and then his teammates have tried to keep that damage. That grapple helping him in that fight, but unfortunately not able to stay alive, but the rest of his team trying to clean up what was left behind.
Had a couple of grenades with his pulls. I'm actually surprised Talik didn't try to drop one of them to take down any member of those players over toward the tower side. Love the aggressive grapple plays. I think one nade might have been able to change things from 20 to 19 in favor of four of a kind, but Mercenaries going 3 down ain't what the doctor ordered.
A lot of emphasis put on the seaside push. We're gonna see 3 players of four of a kind trying to work together. I mean, you don't see this too often. Look at that. It's a chain of players in red trying to work together, establishing a strong team shot to break this setup. And so far, it's working out. The trade-outs haven't come. And you see them actually win the backseat control for now. Mercenaries not giving up on this fight, but the chain of players from four of a kind is just creating trade opportunities.
It ain't basketball, but I think we just saw a 3-man weave coming out of four of a kind right there through the blue pipes. Wow. Brought me back to my high school days as the Mercenaries do eventually find the kills to get a 1-kill advantage here. Sab goes in for the challenge, and man, a big-time collapse, and a couple assists go his way as Mercenaries look to add to their lead.
We see four of a kind largely trapped now. Look how much space Mercenaries has. Druck able to push up through the middle of the map. They have control of the right and the left side, but because they took so much space, they didn't necessarily have each other's help right away. Four of a kind able to take advantage of that, find the first couple kills, but did not look for the flank. And Druck was able at least to find the one on that flank, but four of a kind still coming out, I think, on top in those engagements. Ooh, nice
Make your advantage here, making 2 after the nade by Trippy. Absolutely obliterates the shields and the life of Sab. Switch over to Soul Cyphers. Stuck here over towards that blue side, and the moment he tries to break out the cross map shots, keep him in, and then Precision will hunt right through the middle of the map. 3 down, go Mercenaries. It's up to Sab to try to survive.
You see the spawns for Mercenaries are going to be on the high side of the map, so they're not going to have a good angle onto this camouflage. They do have a few seconds to try to get themselves into that better position, but with the grapple down, I think Trippy has a grapple to potentially get away with camo here, and you actually see that come to play. The grapple comes in that was left behind on a dead body, and that's going to give a free camo for Trippy to run around with.
starts off with a couple of shots over toward that Whirlpool side. Immediate reposition, trying to keep Mercenaries guessing at the moment. Sees the 1v1 that he wants, but suppressed. Refuses to overcommit to that. But now look at all three members of Mercenaries. They're trapped over towards that low A side. And because of that, you're seeing Snakebite and 4 of a Kind really choose and pick the way they want to attack, controlling the influence of this fight. And because of that, they're taking down 2. Could be a 3rd here. Oh, whoa, sad.
He almost got away with his life there too, but Snakebite with the perfect shots. That gives them a 2-kill lead, and for the first time now in a while, the end game is in control of 4 of a Kind. Mercenaries trying to battle their way back, but they've been largely stuck at C for probably the last 3 rotations of Slays. They haven't moved from this spot. They're trying to fight 4 of a Kind from this position. Finally, some spacing towards A, and it looks like everyone from Mercenaries is trying to more prioritize that A side. A lot of emphasis being put on for Mercenaries there. The other 2 players trying to hold off C, and I like this from Trippy. He's saying, okay, like, they think we're engaging at C. We're actually going to try to engage you at A.
Just 1 kill between them going into the late game here. And in fact, it's a tied up game, and 4 of a Kind are actually going to take the lead here. And this is not good for Mercenaries. They need this win to stay alive in the series, and a trade out is not going to work because that's 45 now for 4 of a Kind.
Express got to be a little bit careful here. He's playing in isolation right now. Doesn't have the exact help to take on a lot of these gunfights. Oh my God, he's checking for information. Almost comes at the cost of his life, and Soul Snipe doesn't even hesitate to go out the door. So aggressive plays for Mercenary to try to close out this series. And right now, they're trying their best to get these kills, but 4 of a Kind finding trade after trade. It's 46 all. It comes down to first to 4.
Just a couple of lives to work with. Every single fight matters. Soul Snipe goes in for the 1v1 and ends up winning. It takes down Snakebite and gives Mercenaries the lead.
Shot screens out. That should be Camo for Suppress. Can he get away to safety? A 1-kill difference, but Camouflage to try to close out this game for Suppressed.
2 kills is all you need if you're Mercenaries. But 4 of a Kind were just 1 behind you. And in fact, they've actually just tied up the game. You still have Camouflage if you're Suppressed, and you have all of this information on Talik. Finds the kill, gets cleaned up immediately. 49 to 49. This is it.
Comes down, Soul Snipe's getting into engagement with Precision. Precision stuck behind the wall. He will not be able to stay alive. He almost had it. A 50-49 for Mercenaries to stay alive in this series.
Wow. What a fight. What a war we just saw on our game here. That's 2 Slayers that now go the way of Mercenaries. But man, 1 false move could ultimately cost them that life and that game. Druck, 16 kills, a 4.0 KDA out of him. Meanwhile, Soul Snipe, 15 and 8, 9 assists, and 10.0 KDA coming out of Soul Snipe.
See, I mean, Precision trying to do so much at the end of that game there. I think maybe a little bit, trying to do a little bit, maybe too much by himself throughout that game a few times. But I really did enjoy the final few seconds of that game. The push was very interesting from both sides. Obviously, getting away with Camouflage was a big deal for Mercenaries. Trippy didn't hesitate. I mean, Talik didn't hesitate to go through the map though, and we see him catch Suppressed here. And this is where it gets really interesting. At 49-49, they have good information about where these players of Mercenaries are. You see the flank coming in from tower, but Precision just taking a little bit too much damage here. But look how close he is from winning this gunfight. He is 1 shot away. And I really like to see, this is where Precision comes out on top in a lot of gunfights. This is how good his micro is. You see him down 3 shots in this engagement. He gets 1, 2, 3, and then just misses the head. He has an opportunity to win the game. And think about that. He has an opportunity to win the game being down 3 shots going into that gunfight.
Yeah, that's the most impressive thing to me is the fact that he was literally, what, less than half shields in that fight and somehow almost got the reversal for the win. And that would have been absolutely crazy. But ultimately, that's a game that goes the way of Mercenaries. And we have another one coming up next. We move to the third objective where now Mercenaries have a chance to force a Game 7. We've seen so far 2 amazing series up until this point. We haven't seen a Game 7. Maybe Mercenaries can bring us there.
Strongholds is an interesting objective type, right? It's completely different than any of the other game types. Largely rotational in a way that you just don't see in the other game types. There's never really a chance for you to play around a single objective. There's 3 that are always in play, and because of that, you can focus a lot more on the flow of the game, right? You don't necessarily have to win your slays to win the game. Just having 1-2 solid situations where you get a trip cap into play and score those 2 points for every second can make a massive difference in this game. Be on the lookout for the trip cap pressure. That's what both these teams are going to want at all points in time.
Strongholds Recharge coming up next year. An opportunity for the Mercenaries to bring us to a Game 7, but for the kind also can end it right here, right now, just like they tried to do in the Slayer here. And Talik has already come out red hot here in this game.
But with that, Soul Snipe did get away with the camouflage, and with Shock Rifle still up, he has a chance to stack both the power up and the power weapon together.
Bravo converts. Soul Snipe still having that camouflage in hands. You actually see that there's a teammate battling it out over toward the tower side. Says, why don't you stay alive? I got your back here. As he immediately puts down the pressure. Cleanups do happen. And Soul Snipe, without skipping a beat, attacks Charlie.
Yeah, I love how he goes right into White Tower, is trying to instantly apply as much pressure as he can onto the map. That gives them this trip cap, at least for now. And if they find a couple of slays, they can maintain this. This is going to be one of the most important fights of the game, and all Soul Snipe just couldn't find the head. That's going to at least reprieve the trip cap pressure for now, as Precision was able to get away with that. He's also getting max damage onto the other side, but so far Mercenaries, I think, look fairly strong to start this game.
Number 2 and number 5 seeds going at it right now here, and your number 5 seed not only winning that Slayer, but also now about to get themselves a triple cap and already have the lead here against War of a Kind. Sad. Now trying to navigate his way right from the Charlie side. Knows all he has to deal with is Talik, and because of that, he gets the reset. War of a Kind attacking Bravo, though. Looks like one base will convert.
Hey, the Trippy's in trouble here. You see the help trying to get there. There's a 2v1 that's turning into a 3v2 for Four of a Kind. Snakebite. Wow, it's great awareness to know, hey, I have help. I don't need to give away my life here. Set it up for my teammates. It's going to lead to a precision triple kill and a safety position for Four of a Kind. They have the spacing. You see Trippy playing the opposite side. Precision has A locked in, and Snakebite getting that long haul side push is going to allow Trippy to say, hey, we're going for 3. They are flying at C, and here comes the help from the mid-map. Precision gets into play. So well executed. They have them trapped at B. That is supremely played by Four of a Kind. Great situational awareness to understand what that long haul spawn meant for the team. They didn't waste any time getting this trip cap locked in.
Four of a Kind bouncing back with a huge trip cap of their own here. They at least are able to burn away camouflage while also continuing to score. With that, Four of a Kind actually going to take a lead here in the game, and both teams going 3 down, a momentary 1v1.
Talik has that grapple. He knows he can get into the C fight before it transfers. And that nade's gonna force him back for now, but I don't think he's necessarily done trying to contest over at C. The B push is coming in from Mercenaries. Talik decides that B is gonna be the priority for now, but at any point they can try to attack at C, and that's the position that you like for Four of a Kind. A really dynamic position being played by Talik right now, where he has the option to help or play for more, and he did both in this single life. Help secure B for his team, and as soon as that's over, you see him trying to extend for even more damage on the map, or even more control of the map. And right now, Four of a Kind is playing this rotation really, really well.
Soul's doing a great job of playing his cover, trying to buy as much time as possible, but eventually taking down the same result for Sab as well. Now you have Bravo, the only base in the hands of Mercenaries, as Four of a Kind
И что это такое? Отхожу и сразу что-то. Что это такое? А что это зависло? И на вроде нормально все. Работает. Все есть. Опа.
Holds it here. Bounce back, but four of a kind, there's one thing that isn't up to contest. They are a dangerous team, and their objectives were as clean as you can be. I mean, every single objective game was a dominant win.
It definitely was. Four of a kind, showing why they are one of the higher seeds to come into your pro league again, guys. $128,000 on the line here, co-presented by Shopify Billion. And when we take a look at some of the seedings and kind of how we got here, what we're looking at so far, as we still have a couple matches left in the later days. So far, we see a 4-2 map count for Four of a Kind, and Cloud9 with the exact same 4-2 record. Mercenaries and FaZe starting off their pro league 0-1, and we keep talking about it. Every single match is going to matter. As you see, every single Sundays, all of these teams duking it out in some way, shape, or form in this round-robin format. Pay attention to how the games go, but also how the maps go. Because when these tiebreakers start to come into effect, it's going to be an absolute brawl, a war to find out who's going to be our final 6 teams to make it to land.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the matches that we have.
В смысле команда Доми Inconceivable?
Shopify
Что?
going up against Ascending Baseline for our last
Чего?
match of the day. We still have Retribution.
SSG что,
going
в
up
последний
against
момент
Inconceivable
передумали?
up next, I'm really excited.
А?
Retribution squad, Acid,
Чего?
Descendant, Yaxon, and Eco. It's a team, you know, that's 3/4 of the team. Half the team that got top 3
Я что-то
with
пропустил.
Envy, I believe, and then Acid coming in. He's been fantastic.
Подожди,
all
когда они эту
year.
графу показывали? В
Eco
начале.
obviously having to find a new home. And,
Как такое может быть? Что?
complements him really well. I'm curious how they take on the challenge.
Вчера они еще SSG были?
Like SSG or
Чего, блядь,
the
что?
Lucid Penguin, Falcon, and Collect.
А?
That's an absolutely fantastic matchup. And then to close things out, we actually
Ладно.
have Shopify Billion.
Может быть, они на бумаге, типа, SSG или как? Или на словах, наверное, пока.
You count Ascending Baseline.
Наверное, пока они только на словах. Они, наверное, должны доказать, что они SSG. Я не знаю, что это имеется в виду.
Shopify Rebellion, I still think that is going to be a
C9?
fun series to watch.
Команда
So,
Бубуду.
guys, we
Вот
come
они
back
были
with
C9, потому что там было еще непонятно.
Pro League action. Me
На
and Tool's gonna be
в последний момент Cloud9 все-таки, я так понимаю, подписали.
Eli, the
Ага.
popping in for the top.
Что вот тогда с командой Люсида? Это как вообще? Это такое, что не так? Ладно. У нас перерыв. И скоро начинается SSG против... Это команда Ико. Страшно. Это будет страшно, если честно. Все может быть. Все может быть. Тут даже тут не угадаешь. Команда Ико чертовски сильная. Особенно в режимах 23 минуты перерыв. Да. Сам. Шо, блин? Мне бы раньше начать, раньше закончить. Ну ладно. Пошопаемся тогда пока. Смотри, что тут у нас есть такое. Вообще, знаешь, давай пока я переключусь на APG или на Алекса. Давай на APG. Короче, он аналитикой занимается. А у Шая невозможно смотреть. Я не знаю, откуда он набрал аудиторию, но почему у него такая крутая аудитория? Ведь у него... Ну, он про... Ну, вообще он ушел. Он ушел. Все, писюн, потому что ты там дернул и ушел. Офигеть. Только я к нему зашел. Хорошо, возвращаемся. Подожди, давай глянем, что у Томми. Что у Томми? А, Томми молодец, он тренится. О, у него Ренегат в друзьях. Ну, и логично, они же в оптиках вместе играют. Бубу-дубу. Да, я бы хотел иметь Бубу-дубу у себя в списке друзей. Да. Я понял, у него скулик там, да, это значит, они трениться будут. Ну, тогда вернемся к APG. Опа. Drop забрал, хорошо. So, что SSG owner is like, where's my rope? Бля, что происходит? Неужели SSG dropped команду Люсида в последний момент? А зачем они так сделали? А кого они тогда собрались подбирать? Или Фейз распускает после сегодняшнего провала? Фейз распускает команду. И SSG их берут? Ну. Я просто не понял. Вот Томми какой-то грустный. Бляха-муха, хоть бы это не сказалось. А, он, наверное, по голосам. Хоть бы это не сказалось на сегодняшних играх. Давай почитаем, что у него пишут в комментариях. Они, наверное... Давай повыше возьму. Так. Lucy, you're up soon. Forward versus mercenary series down. You guys, it's my boy. Shows him why you're MVP. Кстати, да, такой-то год 22 вроде был. I believe in you, Tommy. So the goal of the tournament is to make a top 6 to qualify for... Кстати, да, что там топ 6, да, будет? SSG fight. Ё-моё, что я наклацал? Everybody watching. Everybody know I'm a lucid glazer. Me too, guys, me too. I'm lucid, trippy, and snakebite glazer. Why in the LVT it says inconceivable instead of SSG? О, хороший вопрос. If lucid beats vitality, then we're guaranteed LAN. Не по идее. Никто не ответил. Lucid, Killer, Renegade and Legend would have been an actual God Squad. Ренегада уберите отсюда. Он уже все washed. Stream summary. Lucid is still deep in Halo Infinite ranked. Surviving another 40-59 game 5, blah blah blah. Teammates ignoring camera again, roaming the wrong side. А шо он... Короче, я не знаю, мне что-то плохое предчувствие. Надеюсь, это ни к чему не приведет. Я не верю, что происходит. Кстати, я не обращал внимания, был он тогда с иконкой SSD или нет. Что за бред? APG, может как-то он прокомментирует эту ситуацию? Давай я напишу. Ну, если оно, мне кажется, лагать не будет. Почему-то у меня именно APG лагает. Что-то тут написали? Понял тоже, что... Короче, спрошу. Вот, появилось. Я в телевизоре. Я в телевизоре телевизора. Другого, чужого телевизора. Вот я в телевизоре телевизора. Давай, APG. Давай аналитику.
Anchoring A while the rest of your team does the dirty work in the middle of the map is fucking important. It's very important.
Какие-то там морали.
They have to do that. That way you can.
Почему все молчат? Никто не знает, что писать?
Pollock still in A, blocking it. They're pushing towards C, but this is a good push. I like this push because he's got grapple. They put pressure on
APG, да мы поняли все, это же for the kind, команда Трипи. Это, ну это, короче. Давай, отвечай на вопрос.
They get C, but they're getting kills around it, so it's okay. Soul Snipe jumps out to B, but they don't have any footing on the map. Soul Snipe's going to be dying eventually. He doesn't get the trade either. There's 3 dead. Druxon Tower, he can't get this kill. He's on double stack. They double team him. And there's still Pollock or somebody blocking A, I think. There's still somebody.
Так, 11...
Yep, they're still in A. Still in A. They allowed them to spawn there, but then they rotated back. Just too important.
They never were SSG, I think. Killick did it as a troll, I'm pretty sure. Что?
I think that's going to be their aim, or their goal. Especially with Corvacon winning salary and not...
SSG owner, so Killick's POC and said hell nah, insane.
If I was them, I'd probably go with Corvacon if you're looking at it from a business perspective. I would go for them. But they are not SSG anymore. So that's an interesting thing to note as well. And then Suppress, bro, this play right here, Suppress is just taking 1v1 into A.
Что он ляпнул, что они все больше не SSG?
He has nobody to help him. His teammates are playing long haul. He's just gonna die there, and they have A and C, just keeping them in gold. Again, they're just trying to play pipe consistently. There's one person at C, but they're aware of him. That's Druck long haul. He's backed up. Suppress off spawn, backs up into gold. One shot too, mind you. Sab goes to pipes by himself. Sab takes a 1v1 to A, gets killed at A. They can't do shit. They cannot do shit. Look at the control that they have. Druck is trying to make a play.
Что, да я к Алексу зайду еще.
Soul Snipe gets what?
A little bit uncomfortable asking for money for anything from the chat, you know? But when we did the $1,500 scrim, it just happened so quickly. We were, you know, we were flying through it. That I feel like we could somehow get away with doing another money scrim. I put a new fund together in the back end. We would need $1,000 to make it happen if we're keeping things the way that we wanted to work with it off last week. SSG no more. I'm not sure what's happening, but I think what we should also do is vote on the matchups. You'd help fund what, like a scrim between Eco? Okay, first let's what? I'll put it up for now, but
SSG inconceivable.
Lady Mando, if you don't mind, can we make a poll for potential matchups that chat would want to see? So like, SSG. I don't know what we do about SSG and Inconceivable if we change it. Just say Team Lucid versus Eco, Lucid versus Renegade, Renegade versus Eco, Renegade versus Snakebite. How many poll entrant like selection options do we have, right? Like, what would chat want to see the most? Matchup wise, this Snakebite team looks deadly. Do we want to see Snakebite
Dubu versus World.
I don't know, right? Like, what's the fan favorite here? Renegade versus Sirion, C9 versus FaZe. A lot of potentials. Dubu versus the World. Rhino gets some money. Rhino versus who? And you get $100 per win.
Do those teams even want to play each other?
Just extra, I don't know. Pro COD mess my boys up. Mess my boys up. Pro COD.
Я расстроен.
Only 2 of them were in Pro COD.
Ну как?
Yeah, it's a big change though.
А ну да, я вернусь к Томе. Может быть он какой-то Intel. Maybe he will drop some Intel.
And God.
Yeah, I think I'm down for that.
Lucid Fire, Lucid Daddy. Ай. Короче, что-то... Что-то vibes are definitely not positive.
It's good, Jerry. How's it going?
Окей, я знаю, что нужно сделать.
What do you prefer, beard or no beard? I don't mind having like.
Короче, watch this, guys. Сейчас.
True beard. I'd probably say this is like closer to the length I want it, if not closer to clean shaven. I actually don't mind the beard. Like I still like rocking it, but my face just gets too itchy. Been doing that for years now. Where I mean, I'll probably still do it. I'll let it grow out and I just shave it, but. Definitely just feels like at times like gotta just stay clean shaven for a long period. We're talking about for ball here. Yeah. Yeah. Sure looks cleaner on you. I agree. I just like the way it looks too, for sure. But the way it feels matters the most.
Окей, сейчас. Я понял, они здесь. Какая-то там фигня вообще у них. Даже так? Оу, окей.
Goal is to look like Eco? What the fuck are you saying?
1 second. Можно это? Нельзя, да? Ладно, тогда... Я на мгновение буквально.
Aqua. Mm-hmm.
Бум.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Really. Hate the itch from facial hair, especially when you're adjusting your headphones. Yeah. Feel that. Feel that.
Опа.
Yo, Nickson, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you for the support. Keep the vibes up, yes sir. I hear you on that. I hear you.
Что-то он вообще поплыл.
I believe in you, Mabel. I would believe in you.
Ай, да, что-то... Слушай, у него такие тут анимированные наклейки четкие, я бы сказал. Что это было? Что это они попукали там? А, они потихонечку собираются. Да, у него чат, как у меня. Так вот один в один просто, вот тоже вот это, знаешь. Пустыня и вот этот кломок веток вот так вот. Вот так вот ветром сдувает. Вот это у нас один в один с ним. Но только он Halo Gold, как бы и MVP, а я просто какой-то Вася. Да не, у меня что-то я расстроился даже.
DMR starting weapon?
Что-то...
I typically prefer the VR.
Я какой-то расстроенный теперь. Я такой
I could be
радостный
ugly
был,
bones,
что
like, way
Cloud9
more
там это
on
выиграли,
board
четко
with
там
the
это.
Bandit right now if we just didn't have Jiggle
Ну я,
Piggy.
конечно, ничего от этого не получил, я же на них не ставил, как бы, но... Я не знаю. Я не знаю, просто как это SSG их бросили, что?
What's game 3 again? Okay, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I'd probably say between like Origin and Recharge. Yeah, I kind of agree. Do we actually have any other Recharge? I can't remember for like OBJ. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't know if I want to play back-to-back Recharge. Game 1 and 2.
Я не знаю. F-Tata. Я не знаю. Окей, а как Кейсон? Мне интересно, как Кейсон отреагировал на сегодняшнюю игру Фейс? Потому что, ну,
No, our team name is,
я предупреждал, что такое может быть. Я предупреждал. Потому что Stellar, я не знаю, конечно, кто у них там главный в команде, у них вообще, наверное, лидера нет. У них же там всех эго на максимум. Но Stellar же, он, ну, как бы команда, что 4 игрока. А что, если Stellar сказал, все, типа, ну там, я не буду. Ну, что делать остальное? Ну, то идут заниматься своими делами. Понятное дело, уже никакого Scream нет. Вот у них был вот тот
oh,
Scream.
Retribution is Eco's team name? Okay.
Вот тот Scream у них был тогда. Проплаченный, типа, 1500 от Шая. Все. Они после этого вообще не тренировались. И, типа, ну вот к чему и привело. Они проиграли 2-4. 2-4. Против команды Бубу-Дубу. Ё-моё. Ну, окей, Бубу-Дубу, да, там очень опытный игрок. И кто... А в УСе явно нет, чувак играет, как я, в лучшем случае, если не хуже. Просто он на ПК, как бы, у него FPS больше. По факту, наверное, я лучше его играю. Сирен, ну... Паренек дает надежды. Я бы сказал, что ну, на него даже можно ставить отдельно. Он достаточно таки хорошо играет, он шустрый. Мне нравится его стиль игры. Я его заметил еще, когда начинался этот сезон. Этот киберспортивный сезон. Это было, наверное, в феврале. Когда Bound ушел, им надо было как-то заполнить состав. Был Сирен. Вот тогда он мне тогда понравился. А сейчас он, я бы сказал, самоусовершенствовался. Поэтому молодец, парень. И там кто-то еще был. Был кто-то еще. Сейчас я посмотрю. Кто там был. Так, в той команде... А вот тут, кстати, SSG написано. До последнего было написано SSG. Вот я смотрю. 128,000 LVT Shopify Rebellion Pro League is set. League play starts this Sunday. И тут написано SSG. 3 буковками. Не Space Station Game, а SSG. Ну. Так, в той команде был... Кинник. Ну, типа, да, он в Аникс, все дела. Подожди, Кинник это случайно не тот, кто играл на DreamHack? Какой-то вообще Вася. Не, это вот это вообще какой-то упырь. Ну, в общем, команда такая, если абы кого пособирали, типа, Бубу-Дубу сформировал какую-то команду. И, ну, то есть, как бы, никто от них ничего не ожидал. Они умудрились уничтожить просто, испепелить Фейс. Ну, хотя Фейс это вообще, потенциально это вообще лучшая команда, которая может быть. Ну, или могла бы быть. Ну, имеем, что имеем. Кстати, я сейчас обратил внимание на стеллаж за Томи. Мне такое чувство, что я знаю производителя этого стеллажа. И, возможно, я видел его на Amazon. Но я бы такой себе не взял, потому что у меня мебель... вот основа рама металлическая. Я ее выбираю белую. А полочки из золотого дуба. Ну, короче, зуб светлый. Светлый дуб. У Томи, я смотрю, темный, как акация какая-то по цвету. И черная основа, черный металл. Но у меня мебель... Не, даже не так. У меня дело в том, что у меня стены белые, потолок белый. Я подумал, раз уж на то пошло, то стоит делать весь интерьер белый. Поэтому отталкивался от белой основы, но так и получилось там золотой дуб был, ну я такой, окей. Что он опять микрофон выключил? То он его включает, то он его выключает, что-то такое. Короче, толком он что-то не потренился, не разогрелся, что-то вообще он спать хочет, я смотрю. Не знаю, I tried to set vibes up. I tried to set the vibes up. Бу. О, мне трусы какие-то дали. Трусы дали и подписочку. Connect. А, ну это я... А, мне код дали? Класс. Думал... I just watched Trippy series. Why was it a back-to-back recharge map? Действительно. Is it just LVT, bro? They doing wild shit over there. Eco Steam forfeit first map? Что? Что происходит вообще? Надо что-то Томе такое написать, чтобы мотивировало его. Что-то надо такое написать ему. Что типа что 10 тысяч таких организаций придет и это профинансирует их. Не знаю, конечно, кто это может быть. Что толком. Оптики нет. Кто еще? TSM. Они вообще там, наверное, зарплату платить не будут. Sentinels давно уже нету. Envy, кстати, может быть. Они неплохо себя чувствуют в Rocket League, я знаю. Может быть. Может быть, Envy, кстати, было бы неплохо. Ой.
It's good, yo mamas.
Looks like he's getting ready to go Super Saiyan. Good luck, you guys. Like
Been saying Lou lately. Been saying Lou a whole lot, man. It's good tones. We're locking in. We are locking in.
I can still listen charging now. LOL, love to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Miss you and your
Yeah, I'm doing good,
playtime.
mamas. Been good. Hopefully you've been good, man. Ash Online is scary.
Я что-то
It is
переживаю.
spooky, man. We're probably
Listen,
gonna,
if we are
Texas
ever in
server.
trouble, I'm pulling the cables.
Probably will. I mean, even LVT, he's, I think, based out of Texas, so. We got 1, Mike, 2, Ecos 3, Acids in Mexico, so I think it probably will pull there. I mean, maybe there's a chance it pulls east. Well, no, it should pull Texas because Zane's West Coast.
It's watery, no lottery.
Does this Bungie game also have Palpatine? There's a shock rifle in this game. There's a shock rifle in this game, so, you know, we can't be shocking people. Can't be zapping.
Кто это сказал?
Where are you out of? From Florida.
Мобиль какой-то.
If we're ever in trouble and pulling the cables, thank you, maybe you'll think.
Все, начинают или что? Видимо, да. Все, переключаемся тогда на LVT. Я делаю их тише. Себя громче. По максимуму топим за Люсида, команду Люсида. Были в такие темные, ну, непонятные, скажем, времена. Я не знаю вообще, что сказать. Я просто в шоке. Что-то там switching size, нет, что-то там переключать, что-то не слышно. О, это лицензионная музыка. Ой, как душно, ой, как душно. Ничего не комментируют, ничего не это самое. Кого они ждут? А, Killek is in custom game. Понял, все тогда. Справедливо. Правильно, пусть тренится. Шо? Какие-то моменты смотрю. О, кстати, там выше был Spartan Assault и вот эти все спин-офф. Every Halo Game Ranked. Halo is a sophisticated man's game. Most people wouldn't understand. Это правда. О, Lucid Glaze. А, битс эти. More Halo angst, better Halo. Ай-яй. Начинаем. А чё я на этих? Ой, отсюда надо выйти. Какой-то Маковский новый ведущий. Макауский. Inconceivable. А, так Ико тоже переименовал свою команду. Вместо Vitality теперь Retribution. Давай, Пингвин, Люсид, мужики, ну! Уже начинают. Йой. Так. Синие у нас, да? То есть они у нас не желтые по понятным причинам. Синие. Опять-таки. Blue. Red versus blue. Так. Пока просто размены, толком никто гуру не держит. А, надо громче сделать. Пардон. Вот таким образом. Все. Что они забыли, во что они играют? Эй, хлопцы. А, нет, гады контролируют.
On the bat ledge, looking out towards blue, defend this throne, advancing on out towards collect. He's going to call for his teammate to clean that up, set his attention now to the tower, and perfect process, takes down 2 with the use of the assist and the slay. A little bit of a gator arm there, but he's no worse for it, as unlegit, that's Eco, saves him.
Yeah, and an interesting movement there from Jackson, opts to not go into the A world.
Что-то не очень, что-то не очень. Где этот гад сидит? А, вот он. Кюлик, давай, заходи. 4 мертвы у Retribution. Парни, давайте. Ну же. Ну же. Фолк, давай. Давай, инфу. Йо, все вчетвером. Аккуратненько. Давай, хорош. Да, Ику, убирай. Да, инфу, супер. Почти. Они почти взяли. Ну же. Охва, хорош. Ай-яй-яй. Ты было близко.
Possibilities there, getting shots on hill, controlling the space at the next hill. So I like that level of multitasking from Lucid. But in the process, Retribution not only got that first hill, but they were able to get the camo. Acid's got some early hill time, but as his teammates die around him, I expect him to get out of this hill and try to get some kills here shortly.
Wow, despite not much movement there, he was picked out despite having the camo, and now he's picked off. Does trade out though. 1-1. The 1-0 lead here for Retribution has descended. Hot off the flight from Puerto Rico. He takes one, but goes down as well. Lots of trades occurring here in the last 15-20 seconds or so as Eco working his way in towards the sneak. He got to watch his back. He trades out as well. That's 3 trades in a row, and then there's another trade.
А, двое мертвы у команды Ика, двое мертвы у команды Люсида. Давай, убирай. Аккуратно. Ай, ну что ж ты, ну. Куда ты полез? Ошибка на ошибке. Гайс, локин, вы ж проигрываете 0-1. Люси, давай. Как он и говорил, я буду брать шокрайф. Уж перезарядишься. Или подожди, там 6. Или там 9, я что забыл. Опа, хорош. Ой, хорош, как... Оу, даблкил красивый. Чувствуешь? Есть. Хорош. Аккуратненько. Давай, подходи к своим.
He would have thought ahead in that situation, understood he didn't have the timing to stop the hill and just held for next.
Неудобно.
Instead, actually just kind of died for free bottom mid, might be kicking himself for that one. See if his team can recoup from that.
Ой, хорош! Да. Отлично, они контролируют. 4 против 3. Слева. А, нет, снизу. Я вообще не заметил даже. Оу! Давай! Есть! А, почти трипл. Кэмо. Прикрывай. Ага, Кюлик хорош.
to grab this game.
Collect. Почему я collect?
Also just backtracks into elevator just long enough to
Collect, как
guarantee these
collect.
players don't spawn there.
Давай, давай, давай. Ой,
Just to be extra careful now.
чтоб ты под...
Like
Ну ладно,
behind the
ассист.
players as he predicts their
Ага,
next
хорош.
getting some shots down range.
Почти.
Flex doing it all also.
Двое, трое, было трое, сейчас двое. Хорош. Окей, о, даунфул. Зейн, давай. Ай, размен. Молодцы. Пока боролись, кто-то сидел на горе. Вот это разговор. Десцендент жесткий. Нельзя спорить. Ико вообще разносит 11-4.
Yeah, collect. You could maybe a little bit of aggro play style there, but it was rather calculated chaos.
Давай, добивай, давай.
Quite often throughout this one.
Да не заряжайте ее, ты просто, да.
There goes another one with use of the new combo.
Как она вообще не зарегистрировала?
Here comes the push.
Что это было?
Retribution.
И она как просто пук.
Lots of grenades come down.
Давай, молодцы, да, ребята, аккуратно. Зейн, ай, спалился. Убрали его. О, фолк, Ико убил. Опа, коллект, хорош. Давай, выкури. Фолк встречает сверху, коллект снизу. Что происходит? Фолк забрал, хорош. Вот это разговор. Молодцы, только не сидите же вместе. Люси, давай там инфу. Кто там у нас сидит? Зейн сидит на горе. Ай, да как же ты промазал? Ну, еще и в свою очередь, что ли, попал. Плохо. Ниже. Ой, хорош! Ой, как же это сложно. Гранат-то нету. Патроны закончились, что делать? Хотя бы щиты восстановились. Все. Это самое главное, есть семья. В данном случае это команда, напарники. Пришли, прикрыли, те испугались, все. А что ты плазму не подобрал? Фолк, плазму подбери. Хотя, может быть, у них тактика наоборот, когда они рядом, они просто стреляют по ним, те взрывают. Да, вот это он и хотел сделать. Да, он это и хотел сделать. Вот хитрец. Молодец. Фолк, молодец. Красавчики, 3-1. Ну. Так, переждите. Трое мертвы, переждите. Не спешите. Так, 1,5 минуты осталось. И, ребята, не отдавайте просто так. Да, Зейн, хорош. За спиной, да. Инфу. Он, наверное, сказал. Через кампс. Ага, фолка убрали. Не спеши, плазму подбери, да. Люси по размену ходит. Кстати, у коллекта Бендит. Модель брони. Модель Бендит Halo 5. Так понял, это из этого покупного набора с Чифом. Mark 6 с Halo 5. Halo 4, Halo 5. Выходил на десятилетие Halo 5. Аккуратно. Хорош. Отступи. Там коллект. Тогда все. Да. Атакуйте. Заходите. Descendant 100 разменялся. Опасно. Если бы Томми там выжил, можно было бы уже заходить на гору. С другой стороны, преимущество у них в том, что у них отрыв на 2. 3 против 1. И сейчас они могут выиграть за счет времени. 35 секунд остается, никто не заходит в гору. Самое главное, чтобы команда Ико просто тупо не заходила, и все. И таким образом они и проиграют. 3 мертвые у команды Ико. Неужели? Все, нет, они не успеют. Нет, они уже не успеют. Нет, все, 10 секунд, все. Да. Томми, 27-11. Лучшая статистика. Трипл килл. Overkill. Это уже не важно. А, у Зейна 27-18. Все, это уже не важно. Cut the crap, cut the crap, cut the crap. Команда Ика, cut the crap. Что, вы просто ауру пофармить решили? Кыш. Кыш, 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 кыш. 3 секунды. Кыш, 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 кыш. Все, все, cut the crap, cut the crap. Cut the crap, cut the crap, cut the crap. Все, stop it, quit it, quit it. Все, 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 все. Есть, есть, есть. Вот так вот. Отличный старт. Ну, да, они отдали первую гору, но потом...
Really ran out of lanes on the map to work with a set of 4. You hardly ever felt like Retribution were pushing up with even 2 or 3 to their name, much less on the other side were inconceivable. It felt like they were operating and firing on all cylinders to start the day. And wow, look at Penguin. 24, 18, and 7, and 8.3 KDA. And Lucid does one better with a 10.0. You see all low single digits and even negative KDAs there for Retribution. So
туда, вот это я понимаю. Кстати, оставка-то у меня залетела. Потому что я ставил еще на карту 1. Ну, просто так, по приколу. At least Ascendant and Acid, finished the World Championship 2025 with a top 3 finish. Кстати, а ну давай глянем Бэткин. Я не писал, не просил. А, есть? Все-таки добавили? Все-таки добавили. Прикол. Да, мне просто было выгоднее все-таки с Бэткин, но его не было. Добавили сейчас, но тут только есть на Shopify Rebellion. Бессмысленно. Так, Origin. Не, вот на Lettuce. О, это будет интересно. Lettuce Oddball, обожаю эту комбинацию. Lettuce Oddball и Lettuce Scott. Вот это прям. Вот это интересная комбинация. Захватывающая.
Guys like that on the squad, you're going to have a really, really good chance. And it looked really good to start off their series number 1 here. We've got 7 weeks of just about continuous Halo all the way up until, call it the middle of October. So if you guys were starving for some Halo action the next few weeks and really a couple months, we'll have you fulfilled as inconceivable, able to take
every Sunday.
Every Sunday, just about. We got a few breaks here and there. Usually towards the end of each month, but I know or at least I do believe that the first opening set of LVT Halo Pro League is about 3 straight weeks of Halo, all with $1,000 winner take all on the line. So not only are you playing to make it to Los Angeles, capture one of those top 6 seeds, you might just walk home with some cash as well if you're able to take the series. So plenty to play for, plenty of reasons to watch.
По 200. Так подожди, это если они сейчас без тренера, они по 250 могут забрать. Им же теперь не надо ни перед кем отсчитываться. Если они теперь не SSG. То есть все.
Yeah, we're 6.7k followers from 100k.
Начинаем с Inconceivable.
Send the stream to your friends and family. Get your homies involved. Anybody that is interested in high-level video game gameplay, they should be interested in LVT Halo. So thank you guys for watching. As we get into game number 2, I feel like this one is an interesting choice for Inconceivable. Feeling confident on this map. I think it makes sense to me. I've seen all these players pop off on Origin in the past, but it's also one that if you give up too much early momentum.
Окей, Томми, хороший старт. Молодцы, ребята.
Yeah, despite being a rather medium-sized map, it still has the propensity to go on a game of runs. So just because you go up big doesn't mean you have it in the bag. We've seen plenty of teams come back from that 10 or 11 kill mark, but off the start, it's Inconceivable looking to take a 2-0 lead in this series if things were to continue at this rate. 9-4 off the start, and Penguin still got 5 shots left in the snipe.
Select has the rockets as well. All the items in favor of Inconceivable as does the lead follow? There's still a 5-kill advantage. Both teams kind of vying for the snipe side. Gotta watch your face though, Eco. Penguin is watching, and I like the way Penguin played that. He could confidently just watch one angle because he had his teammate on his left watching the other angles, and just says, hey, watch my left. I'm gonna hit this snipe. Does so beautifully, but as I say that, Retribution looks to be breaking through.
Penguin with a great game 1 and a great start here to game 2, but despite that great start, Swing of Slay has come through in favor of Retribution. They're only down by 2, despite what felt like a widening gap of the lead. They're right back in the fight. Penguin now off the respawn, going for some remote detonation, trying to clear the lane, but with that low ground, Eco's going to take him down. A couple of trades fall through in the feed, and it's still at that 3-kill mark.
See some people in chat a little confused about the team change. Both of these teams are using different names as they were
Оба! Ой, хорош! No scope сбил щиты. Выкуриваешь, да. Хорош.
They were using the team name of an org that was not sponsoring them, so I think that's a problem, and they said maybe we should use a different team name.
There you go. It ain't over till it's over, and it ain't official till it's official. But this lead continues to stagger after, what, just 30 seconds ago? It was a 3-kill game. Now it's a double to 7, 24-17 as we're approaching the 30s. Eco with some teammate support, 3 to be exact, going to work his way to the right, allow his teammates to push through into the snipe. Takes down Falcon, but gets traded out by Collect. Descendant now on the far side with use of the carbine. Spots Collect, doing his move with the aggressive G-slide across the way. And he's not able to pick him out. He gets caught out in no man's land, and he'll go down because of it. The lead now grows to 10.
Что-то пишут мне в этом IQ. Нет бы зайти на трансляцию, там что-то это поддержать. Написать что-то приятное. Пишут, что ты не спам, пожалуйста. Не спам. И мамки, пожалуйста. Что не спам? Ну так я ж обновления пишу. Давай. Оу! No scope. Не, это scope был, да. Просто wall. Вот это разговор. Хорошо.
Unbelievable, very Elamite-like.
Well, Elamite-like.
Works his way through.
Да, как
Previously picked off
Elamite
1
еще.
with the use of the snipe. 2 in the magazine, now 1. 5 left in total. He's going to reload, re-rack, and reposition, but no, he gets taken out, spotted out by Descendant, I think that was. Is Descendant now pushing through, down by 8. They have a path to a comeback, but they can't afford to lose one like that.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Retribution, your win condition is to not only get the kills, but also stay alive. You cannot afford to trade. Jackson does find a couple kills of his own and has yet to fall, and they've actually got the spawn trap in action. I mean, these are, well, they were the makings of a potential comeback, but as I got excited, they both die, and now
инconceivable. Отрыв на 8. На снайпа у Descendant довольно опасно. С другой стороны, он довольно-таки вспыльчивый парнишка. Может наделать ошибок.
Another one there. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to have another instance where you say,
там
okay,
спайкер
maybe they're coming
появляется.
back,
О, Фалк.
and then
Ой, хорош.
fall apart. Let's see what happens.
Так, одна пуля, одна шальная пуля. Ага, это было ассист. Фолк, давай. Ай. 43. Что ж такое? 41-37. Люсь, ребята, давайте. Ну, Кулек хорош. Гранатой. Ай, но он погиб. Ай, Томми хорош. Самурай. Фолк выжил! Потому что Томми сбивал его с прицела.
That's really the mark I look for into the forges, especially as we get deeper into it. Down by 4, it's still a game, because in one fell swoop you can tie it or even regain the lead, but this one's gotten a little out of control once again. Eli, just like we said, the narrative of this fight has been how close, yet so far Retribution has gotten.
Yeah, it's really just started with the beginning, and it's kind of maintained its pace.
47-42. Ребята, 3 убийства осталось. 3 убийства. Ну.
Should be able to close this out. It's not over yet. We've seen crazier things happen, but we've also been baited before.
Will this be the 4th or 5th bait of the game?
Ну же, Томми. Ну, ребята, добейте. One shot. Эй, 48-45. Там был ваншот, мужик, ваншот был. Томми что, зря старался? О, 48-47. Опасно. Нет, 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 40. У него снайпа, 5 патронов, 48-49. Проиграли, да?
But they might just tie the series up at 1 and rewrite the wrongs that we saw in the end game of game 1. Jackson with 4 shots,
Плохо.
5 in total.
Плохо.
All he needs to do is land a body shot here. A headshot though would seal it.
Нет. Нет,
This is
нет,
such
нет,
a
нет, нет.
stressful
Фолк.
moment if you're inconceivable. It's so
Фолк,
hard to
я
play
знаю,
out.
что
You
ты
know
хочешь
there's a
сделать, не
sniper
делай
lurking
этого.
somewhere. Penguin is trying to sneak through the bottom of the map.
Естественно, они все прикрывают. Естественно, они все прикрывают. Фолк! Фолк красавчик, Ико убил. Аккуратненько, Томми. Томми, не надо. Нет! Нет! Оба! Давай, 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 давай! Есть! Есть! Томми! Томми есть! Каким-то образом они это сделали! Каким-то образом! Как? Как-то они подошли! Охренеть! Сначала Фолк каким-то образом выкурил Ико, убрал его, убрал лидера. Они начали теряться. Потом Томми с, наверное, это был Зейн, вместе зашли и закидали гранатами и как-то протолкнули. Вот это, вот это было круто. Черт! Черт, да! Черт, это было круто. 49-50. Фу. Обычно в таких ситуациях 100% сливают, если типа лидировали, потом команда противник догоняет, там 47-48, 47-49 и типа 47-50 и 48-50, ты проиграл. Команда посыпалась под конец. Ну тут не собрались. Ты понимаешь, да?
And it's not like they played safe and didn't make mistakes, Eli. They made some risks. Like you said, Penguin pushing through on the underbody of the map. They made plays, they called plays, and it paid off. 50-49 and 3-2 to start this series. It's 2-0, but it feels a lot closer than that.
It feels like Retribution kind of misplayed that though, right? Like they had the upper hand, they held backwards. They didn't play forwards on their space. They got the last few kills to get into that lead. But they then backtracked into the base and said Jackson just has to get a headshot to win the game. But I think it would have made a little more sense to apply some direct pressure from different parts of the map, at least have angles watched, because the only way that those 2 kills came through from Inconceivable was people sneaking through in areas of the map that were not being watched. And Retribution probably having a conversation about that right now in the lobby.
Nomi in chat says, Mikowski, show the damage, please. I only have a mic in front of me. I don't even, my keyboard's not active, my mouse isn't active. I don't have a controller plugged in like Chicago either. Pretending I'm playing like these players.
Or whatever.
But
and then
I do agree. I would like to see the damage and see what kind of story that tells.
Another guy in chat said, I wish that announcers wouldn't show their bias for one team to another. Man, I don't even know which team I'm biased for. Can you tell me? Can you tell me which team that I want to win? I don't know which team I want to win. I love all these guys. These are all my friends.
Dude, I thought the same thing. That might have been the first message I read, but or called out. But it confused me so much because I thought the same thing. I was like, I don't even know who I want to win. It's not that I don't care who wins, but I'm just here for good Halo, man. I'm here for 50-49s and 2-3 King of the Hills, and we're getting that so far.
Oh man, yeah, just tell me, bro. Like, help me out. I don't know who I'm rooting for. Let me know.
Not only who are we rooting for, but like, okay, who are we biased for? Oh man, it's part of the fun of LVT. This isn't some official broadcast. We're community members just like you guys. We got the controller plugged in, sometimes like Chicago, I guess. But we're here to just see good Halo like y'all. And honestly, probably way less biased than you guys. I've seen the teams you root for, and that's good. You guys should have favorites, but the only thing we're a favorite of is LVT. That's our team. If you ask, who am I biased for, Eli? I'm pretty biased for the black and yellow.
Yeah, for sure. He comes back. He said, when you're saying they can finally win this, that's showing who you're rooting for. What are you talking? I'm just telling you what's on my screen, man. You're reading between lines that don't exist. What are you talking about, man?
they could finally win it, and that was I felt like that was accurate all throughout the
Ladies
game.
and
It was
ball.
3-4 kills away, and then back to 8. No, up to 10. And I felt like we carried the narrative pretty well there, and it really laid out how incredible that end game sequence was, where despite being down by 10 and down the entirety of the game, they took that lead 49-48. But Eli, it was not enough. Will Game 3 be their chance, an opportunity to take their first game of the series? You don't want to have to ride that perilous road of 4 in a row to reverse sweep your way. So Retribution, whether you're a fan of them or not, they need to win
Такое
this game,
синема.
otherwise the
Надо
battle gets more and
смотреть,
more uphill.
наслаждаясь еще чем-то.
I will say I like this map pick from Retribution. So this is a map that's a bit polarizing amongst the pro community.
Это не совсем хамон,
There's a
это
good
типа...
chunk of players that dislike this map.
А, нет, все-таки хамон.
But if you're a
Было
team that
уже
does
похоже
well
на
on it,
какое-то мясо.
take advantage of the fact that other teams dislike it and choose
Было.
it. This is a great one to pick.
Оу!
Retribution said, okay,
Все, остановили его,
like it,
молодцы.
we do like
Давайте
it,
мяч.
to bounce back.
Couldn't even see that man's face,
Ай-яй.
but Descendant still took it.
Ладно, так или иначе, надо все равно 2 раунда выиграть, так что, скорее всего,
And
будет
it looks like it might just
2-1
be
в чью-то пользу.
early time. Jackson was seeking an rotation to the blue side of the map, but
А в чью мы узнаем
the blue team is spotting inside of blue as a
в
well-timed
ближайшее
push down the red, but
мгновение.
that little hitch, that little 2-second delay in
Потому что это
rotating
время
it allowed
пролетит
Inquisible
очень
the
быстро.
time to spawn up, but Retribution handles it very well. 3 down, you gotta grab this oddball.
Yeah, I've seen Jackson do this a couple times so far this series, where he gets a
Желтый
kill
старт
on the
пока не
objective,
ваши.
but he's more concerned with continuing to clear the area than he is of getting the objective time. So I'd like to see a bit more efficiency out of him. Maybe he's just being a little extra paranoid, make sure that there isn't somebody ready to run him down as soon as he grabs that ball. Either way, they will start with a strong lead.
Yeah, and it might only seem like, what, several seconds at best, 5, maybe 7 seconds. But how many 193 or 95 oddball rounds do we see here? So let's earmark that and see if that 5-second gap in separation of grabbing onto the oddball comes back to bite them. Right now, they are no worse for the wear. 34-0, a flawless start for Retribution. Exactly what they needed, down 2-0 in the series.
I think they're very cozy on this map and mode combination. It is one of the newest maps that we have. Shout out to Timmy Forges and the team that helped him build this Cataract and that Forge crew that put this together. I think some of the pros are really starting to understand it at a very deep level. The spawns are quite a bit different than other maps that we play. There's mainly 3 spawn areas. Like most maps, all 4 corners have spawn zones, but this one is just 3 corners. And it can kind of create some interesting spawn situations. But these teams are starting to master it. Retribution looking like they've fully got it under control.
Saw a lot of who is Sirion in the chat earlier, which is fair. He's only been on the scene for about 9-12 months or so. Now I'm seeing a lot of who's unlegit. Well, this isn't a fresh face. This is actually one of the wily veterans. He's got some rings on his finger. This is Eco, the artist formerly known as Unlegit, actually. When he first came on the scene, at a time when Legit, absolute stud from the straight Ripid era, was still taking faces like Acid just did for the double. That's when he made his gamertag Unlegit. So for all those who are asking in chat, that is Eco, and this is Acid on your screen. In my eyes, the most improved player throughout the entirety of the Halo scene. 77 and rolling now for Retribution. What a start to round 1.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Rizzo, the OG Legit. Was actually too legit before he shortened it to legit, but anyways, let's stop yapping about the old heads. We could do that for hours. And this is the first modicum of control that we have seen on the side of Inconceivable. They have stolen the red side setup, but is it too little too late? They have to play absolutely flawless Halo for several spawn cycles. The first cycle, that is a check mark. They have very cleanly won that one. And look at this, Lucid actually overextends. They're gonna force these cargo spawns. Penguin actually, even though he's close, backs up enough to allow that player to spawn. And look at the prediction on the rotation. Falcated is taking faces.
83-0 when Falcated grabbed this snipe, but this could be their path to a comeback. Falcated absolutely stuffing the gap, allowing no space or time to be had for Retribution. The nade shot, the damage, and the headshot, and another one just for good measure. Unlegit goes down as well. Falcated is tearing him up.
Retribution, though, they just need one clean wipe. They need to meticulously approach their next spawn cycle. I fear that as Acid falls here, okay, he does get a trade. That is massive for Retribution. They can move a little bit faster off spawn here. Maybe moving a little bit too fast, though, is Eco trying to immediately create a bit of panic on the side of Inconceivable. But no panic to be found. They're holding strong so far.
Inconceivable have gotten back to within 30 seconds, and 3 go down for Retribution. You talked earlier about the importance of winning just about each and every single spawn cycle, Eli, and they look to be, what, 3 for 3, maybe even 4 for 4 if they're able to stagger these next spawns. Inconceivable with an improbable run.
This is actually inconceivable what we're witnessing here. I mean, I thought for sure Retribution would have found a break by now. They've had 4 spawn cycle opportunities and have failed the quiz every single time. You got to start answering C or D instead of A or B. You've got to come up with some different answers to these questions, or else it's just never going to work out. Finally, a little bit of pressure has been applied to Inconceivable. Ball's being forced to rotate. This could be exactly what Retribution needed to finally close this out.
Always easier with hindsight, but Lucid rotates that oddball towards the red X of his teammate. That almost always spells trouble, always signifies that there's an opponent nearby, and Lucid was not able to pick up on that cue. However, they are able to pick the oddball back up and get on top. Unbelievable, inconceivable. We're all but done in this match, and now they're the ones who seem closest to winning round 1. It's still a close game, though, 83-90. Here comes Eco. The potential to shift the tides in his team's favor with a few pop shots with the snipe, but he misses 2, takes a couple of shots to the back. He's weak. He's getting collapsed on, but he still finds a way to get damage down on Penguin. Does not anticipate the push from Falcated, and Falcated. 23 and 9, and that will be
Falcated 23-9, 23-9. Как это вообще может быть?
Just like ripped off the ankle weights mid-game. I swear, this guy was just, he just existed. He was just a normal guy for the first couple minutes of this round, and then he just evolved into a slaying, dominant machine. This guy just ascended before our eyes, and they need to slow him down if you're Retribution. They finally do kill him off the opening of the next round, but what a performance to bring them back in that first round.
I just think back to some of the inefficiency and oddball time for Retribution. We teed that up for you, Eli. I wanted to talk about it after the round concluded. Would that 7 seconds, maybe at a stretch of 10 seconds that they left out in the open, come back to bite them? And despite the end result being a wider gap than 10 seconds, that was about it, man. That was absolutely a crucial decision there not to pick up the oddball, and now Lucid and the rest of Inconceivable are picking up where they left off.
Absolutely ridiculous round from Inconceivable, and if you're Retribution, that's really hard to come back from, right? Like, you had the game in your hands. It was an 83-0 lead off the start. You had complete and utter control, and the moment you lost it, you could not regain it for the rest of the round, and it's just bashing your head against the wall over and over and nothing working out. Now, finally, Retribution having their first feeling of control since they made that 83-point run.
Now they have to be efficient, not by choice, but by forced measures. As Acid now has the oddball, looking to rotate it towards Descendant. Descendant clears the way with that slay on the Falcated. He's actually going to rotate it back because of the remaining spawners for Inconceivable spawning on that blue side. So a great pickup there, great comms, great game sense. That's the efficiency you need right there. A well-timed and decisive rotation is enough to earn you those 10 crucial seconds that you've got to have against Inconceivable.
Nice. Perfect kill there. Got a little bit of extra credit damage on the next player as well. Falcated's got 3 bullets left to work with. We saw what he did in round 1. But unfortunately for the other side, he gets taken down before he can heat back up.
Yep, he went for the Eli X snipe there with the bounce shot, the bounce pass.
Yeah.
Didn't connect.
Shout out to Eli X in chat.
Yep, shout out to my co-caster, Eli X. Always a pleasure, man. Lucid now. Working his way through the ice tunnel. Teammate to his right. He's going to allow him to work his way into the base, collect more safe oddball time. as Lucid gets a crucial slay onto Descendant. They want to push out towards this side of the ice, but they have it fully covered, and Collect has the snipe. Only one shot left, but a guy like Collect can do something with it. Lands the very, very quick body shot there. Expecting the push on the left side. Perfect nade. And the nade shot to boot earns the reversal, but he does trade out. And this score is still pretty close, despite what feels like from the eye test inconceivable up by more than 7. That's the lead for now.
They just had 3 dead as well, and they're occupying multiple corners of the map, so they should be able to predict the next set of spawns. Looks like they're actually intentionally forcing the tower spawns. Notoriously difficult spawn to play out of on this map. But so far, they've actually been able to fight out of it quite well. They get 2 kills, and Lucid is forced to rotate this ball. Really like this play. Just get it to the center of the map. Don't put it in a spot that's easy for the other team to accumulate time if they do win this fight. And now you can just focus on fighting. Once they get a few slays,
Команда
pick that ball
Томми
right
душит
back up,
их.
take it right back to red.
Yeah, a few slays. How about all 4? That'll open up the way for a easy decision as to where you want to rotate and take that oddball back
48
next.
секунд.
As Collect has it in his hands,
Только с его рук.
Very even distribution for Inconceivable. You've got 47, 54, and 43 for Penguin, Collect, and Lucid.
Фолкеты
And then the
31,
big
6,
Slayer
15.
of the day, at least one of the most just gaudy Slayer performances we've seen in an objective. Falcade, he's only got 2 seconds, but when you've got 32 slays, I don't think he even needs to have 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's
32
clearly
slays.
making the map open and safe for his team.
Давай 40.
Every slay he gets makes their life a little bit
К концу
easier.
катки давай, чтобы 40 было.
Teammates
Оба,
are doing lots of
33.
damage, so he's able to get these slays. His teammates have a lot of assists in their columns.
Томми в моменте подбирает 3 мертвые у Retribution.
And it's
Это
Retribution
банальное
spawning on
название
the blue
команд.
side with players running at them as they come off spawn.
Inconceivable, но это была команда Пингвина. Это, наверное, он предложил назвать так команду, когда SSG, видимо, отказались. Ой, Collect что творит?
He pushes into the blue
Жестко,
base,
жестко.
pushes out that line of scrimmage, knowing that he can QT
Фолк,
back
давай,
to
40
safety.
убийств.
He is causing all sorts of chaos and confusion for the likes of Retribution. They don't know where this man is. Despite the QT trail, he's still found the back of a few, and they still haven't spotted him out or taken him down. Here comes the push. They're going to try to. Acid has good damage. And he does well enough to take down Collect, but that's going to be an easy cleanup for Penguin. So even when Collect
закончились патроны, закончились. Ёй, своего коцнул, ну что ж такое, Фолк? Катастрофа. Томми, аккуратно отходи.
Literally every single part of the map all at the same time, having dominant control of all the space. Retribution have really struggled to find their comfort zone that they had in the first half of round 1. A couple kills come in from Acid though. I feel like if this comeback is going to happen, I need to see Acid start playing like the superstar that we know that he is.
Yeah, you need a spark.
Acid не
You
будет
need
играть
something. You need
Superstar.
just some kind of energy boost right now. Maybe
Because he's not a
Jackson can
superstar
deliver
in the
that in the
first
form of
place.
oddball time. Hey, it doesn't have to be a sweet kill. It could be just 20 to 30 seconds of uncontested hold here. That would get them right back in the mix. Only down by 20 seconds, but look at the time. Just 60 seconds left in the match, and it feels like Lucid has been a time bandit in this one. He has routinely put the oddball out in no man's land with the lead, and he might just boa constrict his way to a win here based on that strategy.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing heads up with his oddball rotations, making sure it's left. As soon as his team is in a disadvantageous position, he leaves the ball in the open. The other team cannot get any value out of their kills. Lucid now will be the one chasing the oddball players with an unintentionally good grenade there. And now ball out in the ice. Retribution has actually taken the lead, but only by a few seconds. Now taking the lead, they've got a good chance to force a round 3.
74 to 68, 44 seconds left
Collect.
on the clock. Here comes Acid. Got to win this one. He's got every advantage. He's on the front foot. He's got more shields, and he's got the finishing shot. And now the commando bringing out the window. Penguin's just confident enough to challenge that. Lucky enough not to go down, but he does eventually. Here comes Descendant, a weak Lucid around.
Фолк, давай, 40 убийств, ну.
And potentially more time. 20 seconds left.
Okay, here we go. Descendant, great shots. Almost gets the beat down on to Collect as well. But this is Mixie, 14 seconds on the clock. And Inconceivable not only need to get these kills, but they also need to get their hands on the ball. Retribution should be able to just play defense
Томми
here.
аккуратно.
And Inconceivable just
Оба,
playing the
хорош.
Congo line one by one. Lucid gets the kill, but I
Игра
don't think he can
творит,
grab
а?
the ball. We're heading to
Смотри
a
как.
round.
All right, there we go.
Okay,
and I'm thinking to
1-1.
myself, Eli, if Retribution win this one, that is a sad and dejected Discord call going into game 4. Just thinking to yourself, man, we were so close every single game in the micro and the macro. We just couldn't get it done. Now they have an opportunity to make it a one-win series or a one-game series as Penguin off the start rips 2. To set his sights on the sniper, and I really thought he was gonna hit that. He ultimately does. This is the first shot, so it's good enough for a trade. And 1 second on the board for Inconceivable. Still need to determine a few more slays on the board though before we see who's gonna take that early opening break win.
I think the way
Фолк, давай, 40 убийств.
I think the snipe did fall off the map. It will not be back in play unless I did not see that correctly. Retribution going to be able to grab this oddball and take it into blue. Now, most of this game, teams have accumulated most of their time on the red side of the map. So let's see how this plays out. It is a little bit more difficult to protect the blue side setup, but you have access to that play ball option. Looks like Yak does get it off the map.
Томми, ну что это было сейчас?
And a nice fight win there from Descendant. He ultimately gets traded out, and Retribution take the early lead.
Descendant, one of the trickiest strafes in all of Halo, had Lucid. A little windmill.
Bro.
Now unlegit. He's going online.
What the? Ого.
20 and 30, only 4 seconds of oddball time. So this is really where you need a guy like Eco to step up. And I think in the last bit of round 2 and the start of round 3, he's doing just that. So that's why you can't always look at the stats at the end of the game. You got to think back to the big plays that those players made. Right now, Eco's making a lot of them, does go down there, and that's going to open up the floodgates. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to reset this oddball.
Хорош.
They're going to take this back
Молодец,
with a
навел,
full
вол,
setup,
все.
Inconceivable. Down
Контролируем.
29-2, but they should get a good chunk of time here as Retribution spawn at blue.
Оп. Ай, жаль, не вовремя.
Ой, it felt like the main issue was their timing. They were making a lot of kind of individual pushes forward without kind of waiting for each other or taking space ahead of time to kind of sync up their pushes. But this round so far, I like what I'm seeing. I feel like they've made some adjustments. Still losing in this round, but they're starting to look a little bit cleaner.
Agree. I think a moment just ago, Yaxon, you could see his intensity and sense of urgency slid out into the open with only one player down for Inconceivable, grabbed the oddball and brought it back to blue. And that led to that first 30 seconds that they got. So maybe a little too overzealous there on that oddball grab, but he does drop it off to Acid, who's able to take it back into red. So a lot more scrappy play here from Retribution. It doesn't necessarily look pretty, but it's getting the job done.
For sure, Acid, sensing danger, likes to play the ball out, tries to get some kills. That Repulse is going to make his life very difficult. Buck does get taken down, so that Repulse will trade hands. Penguin in an awkward fight here with Yaxon, but he has reinforcements. Eco arrives, and Penguin should fall. But just getting one singular kill as he falls is pretty advantageous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Lucid's able to grab the ball and just rotate it into blue. They can get a couple of slays here. This could be a strong hold for Inconceivable.
Да гранатку туда. Все не может закинуть. Опа, Фолк добил.
Lucid actually turns that into a bait and switch for himself and his team.
Up.
But here comes the fruition of that initial bait and switch. He goes down, Descendant with the oddball. To work it out towards the sniper, I would imagine, so they can reset if need be. But they are just grabbing more and more time, and I like this. Acid's blocking the one lane that would make that reset pretty difficult for Descendant. Now, if he goes down, Descendant might just want to reset it. Instead, he rotates to the other side. So that's the comms I would imagine are going through on their side is Acid sensing the pressure. He goes down, and look at the rotation. It's perfect.
Perfect rotation. Just get it away from the other team. Sometimes that's all that it takes. Retribution, despite having such a horrible collapse in round number 1, are positioning themselves to win this game. They have come back to life despite in a situation where most players
Так, двое мертвые у Retribution.
As I say that though, Inconceivable does have the ball for now. Collect with the sniper in hand. All he has to do, land another body shot, and this will be a lot more time on the side of
this one still very
Просто.
tight. Lucid does have the oddball in his hands. But with
Томми,
two going down on
отступи.
his team, he's going to try to rotate and has to be anticipating the push. Here it comes. And that 1v1. No fall. Jackson, the well-timed slay there. Just as it looked like inconceivable, we're starting
Я
to put some more
недалеко.
points on the board.
Опа, если вы
Retribution
убрали.
answer right back. So
Descendant крысеныш. А, фиг тебе, фиг тебе, фиг тебе. Никого он не забрал. Они уже восстановились. Плохо.
I feel like this always happens on
Фолк
this map
остался
where
сам.
Tide
Вот
1-1,
Томми
round
появился.
3 just becomes utter chaos with the ball somehow bottom middle, and it just becomes
Заберите.
a
А, Фолк,
chaotic
давай,
mess.
давай, давай,
And we
красавчик.
will get a bit of a setup here as Falcated was momentarily the last
Всё,
player alive, was
отходите.
able to get the ball out of bottom
Да-да-да,
side.
туда, туда,
We
туда.
won't see just a mosh pit down here. Retribution in a position where they have to stay alive during this push. So far, kills traded out on the way. Ball is going to be dropped for now to try to win this fight. Beautiful shots from Falcon. Once
Аккуратно,
again, that
аккуратно.
was his 43rd kill in this game.
Да, но у Яксона, естественно, статистика лучше, потому что он держал мяч.
Surpassing 40 kills.
Коллекта уже тоже 43.
And 136 seconds. Collect has 43. Tied with Falcated, but go back to Jackson, Eli. How the hell does he have 42 kills and 136 seconds of
Вот
time?
именно.
You wouldn't have enough time to even get to 30 with that much oddball. That is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, off the charts numbers for
Опа,
Jackson
Фолк, давай.
has been a huge difference maker. Keeping
50?
Retribution alive, but it's Falcated who called the game
Почти
in
50
round
было.
number 1 to put Inconceivable in the lead, and he's still popping off. Is it enough?
Коллег, давай.
Is the
Ай.
question. Once he
Не туда
falls, the
играл.
rest of the team
А, это не Коллег
forced
был.
to play the ball
Где
out.
это
They don't
Зейн
have the
был?
lead
Да,
yet.
это Зейн
45
был.
seconds left on the clock. Just 12 seconds is the difference between these teams. The next fight going to tell everything about how this one ends.
It's crunch time. 30 seconds left. This
Crunch
one's not going
time.
to go to score.
Надо
It's going to come
спешить.
down to the final second. As Falcated
Ничего,
has the
ничего,
oddball in
аккуратненько,
his
аккуратненько.
hands. Down by 5 seconds. But
Понемножку,
UC5 being
понемножку.
secured here, so they should regain control of the lead despite that opening strike from Unlegit. Now it's Penguin looking to defend the blue side of the map, 69 to 68. This is where a reset could be very intriguing in that it's just going to milk more time off the clock.
Давайте,
30 seconds
парни.
left.
Потихоньку, Фолк, давай, 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 давай. Ой, хорош, молодец. Плохо. Ико мешает. О, Ико против Томми, 2 лидера. Есть, Томми! Томми сделал. А, ну, Томми кто-то... Это гад, он был. Оу! Охренеть, быстрее подбирайте, бегом!
But he gets sent off the map, 74 to 73. Can Falcon get back on top? You can see he's trying to scurry his way there.
Да, есть, Зейн, красава!
Penguin steals it, and it's
Охренеть! Зейн, вот это я понимаю! Охренеть!
so far once again.
What an insane end game. I mean, could this have been more intense? Collect has the sniper. He thinks he's playing bodyguard. I mean, he gets a couple of snipes. He thinks he's playing bodyguard to the play ball. Was probably ready to catch it in case that player tried to chuck it. But the recoil sends him off. But how does Penguin? Okay, there's 3 dead right here. Penguin just sneaks his way, finds a window of time to get the 1 second lead. Sticks himself in celebration. I mean, Falcated.
Это да, это вау.
52 kills. How many times have we seen Falcated drop a 50 or more bomb? We've seen him drop.
Ed really wasn't that good.
Double Egbert espresso concentrate made to mix. There, I imagine that's what you drew up when you drew up the schematics for that map. And my God, are you not entertained? That is like a,
Are you not
that is straight out of like
entertained?
this is
Ну,
really
очень
or
даже.
something. I mean, that was, dude. Even in a series like this where it's 3-0, yeah, lock it up. That dude, I am getting so many OG like old school Halo vibes right now because That's one of the things I remember from the old days and like just the classic Halo era was even in series like this where it's 3-0, you're still on the edge of your seat. It's been that type of series.
It has, yes, is it Kit Kat or Catarat? I think it was Catarat is her name, one of the forgers on this one. But
Eli.
yeah, 3-2, 54-9, 2-1,
that's exactly
1 second.
Dude, three points after 3 games is all that separates these two teams. So you might just be tuning in for the first time. You saw the 3-0 lead for Inconceivable, maybe thought, I should tune out. This has been arguably the best series of the day, despite the series score and layout that we see. But I look at the series score and
Вот
forget
это
about
пока
it.
что
The
самое
series
лучшее.
layout. 3
Series,
points
как они говорят.
after 3 games is all that separates these two teams. That is about as close as you can ever imagine.
Да. True.
Ridiculous stuff we're witnessing here. I mean, yeah, 1 hill, 1 kill, and 1 second. That's all that has separated these two teams so far. I mean, you couldn't ask for more. I mean, this is one that I had circled ahead of this weekend as like, okay, this is likely to be the closest one. But you look at the series score, and it's 3-0. It doesn't look like it's close at all. It looks like they're getting washed.
Damn.
Man, they still got a chance to come back. It's got to turn around right
It's
here,
a
right
damn
now.
good
If they're on the
Halo
side of
right there.
Retribution, now playing 5 flags on Origin to prevent some of those 2-minute games that we saw in the past. This one is a guarantee to give us some action.
And Origin was the battlegrounds for that 1 kill 50-49 Slayer that we had just a few minutes ago, or a few moments ago. So will it deliver again? Another white knuckle affair between these two teams. Now down 3-0. Retribution has had the path. Retribution has had every single opportunity to take a game in this series. Now they can falter no more. 1 more loss. And it feels like at this stage, 1 more death or mistake could be their undoing. And $1,000 and some Pro League points and seedings will fall in favor of the opposition instead. Here we go. Kicking things off here on Origin.
Here we
3
go.
going out onto the snipe side for Retribution. I believe it's the same. My God, what a GB nade. I'm telling you, man, the old school Halo vibes are just overflowing your screen. That was a GB nade if I've ever seen one from Falcon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he lined that up to land on the BR of the opposition, which is a popular spot for people to sit and cross maps. So maybe their opening strat is one of them shoots the guy that goes BR while he throws that grenade, so the grenade finishes him off. But clearly a very calculated opening
Томми, отступи.
on the side of Inconceivable. Can they convert it into some flag aggression?
Красавчик, обкрутил его.
An opportunity at the very least.
Ай-яй-яй.
Nickson is on the opposite side of the map, so they're going to have to clear him out. If they want to clear the board and put this one on, Jackson working his way through and then make things a little mixy, I would imagine, by grabbing this flag, tossing it out into the open, now looking to get some slays, collect, take some shots. Jackson, though, takes enough shots to go down, and all 4 will fall.
Super.
That flag will get reset.
Давай.
Inconceivable will score first.
Yes. Ha.
You know, after the way the last 3 games have gone, you got to think that Retribution really needed to strike first in this one. And being down 3-0 in the series and the other team caps within the first 2 minutes, it's a sinking feeling if you're on the side of Retribution. You've got to find some kind of spark.
Oh.
The team awake and ready to bring their best.
It really has felt like death by 1,000 lashes, or just little micro cuts.
Or 1 lash.
I guess you're right.
Death by a single lash.
It really has felt like that, man. This is unbelievable. And yeah, just really talking about the mental game, you know, the part that doesn't get shown on the scoreboard, just the morale of Retribution. I can't imagine what that feels or looks like right now.
They need to find something. Need to find some semblance of control.
Опа. Ха-ха, вот и второй флаг.
Jeff Steitzer telling them they're down 2-0
Красота.
instead. It's Falcated. Just continuing to put on the hurt. 7-3. Now does fall. Koleka 6-1. Has only died 1 time in the course of these first 2 flag caps, but just in terms of energy and how this has played out so far, this is feeling like this game could end in a hurry.
It's that house of cards that could be crumbling right now for Retribution. They're down 2-0 early in this one. Acid looks to work his way past the 50-yard line. He has no chance, though. Loses, shuts it down. Two do come through in the feed, 3 in total. Full retribution, loses the last player alive. There we go. There's the team wipe that you needed. I think it's only going to be enough to win the 50, but hey, with Sniper and Rockets available, it's not so bad to just be winning the 50 right now. Jackson will turn 2 with that, but watch out, Collect might just grab this next snipe.
Yeah, Descendant, I think, left his vacation in Puerto Rico early to get to this series, and he might be wishing he stayed in Puerto Rico at this time. I'm not sure. But so far, Eco looking to turn things around with the Sniper. Elects to put it in the back pocket for now. Teammate has the flag out, but you can't make it all the way back unless you land a few more kills.
Good bait there, good distraction. All the attention on Eco. Oh, Quigley! Oh, if he got the jump shot, that would have been insane. Oh, nice use of the G-slide. Just that little bit of extra force keeps him alive. He was just one shot, and oh my God, that looked like the Halo 3 construct gap jump there as he scoots his way just a little bit faster than what's seemingly normal or routine here. And Eco, the old man, fast as ever, puts that in like 10 seconds.
Is the Quigley the spark they need to get back into this? I mean, you see your teammate hit a Quigley and run a perfect flag. That's going to power you up. I feel like that can pull you out of a deep depression. So I'm really hoping that is the catalyst for Retribution to make this series more interesting. We'd like to see this one extend. And what a way to start it. If you're Eco, having not the greatest series, you know, coming off of a pretty rough game 3, has a huge play like that to get a flag cap, that's got to feel good.
Battle for the 50 being contested once again. It started with that win for the 50. Previously for Retribution that they were able to turn into their first cap. Jackson staying alive on that 50-yard line. And you can see that wave. It's a parallel wave pushing through the middle of the map for Retribution. They seem to be playing much better together. They seem to all be on the same page. And despite that, they're down 2-1. But what I'm seeing is promising.
Опа! Офигеть.
Acid needed to win that fight against Lucid, I think. As now Inconceivable, despite Jackson being in their base, are running another flag. They've got it all the way to the center of the map, taking heavy damage and have lost a few players. Penguin's going to keep the flag alive for now, but the spawning players have to land some kills, I think, before this one goes home.
Collect. Grabs the noob tube. Utilizing geometry and cover to stay alive. And all the while, you've got two trying to take him down. They were not looking across map at that flag run going in. So a 2-0 lead. That gap is found once again for Inconceivable. Up by 2 at the halfway mark.
Great stick from the grave there from Penguin. Keeps things simple, but yeah, 6 minutes left now. Just 2 caps to go for Inconceivable if they win this by caps, or they can just play strong defensive game. Close out by virtue of time. New sniper is up. Collect's going to reroute. Try to get that into his possession. He's going to actually backtrack towards his base. If he can stay alive with this weapon and land a few headshots.
Nice use of the strong side. Takes 1 or 2 less shots because of it. And gets back up to full shields a little bit faster because of that. Now he's back in the mix a little bit sooner than you would have anticipated. But he does not need to do much after Lucid finds the slay. He wins his piv. Collect rips the side of the dome off of one. And now he's got the reticle on the spawn of Jackson. Barely misses Eco there. They're all spawned on the elbow. They're in a trap. They better watch out.
Он все-таки попал в Descendant.
Absolutely go 4-1 right here. They have every measure they need to extend this lead.
Look at the heads up
Опа,
awareness
опа!
there. That he recognized my teammates are blocking both cave and elbow. Predicts the bottom mid spawn, drops on his head.
О!
Predicts the back base spawn.
4-й флаг! Еще чуть-чуть и будет 4-0 в пользу команды Люсида. Да! Удачно. Опа. Никто не... Они, походу, сдались. Это humiliation настоящий.
Few shots in that sniper. Jackson gonna eye that. He's gonna want to pick that up as he does. It's the reset as well. Close enough to being reset that he thinks it can reset to time.
Что они рассчитывают? 4,5 минуты осталось. Им нужно отобрать 3 флага и еще один сверху. Ну, давай. Давай. Ага. Он даже не коснул теми гранатами. Ага. Трипл килл от пингвинчика. А! Да ну. Ай-яй-яй. Зачем пошел так рано? Оп. Eco one shot. Eco one shot. Зейн. Ай, Eco one shot. Почему не сказали ему? Томми, аккуратно. Ладно, он защитил. Так уж и быть. Пусть будет какая-то типа интрига.
Oh my god, Penguin with the crouch strafe makes a miss and also gets the perfect kill there. Disgusting kill out of Penguin from a defensive stance. Collects.
Triple kill очередной. Ну это вообще это.
Triple kill and should guarantee his team's ability to get these rockets. And I mean the pressure has been relentless from Inconceivable.
Офигеть. Пережил.
Collect,
давай.
I mean, it's just been like past the hot rock for Inconceivable. It's allocated. You've seen Lucid. Penguin has had his incredible moments, and now Collect. I mean, there's just been moments of standout, all-star level of play for each and every member for Inconceivable. And when they've needed to play most, they've gotten it every single time. For at least one of these 4 members. You can't quite say the same for Retribution.
Yeah, if I'm being completely honest, I expected more out of Retribution. It just feels like something is off in their camp right now. They're not making the plays we know they're capable of. And when there's this many talented players in the same lobby, it's really just who's playing better on that day. Who's feeling themselves, who's feeling a little bit more confident, who's got more gas in the tank. And Retribution has just
Все, они посыпались. И это логично, потому что triple kill от Томми. Overkill от Томми. Ёлки-палки. Это логично. Потому что осталось 2 минуты. А им надо еще 3 флага донести. Плюс 1. Есть! 4-0! 4-0 в пользу команды Люсида. Oh, yes.
Yeah, Descendant, Collect, and Lucid. So 3 overkills not only occurred in this series in just 4 games, but Callus got them all, man. Shout out to our observer, twisting and tweaking those 1 through 8 keys behind the scenes. It really does take a village to put together this high-level production of Halo at its finest, and the players, and sometimes they just make our job easy when they're frying like that. The first really uncontested, not even close match of this.
Yeah, good fucking place, guys.
Охереть.
Okay. G fucking G's. That's gonna be it for me, guys. I'm gonna toss you over to LVT. Sorry for the short stream, but today's Sunday, so that is that. I'll probably be watching some of the matches off stream. Hope you guys enjoyed. Great plays out of the boys. They were going fucking hard. And I'll toss you all over to LVT for the rest of the night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting.
Да, на этой счастливой ноте можно и заканчивать. На самом-то деле, вообще дальше ничего интересного.
All right, later, guys. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the super chats.
Yeah,
Appreciate
Tommy.
you guys.
Let's go.
And I'll see you tomorrow. Be back on tomorrow. Later.
Окей, Tommy. Bye.
It's like called Acid a Superstar.
Что мои PG сейчас будет?
4 of the day.
Wow.
I think this next series is going to be a 4-0 as well. I think it's definitely 4-0 as well. I hope they don't take. It's supposed to start at 7, but I hope they don't start it at 7 because that'll be a 40-minute break. That'll be a long ass break to start the next.
40 минут
I hope
перерыв.
that's not the case. I hope they get that shit started ASAP. You know what I'm saying? LVT Shopify dad message.
Ну да, мы и так ждали долго.
W Lou. Fuck. You know, dad was like, dude, descendant D. Come on, D.
А, это. D.
Break. Don't take a 40-minute break, though, tools. Don't do 40 minutes. Don't do 40 minutes. That's why I said I hope you don't do 40 minutes. I hope you don't do 40 minutes. But we could talk about the matches in between, bro. What a fucking day of games. Now the next series.
Это вообще, это просто.
I think that's just gonna be
Это просто, это невероятно. Что мы сейчас посмотрели, это невероятно.
Ryan gets home from work. Oh, he's at work right now? That makes sense. They play every team once for one time. One time. So that's the only time the teams will be playing. They play every team one time. Every team one time. 7 days. 7 days of one time. One time they play. But that's going to be the best matches of the day. The best matches of the day. Now let me use the restroom. Then we're going to talk about this. Because this has been some shit that I've... Look at my predictions, bro. Look at my predictions. I thought FaZe was going to win. I thought SSG or Vitality was going to win. I have been proven wrong. I have been proven wrong. I did not expect this at all. I did not expect this at all. Shout out to Lucid. Shout out to Lucid for looking like he's in final form again, bro. This is a good example of scrims do not matter because they have come to play in the Pro League.
I'd say I'm done for
Nasty
today.
7-kill spree.
Потому что дальше ничего интересного, дальше будут играть Shopify против... Против кого они играют? А, против команды Райануба. Ну вот. Ну как бы понятно, какой счет будет. Ну, по крайней мере, кто выиграет, понятно будет. Там счет, конечно, там непонятно. А может быть 4-0, а может быть 4-1. Такое дело.
Now no longer the lowest seeded team in the league. Looks like he's gotten off with that too. SSG with Skunk. Huh? Who's Skunk? How about, like, did they Skunk? I don't know what happened. So I'm looking for the intel on why they're not repping SSG. Apparently they were never SSG. It was some kind of odd contract kink. A contract kink? I haven't heard of that kink. They named them SSG, but they never actually were. I'm very confused. Shai should host post-match interviews. You guys want a post-match interview?
Post-match interview?
During the LVT break, we got like somebody jumping in the call, bring Collect in the call, yeah?
Collect зашел. Он давай посмотрим, что он там пишет. Так. Folkated was nasty in the latest ad, bro. Вот именно, goals. Collect with the post-match wisdom with Shy. Так, хорошо он писал тут.
How's everybody's Pro League Sunday going? Who's only half watching and watching football or something instead? Did you guys watch the fight last night? UFC fight last night? Went 5 rounds.
No, no, I didn't
5
know.
rounds. Actually, a very competitive fight. It's a pretty good fight.
Yeah, Shopify series is gonna be over quick.
Really cool. The interview's not a bad idea. I probably should try to do that.
Inconceivable versus Mercenary Screenplays. Кстати, да, это было
Laundry and
неплохая практика для
chill day, right?
двух
The halo
команд.
on the background. Relax at home kind of Sunday.
W Case. Case needs to pick up Lucy's team. That.
They beat Mercenaries. Drug, Soul Snipe, Suppressed, and Sav in a 4-2. That's Snake White's team. Beat them. Kaysan needs to pick up Lucid's team. Kaysan already locked in with FaZe, I'm hoping. Or with Bound Legend Renegade Stellar.
Ну так пусть
We
дропает.
have one series left, chat.
Опа, что это такое? Реклама в каком-то квадратике? Что это вообще? Что это за чудо? Splatoon, но... Ух!
We're gonna have to wait and see. We could be waiting here 40 minutes.
Kaysan said
right? There's
we
no
have a
way.
Halo
We've
team.
gotta find a way to speed the series up.
Ну ладно. Жалко, конечно, Люси, да, его команду. Такой фит, просто такой монументальный результат, и они просто были сами по себе. Ну ладно. Жалко.
Watching as much as you could, all good, right? I only expect you to watch everything. You got Lucid on the TV and me on the laptop. Nobody wants the big screen Shyway. It's too much, right? You got me on the 75-incher. Okay. All right, Noble. I see you.
О,
Thank you, bro.
Sheva, you're gonna be doing another money screams again. Loud the Face versus SR1 with Eli Cast. Давай посмотрим, что он скажет.
Are we doing another Monday scrims again? Love the Phase versus SR. It was Wednesday. We did it on Wednesday. Oh, money scrim. I mean, chat, look, I don't know how to, I don't like asking for money. The plan was Lucid versus Eco for the money scrim. That unexpectedly was a 4-0. If you guys still want to see Lucid v Eco money scrim, and we can make it happen for Wednesday, I mean, I'm happy to. But we would have to raise $1,000 to do it.
Ага, в среду, значит, да, если 1000 накопят.
Okay? So, I don't know. The way that this works typically is we get momentum. You know, one thing I'll say, I haven't seen Sticky in a couple days, right? Maybe that was the end of his good graces.
Lucid versus C9. Oh, this would fit the generations. Lucid versus AB. Yeah.
You know, individuals like that, they come and they go. Maybe he's just not here today. We got gifted, right? We like had an insane, I don't know, just hype train on Tuesday night that allowed us to do the $1,500 scrim. Yeah. I feel like it was the most fun we've had watching a scrim probably all year, despite the fact that it was like a 13-2. Just in terms of like, Eli and I locked in, we made it entertaining, you know? 9 more subs, still 1,400, that's true. We've been sitting there. Good reminder, Courtney. Maybe the real Sticky was the friends we made along the way. I mean, I still love the guy. He's still the GOAT. Always. I'm just saying. Waiting for the next Hawk 2 up home. Yeah, okay. I don't know, where did it come from, right? Got me on the 85er. Who's got me on the biggest TV? I need to know the TV size in the chat. And then I'm going to gift you a sub if you're not subbed. 836 first ranked ups back. Let's freaking go with some damn good Halo. Good Halo. My God. Damn good Halo. Sparta with the gifted. Thank you, Mr. Sparta. Total 52 in the channel. Crit. Welcome, Crit. Damn. About to donate like 2 to 4,000.
Опа, уже начали собирать.
5090 PC. That's fair.
Нормально.
What's more important though, money scrims or a PC?
Молодцы, ребята, что сказать.
Hey. On the 55, let's go. On the IMAX, I need a picture, it ain't real. 75-inch TV. It's pretty serious.
Ничего себе, 75 дюймов телек там был.
You already got a sub.
Очень умный Тамагочи.
It says 85-inch. That's the number one I've seen in the chat so far. Got me on the Tamagotchi. What is a Tamagotchi screen? That's like a 1-inch, right?
Тамагочи или
A little
Тамагочи.
iPod Nano, baby. Oh, is that last shot? It's a spinning image of last shot. Looking leaner than usual, honestly.
Кошмар.
Any big highlights or moments we want to kind of run back, or got me on the Apple Watch? Hey,
This is overkill, please. Ну, такой, это не самый впечатляющий был. Он может лучше.
we sort of sped through this earlier. I'll put this on screen. This is the Lucid Overkill from his Twitter. Semi plays, chat. Semi interesting plays. Making 2, 3 out for batteries in the 4th. Holy shit, the finesse. The finesse, though, right? He's on the 10 cents now, right? So hits the sprint strafe twice in the gunfight. Clamber cancel on the battery. Watch that. 1, 2, they're both one shot. Goes for the clamber, and then fake out. Reticle placed. Beats him in the reaction. That was sick. That was icy. The clamber cancel is like low-key underrated. This little clamber cancel, like if you're on like live fire and you're jumping for camo on turbine, but there's somebody in tower with a sniper, you can fake out your approach to the camo by like canceling the clamber, right? Make them burn ammo with the snipe. It's a good situation to use it. WJC! Did it pop up already? My bad, you're breathtaking, bro. We got a $10 super chat on the YouTube. Thank you, JC. I appreciate it, man. Strafe, someone, I can't remember, did a nasty strafe. 4-hour, 50-minute, bro? What, the live stream, yeah? That's light work. 5-hour stream, light work. More clips, chat, more clips. I showed this one to chat already. So nothing new here. We got the backwards Insta-Splode at a Rindu. And the rudest of laughs.
Especially backwards.
Chased him down with it. What teams will have to play? Shopify versus Ascending Baseline. Mr. Rindu coming up next. Versus Shopify. So, every single series has gone differently than I think we've expected, maybe except for Snakebite's team and matchup. That one went pretty aligned with expectations, I think. They lost the Slayers, but they won the OBJs. So, I don't know. I think people are probably anticipating like a 4-0 for this upcoming match. Yeah, maybe, right? A 4-0, 4-1. I feel like Ryan, they'll find a way to maybe pull out a Slayer or, surprise us. Make it more competitive maybe than expected. They're a composed, well-practiced team, but hard to anticipate this team not placing, in the tail end of the seeding by the end of the Pro League with how sweaty the competition is. They're going up against the best team in the league, hands down. First match, first day of the league. Taking AB4 OSR 100%. Hey, I mean, how much money we putting on that, Sin? Got me on the 99-inch. No way. Wait, is that a 99-inch? Mr. Carva, he's already subbed. This it's hard to tell based on the size of everything else in the environment whether or not this man is telling the truth. What do you think, chat? That looks more like a 75-incher.
Mm-hmm.
Any TV? This is a very nice setup, by the way. This looks very nice, Karma. Very nice setup. That's a 72, right? What is it? 100-incher. Mr. Timmy! Timmy with the $5.
Ладно, все, это уже ни о чем. Возвращаться непонятно во что, да. Буду заканчивать. Все, ребят, спасибо, что были с вами. Спасибо тем, кто был со мной, если такие были. Все, я буду заканчивать. Был очень интересный день. первый и третий шоу-матч прям вау. Вау. Особенно... Я даже не знаю, какой был лучше, Cloud9 против Face? Или, если, наверное, все-таки SSG. Во-первых, я за них больше болел. Во-вторых, я на них ставил, как бы у меня инцентив, у меня как бы был смысл как бы за них переживать. И это все было напрасно, они в сухую взяли 4-0. Да, там были близкие игры, но это их не остановило. Выиграть 4 игры подряд. Все, буду заканчивать. Завтра увидимся. Начинаю прохождение кое-какой игры. Все, пока-пока. Спокойной ночи.
Yo, the crash up, bro.